Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, I hope you guys can hear me. I'm sorry I'm running late. I had a lesson run over and I've been working on some things in particular for this. So normally, if this was like planned ahead, I would have done like a presentation like law school, university, as you guys have seen before. But we're going to do like a law school, university situation kind of on the fly. And it has to do with some questions that some of our squirrel friends had in the Discord. And we're going to talk about that. So basically, in order to do that, what we're going to talk about is actually, let me get my... let me share this tab. Okay, this is the tab I wanted to be sharing. I'm going to borrow an idea from Fenderr, shout out to Fenderr, that has to do with closing arguments. Okay, so basically, shout out to DSN. DSN was saying that he and his wife had a discussion about this case and like Me Too. And before we talk about that part, there were some questions here that I thought were really good questions. And remember, DSN, this is his first time watching the trial. So, but Fenderr made a good point, which is that the jury instructions do a wonderful job of, first of all, showing us a great example of what jury instructions should look like in contrast to Cannary. And B, explaining the answers to some of these questions, which is the point, right? The jury instructions should inform the jury and not confuse them. So basically, the question is this. What is it that Amber is being punished for? I understand that as legally, right? Making false statements, exaggerating, being unlikable, or making accusations of a powerful white man. Well, if you were to ask her, she would say that last one probably, right? But this is why it can be tricky when it comes to a civil lawsuit when it's about defamation. Why? Because that's kind of the nature of defamation. It's he said, she said. And there are two different kinds of defamation. Defamation and defamation per se. And the difference between those two gets to the heart of the question as to, does it matter if the statement is false or not? Does it matter if the person saying the statement knew it was false or not? So there's like two prongs that kind of have to be talked about. The first is it false? And did the person know it was false? And then, oh, I just lost my train of thought because I just looked over here and saw a bunny in the yard. Good gracious, you bunny, you. Yeah, so they have in other words, it's is the thing true or false? And then did the person who say the thing know it was true or false? And then there's really a third kind of tier of, does that actually matter? Because there's occasions where that actually doesn't matter because just saying the thing is enough. Okay. So let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. Shout out to Maisha. Shout out to Candace. Shout out to Spencer. Shout out to DSN and Black Witter. Hello, all my friends. Happy to see y'all again. So we're going to talk about how this works with these different elements that have to be met. And we're also going to talk about the different burden of proof. Because again, it's a civil trial, so it's very different. So this is going to answer, I think, for you, DSN, and for anyone else who just wants a refresher, a lot of the questions about what is happening here. It's easy to also, it's easy when you have seen a trial a lot of times and you already know what's going to happen and you already feel like you kind of have a good understanding of things. It's easy to kind of forget how you got there. You know, I include myself in that position. So I think this trial is one of those. So a lot of us here have seen it a lot of times. So I think that it's helpful also to kind of go back and examine how did we end up with these conclusions in the first place, right? Shout out, we have another new friend. Shout out to Ambivalent Comrade. Excellent. Shout out to Kelly B. Hello, hello. If I didn't say hello to anyone in the chat, I apologize. I'm trying to make sure I catch everybody. So, and we have some new Nightbot commands as well, because he's just the cutest. So, okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through some of these jury instructions, and we're going to talk about some of these different themes about about what is defamation, what is defamation per se, what are the different burdens of proof. Maisha Cannon brought her sanity nuts. Excellent. That means we're ready. So let's do it. Bringing in the jury, so I'll skip. Love Camille's outfit. This is probably my favorite Camille outfit. I freaking love it.
Be seated, thank you. All right.
Good
morning, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm going to say one more time. Let's all appreciate hearing really good jury instructions, and this fucking matters. And I will say, here's the other thing. Sorry, briefly. This case is so much more complicated for a jury than the Karen Reed case, okay? These jury instructions, okay, not the jury instructions, let me say it a different way. The actual verdict and the burdens of proof and the everything that's being asked of this jury by its nature, like legally speaking, is so much more complicated than in the Karen Reed case. There's a lot more. Remember, we've talked about with Karen, the jury instructions with that. You know, if you've got choices, if there's if then, if not this, go to this, that type of languaging. And like I've said, we see this in other trials, right? These jury instructions are wrought with that. It's intrinsic in this. It's a civil case of defamation, okay? Listen to how much simpler and easy to follow this will be for a jury versus what we heard in Massachusetts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in the case. Before the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will instruct you on the instructions of law that you are to apply in deciding this case.
All right, first thing she did right that they did wrong in Massachusetts, this is up to the court. Courts do it differently. I always think it's better for the jury to hear the jury instructions before closing arguments. Why? Because then things make sense. And also then the attorneys in closing arguments can reference the jury instructions. Remember, one of the things people have said is they've said, well, you know, the defense, they didn't really walk in the Karen Reed case, right? They didn't really walk the jury through how to fill out the verdicts. They didn't really walk them through the jury instructions or how they should go about filling it out. Well, no, they didn't. But you know what? It wouldn't have made any sense because they didn't have it yet. So when you give the jury instructions ahead of time, then it does make sense for, in this case, it's plaintiff and defendant. But, you know, if it's criminal, then of course you've got a prosecution or the Commonwealth, right? Karen Reed's case, and then the defendant. Everyone can go through how to fill it out, how to understand it, and how to make it make sense for their side of the case. And that's what matters. And so already, I think Judge A is making a great decision here by reading these jury instructions first.
Okay. Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to the testimony and the other evidence that you will have heard.
Did you hear that, guys? The lawyers will refer. Oh, by the way, I just want to say, Kelly, thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate it. I never say that. I appreciate that, though. And yeah, Bev is no Judge A. Absolutely.
But what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence.
Yeah.
Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 7 jurors of what the evidence in the case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. You should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. I also wanted to make you aware that due to the high-profile nature of this case, the court has entered an order to seal the names of the jurors for a year, which is different than what I had instructed you in the beginning of the case. So I wanted to bring that to your attention, okay?
So that's kind of similar to what we saw in Karen Reed, except that, of course, with Karen Reed, there wasn't a verdict, so at least not officially yet. And so, but again, that's not abnormal and it's not unusual to seal, or impound, as it were, the names of the jurors in high-profile case.
All right. As to the following jury instructions that I'm going to give you, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the deliberation room with you, so you don't need to write down exactly what I say right now, because you'll all have copies of them.
Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? You'll all have copies of them. Imagine that. One for each juror. One copy for each juror. I don't know. I feel like it's something that a lot of channels have missed, or a lot of people. I've not heard anyone else mention it, actually, that in Karen Reed's trial, Judge Bev said, quote, well, we will have 3 or 4 copies for the jurors. 3 or 4 copies total for 12 jurors. Why? Just why? 3 or 4 copies for all 12 of them. So they have to fight over it? So already, again, let's take a look here. Another difference and another thing that Judge A is doing right. Imagine this. 1 copy for each juror. Excellent.
But I would ask for your attention while I read them to you, okay? With respect to the instructions that I'm about to give you, you may note that some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered at the top, and that the numbers and letters do not necessarily follow in any sequence or any order. Do not concern yourself with that. Some might
remember what I said. This case for a jury, by legal, like using the legal definition, is way more complicated than what they're being asked of for Karen Reed. These jury instructions are, this is a much more complicated, but what's so incredible is how much simpler and easier to understand and easier to follow because of the jury instructions. They have made this. So that's what we really want. But we're going to talk about all the different themes, and we're going to answer that question of what is it that really matters here? Does it really matter who hit who? Does it really matter who said what about who? What is the standard? What is the burden of proof? And what is it the jury has to find?
Might even be missing, but just consider only the body or text of the instruction, not the headings, okay? All right, now some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the plaintiff's and the defendant's theory of the case, okay? All right. You have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented. You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice as to any party. All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law. Our system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you have considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, whether Ms. Heard made or published any of the following statements. A, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change. B, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who...
Okay, so first of all, a couple things. I'm going to back it up a second. Hold on.
speak out.
Hold on.
C, below, claim on the law actions of the court, guesswork or speculation.
Okay. Remember when we talked about IFRAC, those of you who were there when we covered the flow chart and the defense's motion in Karen Reed and then the Commonwealth's opposition, we talked about IFRAC. You guys remember IFRAC? Does anyone remember what I meant, what I stood for? Because IFRAC is an acronym. His speculation to say Amber is lying. That's a question for the jury, technically, right? Because that's like a credibility of the witness thing. So you're welcome to weigh in on that, Maisha. Shout out to Angel Baby. Happy to see you again. Excellent. Yeah, I will say this is my favorite of her hairdos, I think, for the trial that she has today. And I know that we did have a makeup artist joining us 2 nights ago who might be able to better answer that question. But I do think this was one of her better days in terms of her wardrobe and hair and shit. But we are the jury, the squirrel jury. So I know it really is the Julius Caesar look. But honestly, that's funny. It is. The braid is a bit heavy. She could have done better with just a single layer or whatever. Like, it's a bit thick. But I will say, I do think it looks better than, but it's a low bar, right? Compared to the other days. Does anyone remember, though, what the eye was in IFRAC? So, okay, it's issues. Remember, I've talked about this before in the other videos, especially if you can read, issues of law. So you have the IFRAC is important to remember because the first two, especially, even if you're just watching trials, because I is issues and F is facts. The issues are the issues of law, the legal issues. What are the questions that are being asked here? And then the F is the facts of the case, and that's going to vary, okay? So we're going to hear Judge Bev actually kind of say that. The second thing to remember is this. Remember, it's civil, right? So there's a claim and a counterclaim, right? So remember, Johnny Depp is suing Amber Heard, and then Amber Heard is suing him back. So each suit has a whole different set of questions that are being asked of the jury that they have to find, right? And then different burdens and whatnot. So Judge Bev's going to break that. Oh my God, Judge A. Sorry, Judge A. I didn't mean to call you Judge Bev. Judge Bev on the brain. Judge A is going to break this down, and we're going to break it down.
Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below.
Okay, so this is just fancy languaging essentially for the first one they have to look at is the initial claim. That is Johnny Depp's claim against Amber Heard. And here's the list of legal issues, okay?
Number one, whether Ms. Heard made or published any of the following statements. A.
Okay, that's the first. DSN, I hope this makes sense to you because I know this was especially the question that you had, but for everybody, right? This is, and we're going to use this as we go through Amber's testimony today, okay? So the first question is this. Did Amber Heard publish the following statements? When you break down the legal issues, guys, things make so much more sense, right? Did she publish the following statements? That's the first question, okay?
Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change. B, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse.
Okay, there's a reason. I want to show you guys something real quick because this is going to hopefully help illustrate my point here. Let me find it. Law is all about if-then statements, okay? If this, then this. If this, if not this, then this, right? That's why jury instructions make a lot of sense to think about, kind of like a flow chart, right? So, and especially when you're dealing with like as an example, count 2 for Karen Reed, right? They could have made that a lot simpler by explaining it like using if-then statements like they usually do in other trials. But I want to show you something real quick, just as an illustration. Hold on, I have to stop it so I can share this a different way. All right, so this is the flow chart I made. Now, this is for Karen Reed's trial, or for the motion to dismiss. However, the point is this: even if you don't know anything about that trial, here's the point. The flow chart is a visual aid for understanding how to analyze and assess legal issues in any case, okay? Because everything is if-then statements. So you start with a question, and then you get an answer, and then that takes you to another thing. And a flow chart is just a good visual way to kind of, hopefully this makes sense. It's a good way to understand. But that's the thing, is like the law can be complicated, especially in its wording. But when you break it down, but you have to have someone break it down, right? That's the thing. If you break it down to its core legal issues, and you use simple languaging like if-then statements, then it becomes pretty clear that it's actually not all that complicated. It's just that in a lot of times it becomes, it's like we as humans overcomplicate it, right? So let me switch back to my other thing. I just wanted to use the flowchart as a visual aid. But let me pull it back up here. Okay. So, all right, cool.
Number 2, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number 3, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp? Number 4, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Number 5, are the implications or insinuations about Mr. Depp in Ms. Heard's statements false? Number 6, did Ms. Heard make the statements with actual malice? Number 7, if Mr. Depp is entitled.
So she's reading them kind of fast now. Now, what I want to say is we'll back up a second. They're getting into the more complicated questions as it goes along. The actual malice is going to be a big part of this to answer these questions as what is it that we're actually looking at here, right? When it comes to, is it just a matter of what our gut feeling says, or is it a matter of who did what? This is answering all of those questions. So let's listen again.
I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Number 2, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp?
Okay, that's the second thing they have to find. So the first thing is, did Amber Heard publish those following statements? The second thing is, do those statements insinuate anything about Mr. Depp?
Number 3, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp?
Were her obviously, I know you guys heard it, but just were those statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp?
Number 4, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp?
Now we're getting into a little bit more complicated, right? Did those statements did they have an defamatory implication, right? And she's going to define all these terms for the jury. I have no fear, but this is where we're getting into the defamation of it all.
Number 5, are the implications or insinuations about Mr. Depp in Ms. Heard's statements false? Number 6.
That's the part about, are they false or not? Okay. That's not always a question that is asked. It will depend. But here it's asking, were they false?
Did Ms. Heard make the statements with actual malice?
And then the actual malice is going to get to another big part, like I said.
Number 7, if Mr. Depp is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages?
Damages is dollar signs, right?
On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. With respect to Ms. Heard's claim.
And then she's going to break down those burdens of proof. But as for right now, she's switching to, for Ms. Heard's counterclaim, what are her issues?
Claims against Mr. Depp. The issues in this case are summarized below. Number 1, did Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, make the following statements? A, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. B, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set.
So these are the statements at issue. Remember, with defamation, it's always got to come down to these statements, right? So that's why each claim is starting with her reading these issues. The things that are at issue first are these statements. And in case you're thinking, wait, Johnny Depp didn't say this shit. No, he didn't. Part of her whole counterclaim is based on this premise of agency that has to do with Johnny Depp's quote unquote agent or not agent, depending on what their jury finds, right? Making these statements on Johnny Depp's behalf.
Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C, we have reached the beginning of the end of Miss Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Number 2, are any of the statements about Miss Heard? Number 3, were any of the statements seen by someone other than Miss Heard? Number 4, are any of the statements false? Number 5, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number 6, if Miss Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Miss Heard's damages?
So those are pretty much the same questions, right? That we heard from Johnny's initial claim. So the main difference there, of course, is just the statements. So remember, a tort, when it comes to civil cases, a tort consists of duty, breach, causation, and damages. And while defamation is kind of in its own category, the part that matters really is the causation and the damages, right? Because you're going to hear damages a lot. Like there's a lot of languages, like, you know, if you don't watch as many civil trials as criminal trials, which I think is probably everybody, right? There's not as many. There's terms that you'll hear that you don't hear in criminal trials, right? So damages, that's why I said damages equals dollar signs. Okay, just hopefully you guys let me know if y'all have any questions.
On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following.
Let's start with greater weight of the evidence. So of the burdens of proof, the lowest burden is clear and convincing. So clear and convincing. Wait, hold on. Am I getting them mixed up? Yeah, no. Clear and convincing is like what they say, 50% plus a grain of sand. Right? Okay. That's the lowest burden. Clear and convincing is like what you need in order to file like an arrest warrant, basically, right? Or a search warrant, shit like that. And then greater weight of the evidence is the same as preponderance of the evidence, and it's a medium burden of proof. So it's in between clear and convincing and then beyond a reasonable doubt. So I kind of think of it as 75%, but it's not really specified. It's just that we know that clear and convincing is like 50% plus a grain of sand. And this is in between that and beyond a reasonable doubt.
Statement. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove it.
Actually, I was right the first time. So this is what I usually make a presentation ahead of time. But yes, so I actually had it right the first time, which is that you can switch them. Oh my God, you can switch them in your minds so that the preponderance and the greater weight is actually the lowest burden. And that's the 50% plus a grain of sand. As I was saying it, I was like, wait, okay, right. I always get them confused because we oftentimes hear it discussed in different settings and circumstances where clear and convincing sounds like it's a lower standard. So, but yeah, so preponderance of the evidence and greater weight of the evidence are the same thing. 50% plus a grain of sand, right? And then clear and convincing is your medium standard. So yeah.
Any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. Number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Amber Heard and her friend.
Well, it's so interesting because this whole Adam Waldman thing is based entirely on this theory of agency. And that was, you know, a huge point of contention throughout the trial. And anyway, it's just funny that that's the whole thing.
In the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their.
In case you're wondering, well, why aren't they just going after Adam Waldman? Because he's the one that said these things. Well, because damages, right? Johnny Depp has more money than Adam Waldman.
Needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice.
Now, again, I just want to use this as an example. That's a lot more things they have to find, right? It's just asking a lot more of the jury. However, why is it not all that confusing, especially if you see it written out, right? Reading it, there's a lot of quotations because of the statements. But if you really just listen to what she's saying, it's because she's using if then. It's like if this, then this. It simplifies it. We did not have that in Karen Reed's jury instructions.
If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. When used in these instructions, the phrase "the greater weight of the evidence," also sometimes called the preponderance of the evidence, means the evidence which you find more persuasive when evaluated against all the evidence that has been admitted in the case.
Remember, just to clarify, because I got it mixed up earlier, the lowest burden, right? Greater weight, preponderance, lowest burden.
The testimony of one witness whom you believe can be the greater weight of the evidence. When a party has the burden of proving any issue by clear and convincing evidence, he or she must produce evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that he or she has proved the issue. A statement that is not directly defamatory may nonetheless suggest a defamatory meaning in an indirect way, that is, by implication. In determining whether any of the statements have a defamatory implication, you must consider the op-ed as a whole and the circumstances surrounding its publication.
This is a key point to answer, especially DSN's question about, let me just make sure I have it verbatim. Hold on. It was, what is she being punished for? Is it for, and one of the questions was making false statements. And another question was exaggerating. Okay. What she's saying here is she's getting into defamation per se. So defamation, okay, defamation is a statement that injures a third party's reputation. And it's a tort, right? Like I was saying, torts are what? Duty, breach, causation, and damages. So the tort of defamation includes both libel and slander. So libel being written, slander being spoken, okay? But they're both statements, right? That's why the statements matter, right? Defamation is a tricky area of law as the lines between stating an opinion versus a fact can be vague, okay? And defamation tests the limits of the First Amendment freedoms of speech and press. So for defamation, as in regular old defamation, right? A plaintiff must show 4 things in order to even bring the charges in the first place, okay? Just to bring the charges. 1, a false statement purporting to be fact, okay? Think about what that means. Remember, the words matter in the law. A false statement purporting to be fact. 2, publication or communication of that statement to a third person. We just heard Judge Bev cover that, right? Someone else has to hear it, otherwise it doesn't count. Third, or see it or read it. 3, fault amounting to at least negligence. And 4, damages, which means some harm was caused to the reputation of the person who was the subject of the statement. Okay? Now, defamation per se is it's still a defamatory statement, right? But what's different is that it's kind of a subtle difference, okay? But this in defamation per se, the statement itself can be enough to meet the damages portion of the statement. So essentially what it's saying is that it's an implication that the law views, right? That the statement is so inherently damaging to another person's reputation that it presumes harm to the injured party. So you don't have to actually show it harmed you X amount of dollars wise. It's like a good example of this is actually in the TikTok psychic case. For those of you who heard about that out of Idaho, that's this crazy TikToker who was lying and making up all this bullshit, basically saying that some teacher in Idaho is actually who killed the 4 students, and because she's a psychic and that's how she knows. Anyway, it's this whole thing. It's already done, but it went on and on. And of course, she represented herself pro se, of course. And And this was defamation. She was sued for defamation per se. And really, it was like a cease and desist is what they wanted, but she wouldn't cease and desist. But basically, in this case, there weren't really damages to be had in the sense that, the teacher didn't lose her, or the professor did not lose her job, things of that nature, right? There's no actual, you can't prove damages, but it's inherently damaging in and of itself, if that makes sense, okay? Yeah, we haven't gotten back to Amber on the stand yet because we are still breaking down what is the point. We're going through these our jury instructions so we can ask ourselves, what is the point? What is it that we are actually assessing? Which I think is helpful because, again, most of us have seen this trial a lot of times. I think it's not a bad idea for any of us who've watched it a lot of times to remember what it is that we need to be looking for, legally speaking, as we watch Amber on.
Consider if these circumstances show that the words used are defamatory and relate to Mr. Depp. However, such circumstances cannot extend the meaning of the words used in the op-ed beyond their ordinary and common meaning. The proposed implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. In determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence that each statement was made or published, number one, with knowledge that the statement was false, or number two, so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth that...
This is the part that probably matters maybe most of all as per what it is that matters. Let me back it up, and we're going to go through this again.
Evidence that each statement was made or published. Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence that each statement was made or published, number one, with knowledge that the statement was false, or number two, so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement is believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation.
And that's one of the questions as asked. That part really matters. If the person who made the statement at the time it was reasonable for them to think it was true, this is the part that is really important, guys. And this will not be the last time this is an at issue in a defamation case, okay? Let's make sure we understand this. If the person who made the statement, if it was reasonable for them at the time to think the statement was true, then it doesn't matter if it turned out to be true or not. Let me rewind that. That's important.
Statemently as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement.
The state of the mind of the person who made the statement. Again, this is why I was saying, look at these issues that are before the jury and how much more complicated this is than like the Cannary case. That's one of the things that they have to really consider, right? The state of the mind of the person who said the statement at the time. Right? Like that is a lot to ask of a jury.
If the person who made the statement is believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation.
It does not give rise to liability for defamation if the person who said the thing at the time believed it was reasonable for them to believe it was accurate or true.
Defamation. The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meanings of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another. In order to find that Ms. Heard republished the original op-ed.
I'm not sure exactly where you're at with question or statements untrue. I think you might be on a different part, but because right now, like what we just heard is actually not about were the statements untrue. Again, I think what's an important distinction again is like she's saying it matters more of the state of mind of the person. Like right now, issue is not were the statements untrue or not. It's what did the person who said them at the time have reason to believe they were true or false, right? So if the person who said them at the time, their state of mind at the time, if it was reasonable for them to think that the statements were true, then there's no defamation.
Including the
Even if it turns out it wasn't true.
headline through a tweet on December 19, 2018, you must find that she retransmitted the defamatory material or redistributed the material with the goal of reaching a new audience.
Correct.
Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker.
I'm just going to say, so random girl, yes. And thus, AW, that's Adam Waldman, right? Statements shouldn't have been found defamatory. Exactly. Yep.
Has affirmatively reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. Further, if you find a republication occurred on December 19, 2018, then in order to find for Mr. Depp.
I just have to say, where did they come up with this hairdo for her, for Elaine? It's really one of a kind. It's a very unique hairdo.
Against Ms. Heard, you must also find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made this republication with actual malice. A principal is a person or legal entity with power or right to control the means and methods of performance by which another person performs the principal's work. An agent is the person who is subject to the power or right of a principal to control the means and methods of performing the work. An attorney has the express authority to do everything which the client expressly authorized him to do, and the implied authority to do everything necessary or incidental to the purpose for which he was retained.
So this is the part about the agency that is a big part for Amber. DSN says Elaine has the Dutch boy paint haircut. Yes. That's exactly right. It is very specific.
Ms. Heard has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the evidence that Mr. Waldman was an agent of Mr. Depp, and that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the statements. You must remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth, but by doing so, they do not assume the burden of convincing you of the truth of the statements.
Let's listen to that again. That makes it super clear that in this case, the truth of the statements is not an issue. So it really, in a way, isn't even a case of he said, she said. That's why it's really funny, because it's like it is he said, she said, but it's also not, if that makes sense. Because they chose to go that route here where, and it makes sense, right, in this case, because of the fact that you can't really prove it. But that should answer some of the questions of what is this about? So hold on.
Burden remains on each agency when he made the statements. You must remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth, but by doing so, they do not assume the burden of convincing you of the truth of the statements. The burden remains on each party to prove that the statements he or she complains of are false.
Let's listen one more time. Hold on.
That there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth, but by doing so, they do not assume the burden of convincing you of the truth of the statements. The burden remains on each party to prove that the statements he or she complains of are false.
Okay, so let me just clarify. So what she's saying is that they don't have to prove the truth of their own statements. Their job is to prove the falsity of the other side's statement. So that makes a little bit more sense, right? So to answer again, looking back at what DSN said in the Discord, to answer these questions. So what is she being punished for? Making false statements. So yes, for both sides, right? Because again, there's a counterclaim. It's both sides have a claim here. So Amber Heard is saying Johnny Depp made false statements. Johnny Depp is saying Amber Heard made false statements, and they're both and they're also saying they suffered damages. Both parties are saying they suffered damages due to it. So they are. So in other words, if this was a different civil trial of defamation, if there's a different defamation trial, it could be that the parties would be choosing to prove the truth of their own statements, but here they only have to prove the falsity of the other person's, basically.
The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify as to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists as to those whom we call expert witnesses. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state their opinions as to relevant and material matters in which they profess to be expert, and may also state their reasons for the opinion. You should consider each expert opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you may think it deserves. If you should decide that the opinions of an expert witness is not based upon sufficient education and experience, or if you should conclude that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or if you feel that it is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses whose opinions differ, you may consider the ability and character of the witnesses, their actions upon the witness stand, the weight and process of the reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the side for which they testify, the relative opportunities for study or observation of the matters about which they testify, and any other matters which serve to illuminate their statements. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses, you should consider the basis for his or her opinion and the manner by which he or she arrived.
I'm going to jump ahead a little bit because I'm sure we will cover these in full, but right now we're really just looking for the heart of what is at issue here. We don't need to hear about the expert witnesses. So I'm going to jump forward.
And the understatements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or papers.
That's what.
This evidence is permitted to test the non-authority. In considering the evidence, you are not limited to the bald statements of the witnesses. In other words, you are not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. On the contrary, you are permitted to draw from the facts which you find to have been proven such reasonable inferences as may seem justified in the light of your own experience.
Reasonable inferences that seem justified in the light of their own experience. I just love these jury instructions are phenomenal. So DSN is asking this. This is right. I'm so glad that we're talking about. So did Johnny Depp have to prove her statements were false? Did he have to prove no physical abuse? You're correct. He only had to prove that her statements were false. The question of actual abuse would be for a criminal case, basically, right? Like, okay, let me put it this way. Let's just talk about this real quick. This will make a lot more sense. When it comes to abuse, like physical abuse, right? Okay, because we were saying physical abuse, or when it comes to physical abuse, that can happen in a lot of different ways when it comes to the law. You can have a criminal case, right? And so that would be battery, right? Someone like battery, aggravated assault, things of that nature. There can be criminal charges for that. You can also have a civil case where someone is suing for like assault and battery, again, physical abuse, right? That can be done in a civil trial. So let's just say, for example, that somebody gets hit with a pitchfork or something. I don't know. I'm just making something up. Hit with a snowplow. Let's do that. Let's say someone gets hit with a snowplow. Let's say that they don't die. Let's just say that they break an arm. Okay. There could be a criminal case, which means the government is bringing charges forth against the person who was driving the snowplow. Okay. And that case is between the government and the person driving the snowplow, and really has not very much at all to do with the person who got hit in the arm. Okay. Then you can have a civil case where the person who got a broken arm from the snowplow brings a civil lawsuit against the person driving the snowplow. Thus, the snowplow driver could be held criminally liable and civilly liable. And again, what's civil liability? Damages. What is damages? $. Okay. So to answer this question, physical abuse is kind of similar, in which case it can happen on a bunch of different levels. You could have criminal, you could have civil, in terms of if the civil lawsuit, if that suit is about like assault and battery. Here's the difference here, DSN. This is just defamation. It's just the statements. Okay. So that's what's so wild about this. This is just defamation. So any proof of actual physical abuse is completely irrelevant to this entire case. That's why it's he said, she said. That's why it's just the words, only the words. That's it. That's all it is. So And why? Well, because there really isn't any proof, right? So if there was actual proof, say, of the physical, on any side, right, of physical abuse, as in video footage of somebody getting hit, I mean, actual proof, right, physical evidence, then there could have been criminal charges brought. And there also would have been, I'm sure, like you could have a civil lawsuit where you're suing for more than one thing. Like you could sue for defamation. You could have more than one cause of action, right? So for example, defamation is a cause of action. Assault and battery is another cause of action, right? It's going to vary by state, but you can have more than one cause of action. So they could sue, say, if there was proof of physical assault on either side, physical abuse, then either side that has that proof could be suing for, like, for example, as an example, they could have a separate cause of action. They could have assault and battery, and they could also be suing for defamation, and it could all be tried in the same trial, even though there's more than one cause of action, if that makes sense. So, another great example, right? DV with restraining order, you can have both civil and criminal, right? Yep. What's another one? Like, there's a lot of examples. There's a lot of, oh, I can give you another great example. You guys remember the Ethan Crumbly thing with his parents, Jennifer and James Crumbly, right? That's another great example because they had their criminal trials, but I guarantee you, well, I couldn't guarantee you whether or not they're going to be suits. I know it was supposed to be civil. I think that what ended up happening was there wasn't any money there for damages. That's the other thing about civil trials, right? If there's no money to be had, there's no damages. Think about Murdoch. Great example, right? Think about Murdoch. Remember how he was moving his assets around and trying to hide all that shit? Why? You can't get blood from a stone. If you don't have anything there, there's no civil trial. Because the only thing that can be done in a civil trial to make things right, as it were, right, for justice, all it is damages, and damages can only be dollar signs for the most part. Now, there are occasions, I'll give you an example here. Helena Hutchins, okay? With her family and Alec Baldwin, some of the civil liability and the civil suits were worked out with him, the husband, being, I don't remember exactly what it was. He was promoted. It was something like he was promoted to executive producer. If anyone knows for sure, you can say in the chat. But it's something along those lines. Like he was promoted to executive producer, given some type of higher job in the movie. And that was a way that they worked it out. And that's unusual, but that's another way it can be done versus dollar signs. But 99% of the time, that's what damages is dollar signs, right? So hopefully that's making sense to you guys. So yeah. So DSN, did I answer your question? Was it too lengthy or too much? I feel like I answered it, but that doesn't matter. What matters is if you feel like I answered it, and everyone else who's here, right? Because I think this really matters. This is really a great question, right? We all had to learn this the first time we watched this trial, that neither side here has to prove physical abuse. Again, if they brought a different cause of action instead of or in addition to defamation, would be different. If they brought a cause of action for like assault and battery, or what else could it be? It could be like there's other types of physical things. And again, this varies by jurisdiction, but it could be like aggravated assault or hitting somebody with an object. I don't know, right? It just varies. But they could bring that as a separate cause of action in addition to or instead of defamation. But because it's just defamation, it's only the statements. That is it. Okay, good, cool, excelente. Oh, will not be. I thought it was supposed. Wait, I thought it was already finished. I don't know anything though, and I'm not up on movies, as y'all know. I mean, absolutely correct. She is supposed to be a very experienced attorney and has no clue what's going on. Basics, law, anything basic. In fact, as we pointed out yesterday, she doesn't even have a clear understanding of a video versus a picture versus a statement. I mean, it's just, remember, she's an alien, right, guys?
During the trial, of this case, certain testimony has been presented to you by way of video depositions. You should give this testimony the same consideration as to its weight and credibility as you give to the testimony of witnesses who testified here in court. You must not discount any testimony merely because it was shown to you by video recording. When one of the parties testifies unequivocally to the facts within his or her own knowledge, those statements of fact and the necessary inferences from them are binding upon him or her. He or she cannot rely on other evidence in conflict with his or her own testimony to strengthen his or her case. However, you must consider his or her testimony as a whole, and you must consider a statement made in one part of his or her testimony in the light of any.
I'm going to clarify something real quick because this matters. Just like how we were saying with defamation, what Judge A was saying is that both parties agree that they don't have to prove their own statements are true. They only have to prove the other side's statements are false. I just want to clarify something. So we can take this a step further. Not only did Johnny not have to prove that he did not physically abuse Amber, he also did not have to prove that she physically abused him. Let me say that again. Not only did Johnny Depp not have to prove that he did not physically abuse Amber Heard, he also did not have to prove that she physically abused him. Same thing is true for her. No, again, just think about that because that's really important, right? Nobody had to prove that physical abuse did or did not happen by anybody. It's just the statements. It's wild, right? Wow, crazy.
Explanation or clarification made elsewhere in his or her testimony. Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable and legitimate inferences and deductions from the evidence. If you believe from the case that a witness other than Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard previously made a statement inconsistent with his or her testimony at this trial, the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said was true. If you believe from the evidence that Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously made a statement inconsistent with her or his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered by you as evidence that what Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously said was true. In reaching your verdict in this case, you are to consider the testimony and evidence. Sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any inference from the fact that an objection was made. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded. Any amount of damages requested by a party is not evidence in this case. You should not consider it as evidence in arriving at your verdict. If you find your verdict for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, then he or she is entitled to recover compensatory damages without any proof of actual or pecuniary injury. So
again, so DSN's working through this in his head. I totally get it. I understand. Remember what we hear a lot in jury instructions too, right? They say you can't follow what you think the law should be, but you have to follow what I say, right? That's how the law goes. And here's the other thing. Remember, let's just think this through. Why is it logically, yes. What DSN says here, logically, yes. It should follow that if they're trying to prove the statement or the truth or falsity of the statement, right? If that's that issue, then logically it should follow that the veracity of the statement matters, right? Is it true or false? But remember, the key part, so I pointed it out when Judge A said it, the key difference here, guys, is that at the heart of the issue is actually the state of the mind of the person saying the statement when they said the statement, which is just even, this is why I'm saying, really, this is actually far more complicated, right? Than if you compare this to Karen Reed, you can't even really, because it's wow, this is way more complicated. But these jury instructions make it very clear. So again, the reason why it's not so much the truth of the statement. I mean, I know it is the truth of the statement, but only to the extent of it's the state of the mind of the person who said it at the time. That's really what it comes down to. So, it really matters more. The question really is, when I look at what this says here on the screen, it's the question really is not what Johnny. Okay, if you're assessing the veracity of it, if you're assessing Johnny Depp's claim, the claim of defamation, you're not assessing him, you're assessing Amber, right? And vice versa. So if you're looking at the statement that she was abused by him, that is the statement That's Johnny Depp's claim, okay? If you're looking at Johnny Depp's claim, you're not assessing Johnny Depp, you're assessing Amber, okay? This is the key thing. I think this will make sense. Let me repeat this. The statement was that she was abused by him. Well, those are the statements for Johnny Depp's claim, first of all, because there's a lot of statements. Let's just clarify. There's a lot of statements at issue. If we start with the statement that she was abused by him, those are the statements that Johnny Depp are Johnny Depp's claim. Those are Amber's statements. Therefore, to assess that claim, we don't assess Johnny Depp, we assess Amber, right? So if you're looking at the statement of, did she abuse him? Again, the answer to that is not in assessing anything about Johnny. You're assessing Amber, and you're assessing Amber's state of mind when she said it. And the question being asked of the jury is, when she said it, did she, and then she listed all the elements, right? Did she say it to one or more person, right? Was it published? Did she, what was her state of mind at the time, right? Did she know it was false? That's really the question. That's really the question, right? Did Amber know it was false when she said it? So therefore, think about it this way, guys, right? If that's the question that's asked, is did Amber Heard, right? In this case, did Amber Heard know it was false when she said that Johnny Depp abused her? And that's the defamation point, right? And if the jury finds, yes, she knew it was false, then if you follow that logically, right? Then technically that's almost like saying, it's like almost proving that he did not abuse her. Does that make sense? It's very subtle, but it matters here because again, that's what the jury has to find. The jury has to find that there was an intentional wantonness and disregard, either knowing it was false or should have known it was false when you made the statement at the time. So by saying, if you're saying that Amber should have known or did know that those statements were false when she said them, then you could follow logically and make an inference by, following that if the statement's false, it means he didn't hit her. Does that make sense? Y'all go easy on DSN. Yeah, and Kate Moss, DSN, I was actually thinking this. It'll be interesting when you get to see Kate Moss take the stand. And I think that was a big turning point for a lot of people. When she takes the stand, it'll be interesting to see what you think about that. So yeah, y'all, DSN is very smart and very reasonable. And this is first time watching the trial. And I can't say how much I love that he's keeping an open mind. I wouldn't have it any other way. I hope for everybody here, we can all keep open minds, especially our first time watching a trial. That's what it should be, right? And okay, so he admitted hitting objects, punching. So here, I'm not going to look at the fact right now. What I'm not assessing here is the factual, of these things, right? I'm looking at legally, is this defamation? That's what we're breaking down. So he admitted hitting objects, punching walls, throwing things, all potentially considered battery. But again, he doesn't have to prove that what he was saying was true. She has to prove that what he was saying was false and vice versa. It's not about what actually happened. It's about who can prove what somebody said, basically, right? and then again, you can draw an inference after that of, okay, well, like I gave in that example, if they find that Amber Heard knew it was false when she made the statements that Johnny Depp abused her, right? You can draw the inference after that if you want to, that means those things didn't happen. But that's not what's being asked of the jury. The jury might think that as they're driving home, right? For example. But that's not actually part of what's being asked of the jury or asked of anybody. But it would be a reasonable inference you could draw if you find those statements were false, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's right. Amber's cross. Right. We'll be getting there soon enough. So, all right, but hopefully that makes sense, DSN. Did that make sense what I was explaining here about this? Y'all, for anyone who doesn't remember or doesn't know, I'm a teacher. and it really matters to me that everybody here, again, no squirrel left behind, right? That everybody understands. It really matters to me. Like, that's what I feel like, if anything I can bring to you guys and be helpful, is that, you know, is teaching and explaining and whatnot. Yeah. So, okay, good. Again, if y'all have any other questions, put them in the chat. And I appreciate everybody here being, you know, able to mature, right? Of course, I say mature as in agreeing to disagreeing, like you guys are doing. It's awesome, right? And again, we were all here, right? We've all been here and that's great. We should have an open mind during a trial, right? We should have an open mind, especially if we're watching a trial for the first time, or if we're on a jury, especially. Blackwater's going to go forage in the kitchen. I hope you find something good. And yeah, so. Oh, that's too bad, random girl. We'll miss you.
Result, injury to Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's personal and business reputation, humiliation, embarrassment is presumed. If you find either party liable for defamation, then in determining the amount of damages to which the opposing party is entitled, you may take into consideration all the circumstances surrounding the defamatory statements, the occasions on which they were made, and the extent of their publication, the nature and character of the insult, the probable effect on those who heard the statements,
the nature or character of the insult. Also, isn't it crazy just to think about, we wouldn't even be here if Amber never published that op-ed. That's the whole reason we're fucking here, because she published that op-ed. That's it. If she never, they would never, this would never have even happened. It's pretty crazy.
and their probable and natural effect upon the defamed party's personal feelings and upon his or her standing in the community and in business. Your verdict should be for the amount that will fully and fairly compensate him or her for: number one, any loss or injury to his or her business. Number two, any insult to him or her, including any pain, embarrassment, humiliation, or mental suffering.
Pain.
Number three, any
pain, embarrassment, humiliation, or mental suffering.
Injury to his or her reputation. And number four, any actual out-of-pocket losses that were caused by the statements. Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2nd, 2020. Ms. Heard can recover damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements were published. The burden is on the parties seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of the evidence each item of damages he or she claims, and to prove that each item was caused by the defamatory statements at issue. Neither party is required to prove the exact amount of damages, but the party must show sufficient facts and circumstances to permit you to make a reasonable estimate of each item. If either party fails to do so, then he or she cannot recover for that item. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that the statements in the op-ed were made with knowledge that they were false, or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Ms. Heard for such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. If you have found by clear,
I need to make like a group hug thing. I got to remember to do that.
And convincing evidence that Mr. Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made the statements with knowledge that they were false, or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Mr. Depp for his such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damage.
That's another thing for anyone who isn't aware. So this is what's so, y'all, civil trials are fucking wild. When it comes to compensatory damages or punitive damages, let me explain that real quick. Compensatory is to compensate, right, as it sounds like, for anything that's lost. So again, let's take, for example, let's take someone's in a terrible car accident, right? And they're in the hospital and they need surgeries, and it was $100,000 of medical bills, right? Then, you know, compensatory damages could be, as just an example, $100,000 of medical bills plus like however, so and how it's like, in other words, it's like replacing money that was lost. So like if they missed work because they were in the hospital, if they're not going to be able to do certain work in the future, if they're going to need future surgeries. So the compensatory damages is like looking at how much money did it cost them already, and then how much could it also cost them in the future. And then it also can include pain and suffering. And what's so interesting is there's no numbers, like there's no guideline for this. It's like, it can be literally anything. And in fact, the jury can completely make up whatever number they want. Kowalski versus J. Hatch is a great example of this, where each party can recommend or suggest what they think is appropriate for compensatory damages and or punitive damages. Punitive damages won't always apply. So that's why I said and or if they have them. The jury can completely can go with what one of the parties recommends, or they can just say, fuck that shit, which is what happened in the Kowalski v. J. Hatch trial. So punitive is punishing. So let's take Kowalski v. J. Hatch. That's a great example. They had a lot of damages there, okay? They had every type. They had compensatory damages for how much money they spent in the hospital and all the stuff they needed, and then ongoing bills, pain and suffering. They also had another cause of action for the death of her mom. They had a lot. That was another one that was really interesting with a lot of different causes of action. A really good one to break down legally. If you guys are ever interested, I would be happy to do it. It's a very cerebral trial, I will say. So they had all that, and they had experts come in and say, here's how much money, because Maya was young, right? They're like, here's how much money she could have made if she were able-bodied, and she was, I don't remember what it was, she was young. So it's like, okay, how much could she have made for the rest of her life? Like all that shit. They have experts come in, y'all. Experts come in and give their estimations of here's how much money so-and-so probably would have earned. Here's how much money they're probably going to have to spend in the future on health insurance or on medical bills. All this to give these numbers, okay? And then there's your punitive damages, which is basically just to punish whoever did wrong doing. And again, I don't even think parties give a recommendation on that, actually. I think that's just completely like, I know. So what's funny is in the Kowalski v. J. Hatch, you had the jury come in and they, I think they followed pretty much whatever the recommendations were for the compensatory damages, but for punitive damages, they just completely blew it out of the water and made up some number that was like, I think it broke a record. I don't remember what it was right now off the top of my head, but like they just were like, they gave J. Hatch all of the middle fingers. It was crazy. In fact, what the jury doesn't know is that there actually is a cap on the punitive damages, but they don't tell the jury that for good reason. Because the point is the jury is supposed to decide, here's how bad what you did was, and here's how much you should have to pay for that. And only if that number exceeds a certain amount will they then say they don't even tell the jury. This just happens after the fact as they're going through so like, I don't remember what the cap was, but they had to cap it because the punitive damages that the jury awarded were higher than what was even legally allowed by the court. Isn't that wild? So, Tennis Girl, shout out to you. Can only lurk, but yay. Yeah, I know. That's a great 2 cents right there, man. I'm with you on that. Can you elaborate, Spencer, on what you mean by multipliers? Shout out to Tennis Girl for her command. And yes, that's right. It was capped here as well. That's correct. These are great questions, y'all. Punitive damage, you will not always have punitive damages, right? But if there are punitive damages, there's always going to be a cap, and that's going to vary by state. But if you could elaborate on what you mean by multipliers. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. Thank you, Maisha. Thank you. Y'all are awesome. The cap in Virginia is 350,000. Thank you. I think that's higher than it is in Florida, which is where the Kowalski v. J. Hatch was, because I feel like they had to cap it way below that, and the jury had awarded I don't remember. If anyone wants to look it up, you can. That was a huge fucking verdict. It was insane. And the punitive damages alone were insane. It was like millions of dollars. I don't remember how many millions. It was just so many millions. I don't remember. But they had to cap it. But I feel like the cap was less. But yeah, again, it varies by state. And so, yeah, ACLU is a dumpster fire. Yeah. And of course, you know what's so fucking funny, man, is that's how Elaine is representing Amber. I'm sure you guys already know that, right? But she made that statement, right? And then was supposed to be donating money to the ACLU, which she didn't, right? Pledge, you donate. although DSN hasn't gotten there yet, so I don't want to spoil it. But that's how she got appointed with fucking Elaine. Like, she didn't pay for Elaine. Elaine was hired by the ACLU to represent Amber. So the whole thing's just insane. Okay, we might be done with this for now. Let me just.
All right, closing arguments.
Excellent. That was good timing on my part. All right, let's move along with day 16, people. Party squirrels. Not that. Okay, here we go.
Still under oath, okay? All right, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Spence.
Amber, when did the first act of physical violence by Mr. Depp occur?
Objection asked and answered.
No, overruled.
Okay, we get to start our ticker over, people. All right.
That would have been early.
I'm just going to reset real quick. Guys, we're on day 16 now. That was a lot of legal stuff. Appreciate you guys for bearing with me. Hopefully you guys feel like you learned something. I think it's actually helpful. Again, like just to keep these things in mind as we hear this testimony, what is it that we're doing here, okay? But now we are starting day 16. We're still on direct. Amber's going to be on the stand for another full day. She has direct all day, except for they start cross in the afternoon. And we're going to do our counters. We're going to reset them for each day. So the what if any counter is reset to 0 because we're starting a new day. So if we were doing the whole trial again, we would do it. It would be cumulative. But since we're just doing these random spots, then we're going to just do it by the day, I think. Unless you guys say otherwise. But it was 38. I reset it to 0. So
2012.
And how did you determine this?
I reviewed my therapist's Objection notes. here.
Thank you, Spencer, for clarifying. Yeah, so it was like 15 million before the cap. That's the punitive damages in Kowalski v. J. Hatch. If anyone sees what that total verdict was too, feel free to share because I don't remember and I'm curious. That feels like such a long fucking time ago. But yeah, so it was like $15 million that they awarded for punitive damages, and then it was capped at $5 million. Incredible. So I guess the cap in Virginia is lower. I guess it's all relative. In my mind, it was capped at such an extent that was so much lower than the original that I must have, yeah, in my mind, it was, yeah. I needed to add more zeros though.
Hearsay.
She hasn't even answered it, Your Honor.
All right, I'll allow the answer.
Okay, hold on. What was the
By
question? Hold on.
reviewing my therapist's notes.
Oh my God. Let me-
Objection
All right,
hearsay.
I'll sustain.
This is the beginning of, hold on. Guys, this is the very beginning of the day. Listen to how the day starts. This is insane.
She hasn't even answered. Physical violence. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, here we go.
Amber, when did the first act of physical violence by Mr. Depp occur?
Objection asked and answered.
No, overruled. Good.
That would have been early 2012.
And how did you determine this?
I reviewed my therapist's Objection notes.
Yeah.
Hearsay.
Your therapist notes are
She
hearsay.
hasn't even answered it, Your
All
Honor.
right, I'll allow the answer.
By reviewing my therapist's notes.
Hearsay.
Objection
All right,
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, but it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's
Fucking
explaining
Elaine.
what she looked at.
I'll sustain the objection.
Wow. Did you hear that?
Um,
She's pissed.
When did you earlier believe the first act of physical violence occurred?
Well, I had always believed up until recently that it had started later, that the violence started around early 2013, not early 2012.
Now, you testified earlier.
I'm just going to say something real quick too. We were saying this the other night. We were talking about the Baldwin trial. But for anyone who missed it, there's a lot of beautiful quotes that Kit's put in the chat based on this. I'm going to summarize it, but it's this idea that the truth comes out on cross-examination. It's like that's how you get to the truth. The truth comes out on cross-examination. And so that is such an important thing to remember. And we see this time and time again in cases. So we can keep that in mind as we watch this. And right now we haven't gotten across yet of Amber, right?
That the first act of physical violence by Mr. Depp related to the Winona Wino tattoo. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay. Does that change your testimony, realizing that this is earlier? Was this in fact still the first act?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What was the first act?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
How do you remember the first act of violence?
Well, you never forget it. That's how I remember it. It changes your life forever. You never forget the first time someone hits you like that. I just had the date wrong.
And how is it that you think you got the date wrong?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I'm embarrassed to say I think I would have liked to have believed that the period of time
Yeah, this is an
in which I had to fall in love with Johnny, in which we fell in love and he was sober and he wasn't violent to me, lasted for a lot longer than it did. I think I would have liked to have believed that I wasn't hit so early in the relationship and still stayed. He was also sober for a period in 2012, which was a peaceful time for us, in which we fell in love. So I had kind of allowed myself, I guess, to forget that the beginning of that period, 2012, before he got sober,
wow, what an answer.
was really violent and chaotic as well. I'm embarrassed to say that.
Now, you testified that the police were called multiple times. Other than the May 21, 2016, what other occasions were there where the police were called?
They were called in December of 2011. They were called in 2012. They were called in 2013 in March by the landlord. I had sought advice from Laurel Anderson as to whether I should call the police.
Objection hearsay.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Okay. When you filed the domestic violence temporary restraining order, how many acts of abuse did you allege at that time?
I gave
I was just talking
the last
to you.
couple, I believe, last two incidents, maybe three.
And why didn't you tell of all the acts of abuse at that time?
I was following advice from my counsel.
Okay. How many instances of abuse
Yeah,
were
name the
included in the
lawyer.
UK
Yeah.
trial?
There were 14 acts of physical abuse and violence and 3 acts of sexual abuse.
And why were those 17 included in the UK trial?
Well, I was not a party, a direct party. I was a witness, so it was whatever their counsel, the Sun counsel chose.
Okay. When is the first time you were called upon to provide a detailed accounting of as many times as you could recall of physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp?
Objection hearsay.
That's not hearsay, Your Honor. I'm asking her when she was called upon to do so.
Well, the objection is hearsay.
IMDB's.
Right, but it's not offered to prove the truth
boy.
of the matter asserted, and it's just
Elaine
asked.
still doesn't understand what hearsay is. What does she do? What is Amber doing to her outfit? They tried to teach Elaine yesterday what hearsay is. Didn't work. Hi, ABC's docket. Happy to see you. Yeah, where are the cop reports? So I'm trying to remember what ends up happening. Does anybody? It's a stupid question. I know somebody, probably all of you guys, many of you guys remember specifically. There are parts that come in of the police reports, but not the actual police reports themselves. But juries don't ever get to see that shit. Like, they don't ever get to see like the actual filled out form or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just that the law enforcement officers would come in and testify as to what happened. And there is I'm trying to fucking remember where in the trial that comes in. There is a little bit of that. Does anybody remember? Don't be sorry. She is tough to believe. If you're referring to Amber, right. They're hearsay unless there's an exception. I guess that's why, like I was saying, right? Like well, of course, it's a better example. We see it in criminal trials, right? But it still could be hearsay either way. But that's why the police officers come in and they testify to what happened, right? And they don't submit similarly to like how medical records, even though there is a medical records exception to hearsay, like we don't. When there's documents, right? Think about like in any trial. There's very few documents that really get published when you really think about it, right? Like there's exhibits that we'll see, but in terms of like in any trial, there's always documentation that is like with everything happening, right? But like very, very infrequently will you see that the documents are like, you know, given to the jury or put on an exhibit, if that makes sense. So if she's pledging, oh my God, that's fucking hilarious. That's what it is. She's pledging. Brilliant. Maisha, 1 billion squirrel points to you. Okay, thank you. The May incident had cops come twice and they testified. Okay, thank you. That's what it is. They testified. So that's why. Yeah. So love you guys. Y'all are awesome because the police reports are hearsay, right? And the cops did come in and testify. Yeah. Okay, cool. So that answers all those questions. Awesome. Y'all keep the questions coming if you have them. She's pledging. Oh my God.
Asking for date.
All right, overrule.
Thank you.
I think she said, what if any?
A few months ago, February.
She said, what if
in
any, didn't she? I missed it.
2022, this year, was the first time I was asked to do so, other than cold in the deposition.
Okay. And when you were asked to provide those, what did you do to be able to prepare that accounting, that full accounting?
Well, I had the benefit of my therapist. note.
Objection, hearsay.
So, Your Honor, she's
Correct.
not saying what the therapist said. I'm just
I'll
asking.
overrule the objection.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I looked at my therapist notes. I had the benefit of those notes, which we had received in February, as well as I reviewed calendars, photos, text messages, my journals, my diaries.
And there you go, DSN. All the cops said they didn't see any evidence or violence of injury to her. And again, this is like what I was saying is like that is what's the point of that testimony? It's to show the truth or falsehood of the statements that Amber Heard made. But again, this is a great example of how you could then draw an inference based on this evidence given by the cops. If you find the cops' testimony credible, right, you can draw an inference then that it also means that the abuse didn't happen, right? So that's the next level. So hopefully that makes sense to everybody with the statements versus the actual thing happening. But yes, exactly.
Of which there were many. I put all of those together. It took a lot of time to be able to, adequately refresh my recollection and fill in the details over the course of the 5 years we were together.
And what did you do when you put that all together?
I kind of filled in and collected all of these various pieces of information and gave a fuller account as best I could for each incidents of violence that I had record of. I think it was called an interrogatory.
In this case?
In this case,
All right.
excuse
Did
me.
you sign?
An interrogatory is, glad you asked, just kidding. So an interrogatory is very common in civil suits. So in civil suits, remember guys, they usually settle, right? Don't go to trial. Why? They're fucking expensive. So if you've got a civil lawsuit, the parties have to pay a fuck ton of money to reserve that courtroom, any courtroom, right? Because it means that there cannot be a criminal trial. So they have to pay money to the government. So an interrogatory is one of the many things that are done ahead of trial, to try to prevent a case from going to trial, essentially, right? So like before you would have a case settling, right? Like a civil suit that would settle outside of court, you have in terms of the discovery process, right? Like you've got your discovery process. We're more familiar with that when it comes to criminal trials. In a civil trial, discovery is a bit different because the type of discovery is different. Why? Because the government's not, the government can be involved. In other words, the government can be sued, but government's not the one bringing charges. So you don't have an investigation in the same way. So what you have is you have a plaintiff and a defendant, right? So the discovery process consists of things like interrogatories and depositions. And so interrogatories is just simply it's a statements made under oath, just like other things, right? That we hear, it's statements made under oath, but it's just simply questions and answers. So for example, it can even just be stuff like, is this your address? Do you live here? Did this happen on this day? Whatever the case is, it's just questions that you answer, and you fill it out, and therefore it's under oath. But it's used to gather information through documents so that you're not having to take the time and spend money with people, essentially. Like if it can be settled and handled all completely without even having to be getting all the parties together, it's like that's what would be preferable typically. So hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, that's what an interrogatory is.
Sign that under oath?
I did.
Okay, and it was provided to counsel for Mr. Depp?
It was.
Okay. And was it a pretty lengthy document?
It was far too long.
And how
Yeah,
is it that you didn't just
absolutely agree.
remember all of those events like this?
I agree. We pointed that out last night too.
That's
Because last night she was going through the whole Australia thing. Dude, the number of times she said she was embarrassed. I know a lot of you guys were here and here and now and everything, and it was long stream. But like every time she said she was embarrassed, it's like it's hard testimony to listen to. I think it's, you know, for those who have been through anything like with anything like this, but even if you haven't, it just does not resonate, right? It's just not what you would be thinking. Anyway, all right.
that's not how your memory or my memory works. You know, we were together for
Tell us
5
how your memory
years,
works,
almost
Erin.
4.5. And it was a very violent, chaotic, at times very loving, emotional relationship. So as anyone can imagine, there was a lot going on. And unfortunately, the violence became almost normal, especially towards the end. It was just, it's hard to say that now, but the violence was almost normal. And, you know, your brain does with trauma what it does, puts it away best you can. So
You wouldn't know.
I was, frankly, I was shocked to see a lot of the information presented to me through my therapist notes, because she was taking them in real
Objection,
time.
Your Honor,
Oh my
hearsay.
God, what
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay, we'll move past what the therapist said in her notes. Okay. Now, there's one more. You also provided a declaration in this case early on. Do you recall that, trying to move the case to California?
Yes, there was a declaration in 2019.
All right. And did you describe some of the events of violence in that declaration?
Objection leading.
What, if anything, was said about violent acts in that declaration?
I was taking the advice of my counsel. It was to get it moved, I believe.
Okay. And was there, did you include all of them?
No.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Thank
And-
you.
No, I did not include all of the incidents of violence. That was not the point of making this declaration. We were making this.
Can we move past all this? Move past all of what specifically? Let me update my what, if any. The other thing is that we have DSN watching with us, and this is the reason we're doing this, guys. And DSN has not seen this trial before, and so this is how all of this got started. For anyone who didn't hear the story, I feel like some people are probably like sick of hearing it, but anyway, this is how I had this idea, because he was watching the trial for the first time and he was getting to the point where Amber was on the stand, and I was like, oh my God, we have to do this. So, congratulations on finishing your cardigan, Black Witter. Y'all, if Candace pops in the chat, was Candace here earlier? I don't even remember. Hold on. Anyway, Candace finished her half marathon today. So if Candace pops in the chat, y'all make sure you congratulate her. Okay, I kind of figured that's what you meant, Maisha, but that's why I just wanted to make sure.
Declaration and effort to move it to California,
should've
because as
figured
hard as it is to go through this sort of
Elaine.
trial, as it is, it's even harder to do so in a place that neither Johnny nor I are connected to.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier about guitars, and you said you've never played a guitar.
Why the fuck are you asking?
Have you ever played a guitar player in a movie?
You could say I posed with a guitar. It turns out I am an unteachable.
Y'all, I'm sorry. Can we? Kid Smith, I hope you're still here. We have to hear that again. First of all, the fact that why is Elaine asking this? Second of all, we were joking about this yesterday with the guitar. I was like, I made a joke. I was like, of course she's terrible at guitar. I forgot this came back again. Why it's coming back again is beyond me. But then also, turns out she's unteachable. I believe it. And Elaine laughs. This is one of my favorite things. So let's just listen again.
It's even harder to do so in a place that neither Johnny nor I are connected to.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier about
No,
guitars,
yes,
and you said you've never
there's no
played a
mention of it.
guitar. Have you ever played a guitar player in a movie?
You could say I posed with a guitar. It turns out I am an unteachable.
This is my favorite thing ever.
Okay. I'm going to take you to the tape recordings. Why did you and Mr. Depp start taping each other?
Well, at first it was not.
Guys, I'm so excited. Y'all, let's take a moment. DSN's going to be hearing this for the first time. We have a Squirrel crew member who is going to be hearing these recordings for the first time. This is epic as fuck, y'all. We're getting to the recordings. You guys, DSN, I can't fucking wait. Let me just play it because I'm too excited. Oh my God.
First, it was meant to be a way to get to the heart of some of our communication issues.
Oh my God, you guys.
In order to to discover in a therapeutic fashion kind of what was some of our issues in our communication.
Okay. Now, we heard an audio tape earlier
Oh my God, y'all.
during this trial in which you said the word couch repeatedly. Can you please explain to the jury what that meant?
Oh boy.
Yes. Couch was a word that we had been given, that we decided upon, rather.
Objection, hearsay.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp said about this.
That it was a safe word. It was meant to be a safe word, like a word like truce, where you put down the proverbial guns and you say, truce, we're not fighting anymore. Couch was supposed to be a word that we used as a truce. I don't want to fight anymore. You win. Let's stop this. That was.
Now remember, guys, for anyone who watched or didn't watch The Office, Michael, Scott, and Jan had a safe word. And that's what I always think of when I hear this part. But the safe word for them was when Jan asked Michael to do something sexually that he was not comfortable with. And that safe word was foliage. So, which I think is fucking hilarious. Just saying.
The mention of couch, which you heard earlier in a recording.
Yum. I love, dude. Honestly.
Now, what, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about threatening to divorce each other or threatening to leave?
Objection calls for hearsay to
I'm
the extent
asking
it
for-
calls
Wow.
for misheard statements.
I'm asking for
Use
discussions
divorce?
with Mr. Depp.
As a weapon.
Still hers.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp said. Don't tell us what you said.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah.
Guys,
Yes. What did Mr. Depp say
guys,
in
it
your
just goes
discussions
down
about
here.
the use of the term threatening
Yes,
to
Kathleen.
divorce or threatening to leave each other?
Objection, leading.
Overrule.
Well, Johnny would always say the only way out of this was death. But in fights, in particularly heated ones, we had found, we
Y'all are
were
fucking
using
funny.
divorce in the fight, in some of our heated fights. We tried not to, but that kind of deteriorated after the December incident that I got beat up pretty badly. And after that point, it was used a lot more often.
Okay.
I got beat up pretty
No.
badly, she says.
March 26, 2015. This is after the first Australia trip and after the staircase incident. I'm going to ask, Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 371A?
Oh, I wonder what it's
This is
going
a
to be.
tape recording, and it's going to
Here we
be
go. Y'all.
1 minute, 1:01 to 2:29.
We're about to hear the recording. ABC's docket. Yeah, so they were just talking about couch here in the trial. And I was just making an Office reference from the show The Office about Jan and Michael having the safe word of foliage. So it could have been either one's couch in the trial and foliage in The Office. This is what we were talking about. Sandy D. Nuts
Did you
at
say
the
the
ready.
Yes,
times again?
it's
Yes, ma'am.
1:01
Oh, all right.
to
We're not-
2:29.
I'm not going to talk
And
during
if we
the
could,
recording.
I don't know whether you had turned up that volume. I know it's
Well,
hard to hear
right,
these.
but
Is this in evidence already?
I'm moving it into evidence, Your Honor, but these are the tape recordings between the two, which I think we had agreed.
Is there any objection to 371A?
Your Honor, if you just give me a moment to
Okay,
confirm there's no other voices.
Uh-oh. Are we going to have a sidebar first? No. He says his safe words are no and stop.
It's not
Brilliant.
necessary.
I love it. Just keeping it
It's not in
simple.
evidence, Your Honor,
Okay.
so could you please confirm that
Keeping it
there are no
simple.
other voices?
I will confirm that.
Okay, all right.
And it's Depp's exhibit.
Right.
It's Mr. Depp's exhibit.
Plaintiff's 371A then, any objection?
No objection.
Okay, 371A in evidence. Thank you.
And we may need to, Sammy, if I could just, if you listen, we may need to turn that volume up. Sometimes
Kelly
your
dance
control is a little bit
reminder.
better than what we have, Max.
Okay, you guys ready? Sanity nuts. Get your sanity nuts.
I see somebody who's changing always into different versions of a person that I recognize for a brief moment. And then he slips away. And he disappears. And then I get a different version of him. You get the insecure, scared version of him that lashes out in a different medium every time. So if it's Adderall junkie Johnny, then he's abusive and he's a bully and he's a tyrant and he's mean, and he's reactionary and he's incendiary, and anything I do and say is cause for violence or anger. If I speak to him honestly, bluntly from the heart, I'm yelling at him. If I argue back with him, then I'm abusive. If I don't say anything, then I am dismissive or absent or it's wrong or somewhere else. If I engage with him, I'm part of the problem. I'm yelling, I'm mean. If I don't engage with him, then I'm part of the problem. No matter what I do, I'm fucked.
That was
Because
not
if
me.
I look at him the wrong way, he's a problem. If I say the wrong thing, God knows what it is. I'm the problem. I'm the problem. That's the guy who's on a bunch of fucking speed.
What did you mean when you were saying that to Mr. Depp?
That no matter,
Love you,
my
Bud.
perception was that no matter what I did, no matter what I did to de-escalate, walk away from him, to confront him, to try to, nothing I did made a difference. Nothing I did changed his rage at me. Nothing I did changed the violence towards me. Nothing I did calmed him down. And I was constantly doing a juggling act of what kind of version of Johnny I was dealing with. There were different versions of him, and they were drastically different from one another. And even more so than them being different from one another, they didn't even sometimes remember what the other version did or said. They acted almost like independent versions of this person, depending on what combination of drugs and alcohol he was on. That's what I was trying to express to him. It's just the futility of me responding and successfully, and the futility of trying to constantly negotiate with him and the substances he was on at the time.
I'm going to take you to April 15, 2015, the premiere of When I Live My Life Over Again. What, if anything, did you do for that premiere?
What if any?
I believe that premiere was in New York City. It was a small independent film I shot. I went back to New York to attend the premiere.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 421, please? Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Can you get pictures?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 421.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 421 in evidence.
May we publish to the
Published to the
jury?
jury.
Thank you. Amber, could you please describe for the jury what this picture is?
What is she?
That is a picture of me a few months, I believe this is April of 2015, so it's a few months after.
Okay. For anyone, like, y'all, so what are we supposed to be looking at? Does anybody, if anyone didn't already know, would you be able to spot, without someone pointing it out, what we're supposed to be looking at here in this picture? Also, I wanted to quote Spencer from yesterday, who had a brilliant idea, because, you know, we've got Johnny is a bunch of different hybrids of things, but that Amber, her hybrid spirit animal is, what was it, half demon, I think is what it was, which is great.
The March incident that happened in Australia.
Would you have seen them though if you didn't hadn't already watched this and didn't know what they were going to talk about? That would be my question. Like, would you have noticed that?
Early March, in which Johnny held me down on the countertops and my arms were cut on the glass
And
in that attack.
And if we could draw attention to your arm there, are those scars? What are those? Please describe for the jury what those are.
Those are scars that I obtained while Johnny was strangling me and assaulting me on the countertop in Australia.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit
That is
423,
not what
please?
those are. Sorry, people. That's the same, Spencer. Same here. Same here. I would not have seen that if they weren't pointed out. I'm with you guys on that one. I'm thinking, oh wow, like that's a nice lip color. I'm like, wow, that looks like that's a nice, they have like long wear lipstick that stays and like doesn't get crusty or whatever. And I'm like, wow, I wonder what brand that is. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Her hair looked nice. Yeah. That I would not have noticed the arm had not been pointed out. And even when it's pointed out, then it's like, oh wait, that does not, okay. Doesn't look like.
And does this accurately
They do look
portray
soft.
the scene
Yes.
shown?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Hold on a second. I'm going to
Yes.
move the admission of Defendants 423, please.
No objection.
423 in evidence.
Thank you.
Publish.
May we publish?
Black Widow is asking about boobs.
All right, and please describe to the jury what this
That's a heck of
shows.
a ring, though, right? A heck of a ring.
it is a picture of me on a red carpet. You can see my scars. Even though I have makeup on them, they're a bit harder to cover.
Again, this is just like just like the pictures from yesterday, right? Remember, she hears these pictures that are the evidence, quote unquote, of the destruction in Australia. And then what did she say in every single picture? Well, this doesn't show how bad it really was. Same thing. Here's this picture. Well, I'm covering them up with makeup. But I do want to point out again, to my point about the lipstick. I want to know what brand lipstick that is, because that does, although I will say it does look like there is a little bit of a smear on the side, although that could be a cold sore because we know she does tend to get those, I guess. So I don't know. But it's hard to find a good long wear lipstick that doesn't get crusty and whatnot.
Because they're rather fresh.
Now, after this, in April of 2015, you returned to Australia with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Objection leading.
Overruled, I allow it.
Thank you.
Yes, we did.
Okay, and tell the jury about that trip.
Well, after Johnny was able to get clean off of the coke and the other drugs enough to get the hand surgery he needed, there commenced a period
Spencer,
of time of
accurate.
sobriety for Johnny.
Yep.
He,
Me too. I'm very accident prone.
his doctor had fired him and then came on when Johnny agreed to get clean. And so
Objection
there was-
hearsay, non-responsive.
Beautiful.
Don't say what, I mean, we've already had, Your Honor, we've already had the testimony from Dr. Kipper,
Oh my
but
God.
don't say what Dr. Kipper did. Just tell the other part. Just don't
By
say
the
what
way,
somebody else
there's
said.
more recordings coming.
So there was this period of
I forgot that
sobriety
they said-
after that. And Johnny was very committed to being clean and sober. And I thought we had finally done it. We finally did it. We were through it and we were never going back, meaning he was going to be clean and sober for good this time. And we had a wonderful period of, we fell back in love or deeper in love than we were before. It seemed things were so good.
Sorry. Y'all, let me rewind that. You guys, y'all, million points to whoever can figure out why I'm laughing. As in, squirrely mind.
And we were never going back, meaning he was going to be clean and sober for good this time. And we had a wonderful period of, we fell back in love or deeper in love than we were before. It seemed things were so good. We were talking about a future again. We were talking about having kids. I mean, when Johnny wasn't using it was so peaceful. We had we had a good time together. We went back to Australia like that in that state and
There it is. We went back to Australia. That was one of the things that we were talking about yesterday, is the fact that she went back to the place. Went back there. It's just
a few months. We even had my parents come and visit us in Australia, and we were talking about babies and about buying a farm and
this is weird as fuck, Mia.
looking for homes in California. And we
What?
were in a really beautiful, peaceful period. It was wonderful.
sounds like you were kind
It
of
was wonderful.
Now, how did you stay at the same place that you did the earlier time in Australia?
We went back to a very remodeled version of that home.
That's
I mean,
insane.
remodeled. very cleaned up version of that home. Same walls, same structure, but
I'm sorry. As opposed to the fact, are you trying to say that you left, you go and do all this other shit, it's been however much time, we don't really know because everything's confusing with you and your timeline. But eventually at some point you come back to the house. Does it need clarification? Are we supposed to assume that they left the raw meat and the shredded nightgown and the lampshades and the penis pictures and whatever the fuck, blood? Like, she says remodeled, and then she corrects herself and says they cleaned it up, as if that needs even to be said. It was cleaned up? A person lives there. It's not a hotel. A person lives there. The sportsman, as we heard. Does she think that the sportsman should have lived there with it being in that same state as they left it? I don't understand this.
looked a bit different, as you can imagine.
Sanity
How
nuts.
did you feel going back to that home, given what had happened in March,
Right?
early March?
Exactly.
You know, the home isn't the problem. You know, if you're living.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is she doesn't have okay. This can only be said by somebody. I'm going to go ahead and just say this might be just my opinion, okay? But like, I mean, it is my opinion, but this can only be said by somebody who does not have PTSD. And I would say also because these events didn't happen. Like, dude, the place where the thing happened, you don't even have to go that far. It can just be a song playing or a smell in the air or a random word. It could be a word that's completely benign, but a word that that is connected in some way to the event. I don't even, guys, but I was going to say, Spencer, they have a Benihana's there worth it. Dude, million points to you, my friend. That
In
was
domestic
awesome.
violence, you don't just not go home. You know, you don't just not go into the kitchen just because you were slapped in that kitchen. People living in domestic violence.
Okay, it's different when you live there, Amber. You went on vacation to Australia, and you know what? There's other places you can go in Australia. You can also go not to Australia.
In their homes.
Oh my God, I cannot. I can't.
That's almost,
I can't with it.
you know, the home isn't the problem. That's the normal part of your home. And for me,
What?
you know, Johnny was my home. Where we were a couple was my home. And that home was often really.
Guys, hold on. I don't. I'm goading early today. Of all of the things so far that she has said, I would say that for someone who's been through an abusive relationship and PTSD and all that, of all the implausible things, including the shit we heard yesterday, for me, this part might be even the most implausible of all of it. Honestly, in my opinion, this is even worse. It's even worse than yesterday. If it just when you think it can't get worse, it does.
Violent, but it wasn't the structure itself. It was Johnny.
The person, Johnny is my home. She's saying. She's trying, dude. It's like she's coming up with it as she goes along, right? Trying to explain how it's not completely because and why? Because she knows it doesn't make any sense that she went back there, or else why would she be explaining it? She would, dude. If she genuinely felt like there was no need to explain it because she knew that trauma happened there, but it's not weird she went back, you wouldn't need to justify it. But she's like making it up as she goes along, and then I think she can tell the jury's not buying it because then it's like, well, because Johnny's my home. You mean you're quote unquote the person who's abusing? Like it just.
And when we went back to Australia, that home, Johnny was
home is where the punches are, right?
Completely different.
Yeah.
You know, he had done a complete 180, clean, sober, present, calm. We were peaceful. I mean, any of the gripes and the problems that he
Gripes.
seemed to have about me. When
Gripes. So we've gone from punching and choking to now it's gripes.
away when he was sober.
I cannot.
And so we had a really, we managed to go back to that same house, but in a very different way. It felt very different.
I just
June
Like that.
16, 2015, the Magic
I
Mike
just-
tour. Where did you go for that tour?
While I was in Australia, I got the call for that press tour and went to Europe for the press tour for that movie. And, I was nervous because problems arise when I'm having to work when I leave.
Objection, non-responsive.
That was still responsive.
Well, sustain the objection.
Oh,
Next
lame.
question.
Michelle, can you please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 447?
yes, Kathleen. Correct. Yes. It would, dude, for people who survive shit. It's like I still have nightmares about the place where I, left. And like if it were me, if this were true, right? It's like you'd have to knock me out with a tranquilizer and kidnap me to get me to go back to maybe somewhere else in Australia would be fine. Although I feel like if this were true, I feel like seeing a kangaroo could be a PTSD triggering event, right? But it would have to be only under gun pointed at my head or sedated or knocked out to get me to go back to the house. In fact, we've heard of this in stories where there's horrible abuse going on. One way that an abuser can on purpose abuse somebody is by doing something like that, right? Anyway,
I'm going to ask you first, does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Elaine loves that
Yes.
question.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 447.
No objection.
447 in evidence. You can publish.
Thank you. And Michelle, if you could zoom in just a little bit
wait.
closer.
Oh, we're still trying to
Amber,
look
could
at
you tell
where
the jury about this picture?
Yes, that's me on the red carpet promoting the Magic Mike movie I was in. You can see the scars on my body, on my arms.
Okay,
You can't see
I'm not a fan of this
everything,
dress.
of course, but
okay. And
Yeah.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 449?
Right, kids next.
And Amber, does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants 449.
No
All
objection.
right, 449 in evidence. Publish.
And Amber, could you please describe to the jury what this
That is-
portrays?
Dude,
Uh,
I have to say, I love that braid thing. Like a fishtail. That's a pretty cool braid, isn't it? I dig the braid. Although I don't know, I guess we're supposed to be seeing an injury somewhere. I don't know. I don't see just the hair. Is cool.
This is, you can see the scars on my arm from that attack. Also around this time, Johnny was calling me on the phone before and after, while I was doing these press events. And sometimes I would be on the phone with him, kind of managing accusations
Objection
about why I didn't
non-responsive.
pick up sooner, didn't text back
This is
sooner.
non-responsive.
And sometimes I actually on this
Objection,
tour many times had to delay getting out of the car or
Objection,
they-
non-responsive.
There it is. I called it, y'all. Called
I'll
it.
ask that. How did Mr. Depp react to your
I was like this.
going on this press tour?
he was very upset with me. I just remember crying on the phone with him a lot and having to hang up to go.
The question was, how did Mr. Depp react? She never can talk about what he does. She can only talk about herself. So her answer is, I remember crying a lot. Dude.
Do press events.
All right, thank you. Now, I'm going to take you to the Southeast Asia train trip. That was your honeymoon trip, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and that was July 25, 2015?
Yes,
No.
it was.
Okay. Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162. It's already into evidence. Now, Mr. McGivern testified that he took this picture in July of 2013. Would you agree with that?
Objection misstates prior testimony.
That's exactly what he testified to.
It was
It
Malcolm.
wasn't.
I have the transcript.
There's
I
a piece
don't
of-
know. Go ahead and ask your
It's
question.
Mr. McConnell.
Is that correct?
I believe Malcolm Conley took this on the Orient Express.
Malcolm Connolly, not Travis McGivern?
I believe it was Malcolm on that trip with us, yes.
Okay, and was it in 2013 or was it 2015?
It was in 2015.
Okay.
I've had a muffin
July.
forever.
And please describe, if you can, what transpired during this trip.
Well, the train trip itself was peaceful up until Johnny wanted to start drinking brown alcohol. He had already started drinking champagne when I returned from the press tour. That's what he was drinking, wine and champagne.
They say trains are very erotic. I've never understood. I've never been on.
And when he wrapped on Pirates 5, the plan was for us to do this honeymoon. I was walking a bit on eggshells because I know a pattern, but I was not wanting to accept that we had gone back to a pattern at all. And so we were on this train, and on the last night we were on the train, after this was taken.
Were
this
they on
photo,
a train?
Johnny and I got in an argument about him.
Spencer's making a great point. You can see Johnny's injuries without zooming in, without changing the lighting, without even someone asking you a question. Like, just like we were asking about Amber, what's the first thing that stands out in this picture without even being asked? You're like, oh, dude, Johnny's face, right? It's wild, right?
Wanting to be allowed, meaning wanting me to agree to him drinking liquor and being okay with it. And an argument followed that in our sleeping car.
Yeah.
Johnny slapped me across the face and held me up by got a hold of my neck and pushed me up against the wall of the cart.
If you just grab her hair.
It was a small and narrow sleeper cart, and there were two beds, one on each side. He had me up against the wall while he was standing on the floor in between the beds, and I was on the bed, kind of half kneeling, half standing, trying to get his arms off my neck, and he was squeezing my neck against the railway car for what felt like.
Another thing is, for the amount of squeezing of her neck he does, according to her, she should have bruises on her neck. And even when she shows us those stupid pictures of her face that don't look like she got hit in the face, I mean, she doesn't even attempt to be like, oh, look, there's a bruise on my neck, ever, right? But for all the times, how many times, you guys, do we even hear yesterday? He had me by the neck. He grabbed my neck. I mean, dude, it's every single fight, right? The neck is a really delicate region. I can actually speak to this because as a violinist, you get what's called a violin hickey, and violinists are known for it. And it's a permanent mark on the neck that looks kind of like a hickey. That's why they call it a violin hickey, and people will think it's a hickey. It's a permanent mark from the violin, and it doesn't actually take much to cause one because the neck is such a sensitive area. So, and that's just without even that's not even from a lot of pressure or force or pain or anything. It's just from something touching your neck. So,
like a very long time, and every time he kind of would pull me away from the side of the car, he'd slam me up against the wall. And I remember looking down at him and trying to get his arms off of my neck, and I remember thinking that
there would be witnesses.
He could,
well, people working on that.
He could not even mean to kill me. I remember being scared that he wouldn't even mean to do it.
Right.
And kind of looking down at him because I was slightly above him as he was standing on the ground, and kind of clawing at him, trying to get him to, his arms away from my neck. I remember
that's right. No fingerprints either.
At one point, he ripped the top of my shirt. I don't really remember what it was, but I remember I had a breast exposed.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
At some point, I pull at his lapel of his shirt, and he rips the shirt off of him and wraps it around my neck. And that's how I woke up.
Creative, at least,
The
right?
next morning, actually, I
That's
woke up with it still.
That's a
around my neck.
creative one with the shirt on the
And,
neck. That's creative.
Giant knot in the back of my head.
Did you keep a diary at that time?
Yes, I did.
Swear to
Michelle,
God.
can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit
Here we go,
461?
DSN. We got a diary coming up here, and there's more recordings on the way also.
Objection hearsay.
It is a diary, Your Honor, and I will just ask her some questions about it rather than trying to admit it into evidence at this point.
All right, I'll wait for the question. Go ahead.
What if anything do you recall about recording what transpired on that train?
Objection hearsay.
I'm just asking her whether she did. I'm not asking what she recorded.
All right, I'll allow it. Go ahead. Overruled.
I wrote about what happened that night the next morning.
Thank you. Now, did Mr. Depp suffer any injuries on that trip?
Not that I saw. I have a lot of pictures from that trip, and he's uninjured.
Okay.
I
Thank
know.
you. You can take that down, Michelle. Thank you.
So are they?
Now, I'm going to keep you in July of 2015, and Michelle.
So is she not published? I can't remember. Is she not publishing? They're not publishing that? I mean, all she did was ask her if she wrote about it, but she didn't. Because technically, well, okay. If they had a way, if they had a way to verify that the diary, the statements made in like for this part right here, right? That things that were written in there, if they could verify that it's was written when it looks like it was written or whatever, technically this is where you could get a present sense impression, right? If she wrote about something contemporaneously, you could get around the hearsay, but I can't remember. I mean, obviously we see with the diary things later, but I don't remember if this specific one comes in. Do y'all remember?
I'm going to ask you to bring up Depp Exhibit 390A. It's a recording. And I'm going to be asking about from 3:30 to 4:12. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor. It's another recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
Correct, DSN. No, that black guy was on that trip, and she's saying, yes, that's all accurate. Yeah. And true. I mean, of course, anyone can write anything in a journal, but just like how anyone can say anything, it's the same thing, right? Anything written in a journal, it's just a statement, because a statement can be written or verbal. So if I say to somebody, I'm a frog, I don't know, I'm just making something up, right? It doesn't mean I'm a frog, but someone could hear me say that, right? Again, it's about the statements, just like with the whole thing that we were saying at the beginning. So, and then it's up to a jury as a finder of fact to judge the credibility of a witness, right? And then to determine how much weight they're going to give to the statement if they find it to be accurate or not. Like, in other words, someone can testify that I said I was a frog, but someone else the jury can look at me and be like, yeah, she's not a frog. So that's a stupid example, but maybe it helps. I don't know. Yeah, it's crazy because she is tall. She is, and we talked about this yesterday with that kick on the airplane, that it's really impossible to think about how high he would have had to kick his leg to kick her in the back. But yeah, because she is almost as tall as him. Her boob, that's another great point, Kelly. Her boobs are always out. Another great point. Actually, I thought of that and I didn't even say it, but I was great. Thank you. Yes. That's exactly right. If she wrote it in a journal contemporaneously, that does help her credibility still. Right. And that's why I'm thinking it's crazy, because are they not going to try to admit it? Because they could get around hearsay on this, right? That's why I'm like, does anybody remember if they admit that particular journal entry or not? Because we know we do see journal entries, but it's interesting because if they could get around hearsay on this, but Elaine might choose not to admit it, but instead just ask her if she wrote it, right? For a reason, right? Because it could just show that Amber didn't say anything about any event, right? Of course. So it's interesting. That's where the strategy comes in, right? And then the hair. And that was the other thing I was thinking. she didn't say he grabbed her by the hair. So now I call bullshit, right? Because every single other time he grabs her by the hair.
But there's nobody else in
It's
there.
plaintiffs, what number was it?
It's plaintiffs, it's 390A.
Okay. Any objection to 390A?
Yeah, a
sorry, Your Honor.
diary entry or a journal entry, if it's written at the time, is a good example though of present sense impression as an exception for hearsay. So.
May we approach?
Okay.
Oh, guys, it's a sidebar time. It is time for a sidebar. Okay, so as I'm pulling it up, I will say real quickly, thank you guys all for being here. This is great. Thank you for DSN for being the inspiration for this. And I will say as well, for anyone who missed it yesterday, I've got really specific timestamps for yesterday's show. And what I'm going to say is that, wait, not a video file. Sorry, I'm trying to share my screen. So it wasn't planned or anything, but it came up yesterday about, I can't remember what it was specifically. Oh, right. It was, it came into question the ability that someone would have to leave and get out in an abusive relationship, because I kept commenting on how Amber would be given these opportunities to leave, because Johnny would tell her, like, we're breaking up. She admits, like, the number of times they broke up, right? And then Johnny saying, like, you can leave, no hard feelings. So too many times to count, right? But I kept pointing out that, to me, this again is why it didn't ring true as, obviously, to me anyway, again, not an abusive relationship, because if you're in an abusive relationship, the abuser is not going to give you opportunities to leave. And so anyway, but we were talking about that. Anyway, I just wanted to say that, while I'm not a psychologist, and Fenderr, who's not here right now, is obviously, but, I'm not a therapist, I'm not a psychologist, whatever. I wanted to mention that while it wasn't planned or anything, I did share my own personal experience with being in an abusive relationship and leaving and getting out, and what that was like, because it was the only way I could essentially give any credibility to why I found her statements to be not credible, if that makes sense. To speak from, I do have a lot of experience, so I did speak. So in other words, I just wanted to say that everyone's experiences are different, but that I do have experience with specifically, and so it does. And I know I'm not the only one here in this that is in that position, but barring having a degree in psychology or being like a Dr. Curry, it does help, because you can, especially when you have PTSD, that's a very specific thing. And you can, and like, that's why it bothered me earlier with Amber, for example, because I was like, the going back to the house thing, it really, yeah. But so I am happy if anyone here in the chat does not know what it's like, and is like, can you elaborate? What is it like? What happens when you have a triggering event? Like, I am an open book, you guys. I will talk. I just don't want to talk y'all's ears off, which I'm doing anyway. I'm happy to answer any questions and elaborate about what it's like. If it'll help you guys understand it, I'm so happy to do that if you guys want me to. But whether that or not, I just wanted to say I do have it timestamped for anyone who missed it and is interested to hear what happened to me and how that, is related to my perception of, again, the credibility, right, of these statements. And as we know, that's what the jury's instructed, right, to use their own life experiences. Don't leave your common sense at the door. Use your life experiences, and you can judge the credibility of these witnesses. So, so it's relevant for that reason as well. All right, sidebar. So Ms. Vasquez, Your Honor, I have an objection to defense counsel using plaintiff's exhibits. The court, that's fair game. Ms. Vasquez, indirect examination. The court, that's fair game. Ms. Vasquez, okay, thank you. Back to the court. Yeah, I mean, that is fair game. That was kind of a funny objection from Camille. Let me just see if there's another sidebar coming right up. It looks like it's not. Oh, but you know what? We're getting to more recordings. Okay, never mind. I don't want to see any spoilers. We're going to get to more recordings, you guys. Yay, 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 yay. Yay, 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 yay. Okay, sorry. Let me pull it up. Woohoo! Sweet. Is the heart thing seems alike? I don't know the answer to that, Spencer. And now we have the spinny wheel. Spinny wheel, spinny wheel. Oh my God, I completely forgot there was a command for sidebar. Thank you, ABC. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Objection.
All right, 390A in evidence.
I saw you doing
Here we
it
go.
earlier, whatever. It's fine. It's secretive. It's deceitful. You already you had trouble with me before
Well,
when you said to me that you didn't feel like you were told when I was recording you. So please stop.
You didn't.
Please stop.
You did not.
Please stop.
Fucking acknowledge what I'm saying before you keep making demands. You are not a school
Okay.
teacher. Shut
Okay.
the fuck up.
Don't
Listen
shut
to me, and then you can fucking respond. Understand? You ain't nobody's fucking mom. You ain't no school teacher. Don't fucking pretend to be authoritative with me.
Okay, fine.
You don't exist.
Leave it on.
What were you discussing in that call?
We were discussing whether or not it was all right to record each other without the other's permission. And Johnny said it didn't matter anymore, the requirement of that permission from me. I was trying to say, hey, we agreed.
okay.
Let's go to August 2015. Please describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in that time frame.
You said August?
August 2015.
August 2015 was a very difficult time following the brief honeymoon we had. Johnny's use continued. Well,
Thank you.
started again.
Oh my
Is
God.
a better way to describe it.
She can't even keep her own bullshit story straight. Thank you so much for ABC in the chat for explaining to everybody, including myself, the difference between the heart and the like. I honestly did not know, so I appreciate that. Yeah, I know, right? For sure. Oh my God, spinny wheel.
And lo and behold, so did our disagreements, coincidentally. Not coincidentally.
Fucking hell.
I got an offer to do a job, which was already a problem or problematic. I was considering working on a TV series that had James Franco in it. I was asked if I would meet with the people who are making the show.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth.
I
of
would
the
say
matter.
relevance
Overruled.
also, right?
And so I was considering taking that job. And there was a possibility it would require brief nudity, which I knew I would have to negotiate down. But obviously that was a problem for Johnny. Didn't want me to do that. Didn't want me to work. And frankly, I needed to. And there was another film I had coming out that I had previously shot. It's called London Fields.
Oh, the London Fields.
It was a source of a lot of fighting between us because of the sexuality in the role. It was a constant negotiation between myself and the filmmakers. They made a film, and Johnny told me that he had heard about it, was unhappy with some of what he had heard. He was unhappy with me having done a sex scene in it that he claimed I didn't tell him about. I did not actually film the scene he was speaking of. He demanded that we watch
Objection, non-response.
a screener of it, which is a version of the film before it's released. We got one sent to where we were at the time, Johnny's Chateau in France. It's in a remote part of France. And once again, we're in this remote place and we're screening this film that I appeared in. And there was a scene, a sex scene in that movie that started before Johnny freaked out because it looked like me. They had used a body double. Unbeknownst to me, without my permission, they used a body double to do a sex scene. So I have an incredibly jealous man who already is upset with me for breaking the rule that I had a sex scene. On top of that, I'm telling him it wasn't me. I didn't shoot that
You guys
scene.
remember what the question was?
And you can imagine how upset he was. He was irate and was calling me a liar, a whore, among other things. And we had this, that combined with the fact that I had even entertained doing this job that involved James Franco was a pressure cooker. I called it a week of
I will give $1 million to anyone who remembers what the question was at this point.
hell later.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Johnny at one point slapped me in the face in our bedroom in the chateau that we were staying in. At another moment, he punched me across the jaw. At one point, he kind of either pushed or threw. It's hard to describe to you which of those two it is because I can't tell you. I just know I went flying into this old church furniture. I later thought I had a concussion. It was the first time I thought I had sustained a concussion. And I wrote about it later.
Now, did there come a time in this time frame that you found a folder on Mr. Depp's computer?
Yes.
What was it labeled?
It was on Johnny's opening page, his desktop. It said, "No fun for JD," in all caps.
And what was in that folder?
It was a collection of pictures of me from various red carpets, starting on the press tours that I had been on, where it zoomed in pictures of what he thought was, like inappropriate clothing,
Yeah,
side
this is really
boobs,
silly.
cleavage, anytime
Really silly.
I moved. and
Objection
I was-
calls for speculation.
All right. I'll sustain as to what
Okay.
she believes it was.
Okay. What pictures were in that folder that we have seen today?
The ones I saw of the kind of rose gold dress and the red dress were both in that file.
Now, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you or ask you about how you got those cuts on your arms?
Nothing.
What, if anything, has Mr. Depp ever said to you or asked you about any injuries that you've sustained over those years?
Johnny's obviously never asked me how I got any of those scars.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp self-injuring himself?
Often. He did that often.
Please tell the jury about that. What did he do?
I first started, I can't tell you what I told my therapist, but I almost called 911 in New York in 2014, August of 2014, I believe, because I thought he had done himself an injury. He often in fights would cut his arms or hold a knife to his chest.
And honestly, Blackwater is completely right here that they do look like they could have been from a dog. So the other thing is this, that y'all, I mean, I've watched too many trials to count. I know you guys have as well. I've never seen a person on the stand in any trial ever struggle so much to testify without using hearsay. It's unusual because most people can just say what happened. It's not like in other trials, they're just not objecting to hearsay, or it's not like in this trial. I mean, like they're on top of the objections, but that's not the issue. It's like, because even when they're not objecting to hearsay, she narrates it as she just did and says, well, I would have been talking about this, but this is hearsay. Like it's wild. It's like she does not know how to, it's interesting. It gives, I think, an insight into like her psychology maybe, or just even the the credibility of what she says happened, because she can't just say what happened, and that's why it's weird. But that's also why the hearsay rule exists, right? Among other reasons.
Draw blood superficially at first, but later, like in 2016, especially as our relationship was ending. He also put cigarettes out on himself. He'd flick them at me, and once or twice tried to put one out on me, but mostly he would do it while screaming at me. He once did it right in front of me, screaming at my face as he put the cigarette out on his cheek.
Now, I'm going to take you to September 15, 2015. And Michelle, if we can bring up Depp exhibit, that's plaintiff's exhibit 345A. This is another audio recording, and it's 5:54 to 7:55. I'd like to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 345A in evidence. Thank you.
What are
play
you
Michelle,
asking about,
please?
Kelly?
I was gonna pour you one.
I'm an alcoholic. You should.
I don't have any control over how much you drink. But you don't have any control over whether I tell you the truth or not. Have you changed lately? Yeah, you've changed.
Well, your truth is really interesting too.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm the first
Give me a
person
glass
that's
of wine,
noticed.
please, so I can go downstairs.
Okay. Yes.
Wow.
Your escape route. I see.
Not escaping. I'll be back in 2
Oh,
minutes.
of course. 15 minutes, just like last time.
15.
Just like last time. When I had to pull you out of the bathroom. Well, didn't have to pull you out of the bathroom, but when you passed out naked in the bathroom in there.
Did you pull me out?
You tried to.
Really?
Yeah.
How did you get inside?
It didn't get inside.
Well, how did you try to pull me
By
out?
pounding on the door, waking you up every 15 minutes, and then falling asleep next to the door so I could hear you snore. In case if you vomited, I could call EMS if you ever stopped snoring.
Because you were afraid I was going to die.
I thought you would choke on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Really?
Yes, very
But
likely.
I vomit a lot.
Yes.
What?
Yes, you do vomit a lot in your sleep, even though.
Good.
Oh, it's news to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
That'll be so good. I hope so.
What, you don't vomit a lot, or you have some, what do you mean you have some vomit? Yes. Nice one, you try it.
I agree.
Please explain to the jury what the issue was in this particular tape recording.
Well, Johnny at the time was wanting to go and drink downstairs at a bar. And,
I know. You haven't even
we
gotten
were
to
talking about 15
that.
minutes because the last several times he had done that, it had
It'll
been
get so
days.
much worse
He'd
being with the
disappear on a bender, get really sick.
Dude.
And you know the drill by now, having heard enough.
Dude, why? Sorry, what? You know the drill by now? She's saying to the jury, okay, that's a whole other thing. I was going to pause it to say, for DSN, especially who hasn't heard these yet, we're getting to these other recordings. Dude, the way she laughs as it goes along here, we hear more of these. The evil laugh, it will make your hair stand up. It's really something else, honestly.
From me. So another issue that we were having at the time, or that he was having at the time, that affected me is that he would pass out and vomit, and vomited very, very regularly at this stage. He was obviously drinking again. I'd given up fighting with him on that at that stage. And what I had a habit of doing is turning him over onto his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit. It's very common for people who do that to asphyxiate. At least that's what I understood.
Objection.
So the advice I got
Foundation?
was
Are you
to
a
turn
doctor?
him to his side, put a pillow underneath his back,
She has
and turn his head so that he didn't asphyxiate. And one time I was doing that and he swung at me, and
This is not
I
legal at all.
told medical. And the advice, after I got their advice, I realized I can't say what the advice was, but after I got
Again,
that advice, I stopped
again.
doing that. I tried to, as
No.
much as I could, leave him.
No.
And just be ready to call 911 or help if I heard him choking. And sometimes that happened behind bathroom doors.
Well, and that's going to take me to September
Okay.
27,
So
2015.
basically-
Again, Depp, that's plaintiff's exhibit
But
350.
it sounds like she's okay. So what essentially sounds like she's described in her words. Let me try to put this like a normal person. What she's essentially trying to say they were talking about in the recording is that he was throwing up in his sleep or something. She was turning him over and he swung at her. And then she got medical advice or something. The thing though is that I just don't, none of that is how a normal person would answer that question. Like, there was just nothing. Like, you can't, like, even that's me trying to make sense of what she's saying, but that story still doesn't even make sense. So we're missing things here, I feel like. Oops.
56A, and the recording is 3107 to 3230. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
Spencer,
No objection.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
356A in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll let you know, and I'm sure someone else will too if we know.
And
Why?
that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing, and you
You
in
figured
the
it
face,
out.
and you said, "No, fuck it, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about?" And I
I didn't
watched
punch
you
you.
lie, and then
I
I
didn't
said,
punch you,
and
by
then
the
I-
way. I'm sorry that I didn't
punched
hit
me.
you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights have been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a closed
You
fist.
get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you.
You can't
I don't know
deck
what
me.
the boat motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your
I'm not
toes?
sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are.
Oh,
That's the difference
you
between
poor
me
girl.
and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start
You
physical
are
fights.
such a baby.
Because
Grow
you-
the fuck up.
Because you start
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to get the
Because-
fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable. Every single time. What's your excuse when there's not a physical fight? Then what's the excuse then? You're still being admirable, right? Just by running away.
Amber, please explain to the jury what's transpiring in that audio recording, what that's about.
Well, there's two different situations that we're referencing in this fight, two different altercations between Johnny and I involving the door. The first of which we first start talking about, where I'm talking about hitting him, I am talking about what that conversation is about the disparity the disparity between Johnny and I in our physical fights, the disparity of how he would proactively punch me and I would have to resort to reactively hitting him. I am talking about the difference between a punch, which Johnny did often, and me having to hit him in my defense. I know the difference between those two, and I'm highlighting the difference between those two, even if he wasn't twice my size. They're very different, and that's what I'm pointing out to him. The situation that involved, the context of that is, it happened in our bedroom up in Penthouse 3. You've heard us talk about that place. And I was trying to shut a door, our bedroom door, actually. I was trying to barricade myself behind this door, and Johnny was trying to get through the door. He was using his body and his limbs to try to bust through the door as I was trying to keep it closed because I knew what he would do to me when he got to me on the other side. And I was hitting his arms, his body, as he was trying to prevent me from closing the door. And that is a separate incident that we later talk about in the second half of that recording, where we're talking about my toes. That involved a different incident, which was a bathroom door. And it was one of those ones that he was passing out in. I could hear him passing out, or what it sounded like to me behind a closed doors passing out. I heard a thud. I heard a lot of commotion. I heard a glass break. And I hear what sounds like his body falling against the bathroom door. I open it to check on him, as I was accustomed to doing at that time. Johnny violently reacted to me opening the door, pushed it against me. It ran up over my toes, and he angrily came around the side of the door, swinging at me. I naturally pushed the door off of my feet, responding to the pain and also to the awareness, the knowledge that he was coming for me. Johnny later later he blamed me in his inability to understand what happened, in that he was not in his right mind, and he misunderstood that interaction and tried to blame me for starting a physical fight between us. And he even later went so far as to say, I wasn't even going to hit you. And that was the second door. I only could respond by trying to take accountability for my actions in it, what he understood my actions were, and my interpretation. And what I'm trying to say to him is, look, I can only do my best to respond. I was in pain, I was scared, and I can't promise you that when I'm scared and in pain, I won't react, thinking I know very well what our situation is and what's going to happen to me should I not react.
Thank you. So I'm going to play another clip from that same discussion, and Your Honor, would be Plaintiff's Exhibit Deps 356B, we'll call that, and it would be from 1:29:27 to 1:30:07. And I'd like to move the admission.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 356B in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle?
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. I promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I really mean it. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to. And me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it. You know, and I think honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Please explain to the jury what was going on in that part of the discussion.
That's the same conversation where I am, as I was accustomed to doing, I'm taking as much responsibility as I had to in those interactions. I have to, in my relationship with Johnny, and as you have to, and somebody will not and cannot take any accountability for anything they do in a fight, as Johnny couldn't and wouldn't. I took on as much as I could for myself. I had the whole relationship been blamed for everything, for his drinking, for him hitting me, for everything in between, blamed for walking away, blamed for staying. And I blame myself as well. Blame myself for my part in it, blame myself for staying, blame myself for putting up with it. And frankly, at a certain point, it's easier to take the blame, feels easier. It almost feels better to take the blame for something than to accept the senseless nature of the violence you can't change. It's almost more reassuring to take accountability for it than to accept the senseless nature of the violence that you can't change, no matter what you do, no matter what I do.
You know what's so interesting about this, guys, is like she's saying stuff that she thinks should sound good to people who've been through this and would like she's trying to sell us a bullshit story and say things that she thinks sound like what people would say. You can tell that that's the lens she's putting it through. She's like, what would people expect me to say? It's so crazy because it's like it's like whoever it was that made the comment about her trying to pretend to be a human. It's like there's not even enough human empathy in her to even relate enough to make any of this even sound like it makes like it gives you that uncanny valley feeling, right? It's like, are you not even a real human? Like that's how this, it's like a person who's never been through this stuff, like normal people could still empathize, as we see it all the time in the chat here and elsewhere. Normal people can still imagine, they can still empathize. That's what's so bizarre about this, because it just feels so weird, right? So anyway, yeah, we've been listening to the bullshit, Fenderr. I know there's a couple people at least probably that have it on mute, and I don't blame them because it gets pretty triggering here with these recordings. But I know but we're listening to we're getting through it together, right, guys? So go ahead and play it again.
Did. No matter what I did, still hit me.
I'm now going to take you to October 5, 2015, and you're under Plaintiff's Exhibit, Depp's Exhibit 393A. It's another recording, 2:40 to 3:43. Move the admission.
No objection.
All right,
Does
393A,
that, yes.
plaintiffs in evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Fact of the matter is, Johnny, they don't know. None of your friends, whether they saw a tiny fraction, that was the tip of an iceberg. A tip of an iceberg. That was my reaction to yet again this happening. That is the tip of the iceberg. And if you want to use that as some sort of like mental excuse or validation of whatever, of telling your friends or whatever they think or whatever they think about me or whatever, fine. But they only saw a tip of an iceberg. None of your friends
Let me ask you a
and
question.
none of this team have actually been there for one of our fights. They've never actually seen.
That's not true.
Really? Have they been in the hallway?
This is
Yeah.
They've
Have
heard
they
it.
seen?
gaslighting,
That is
guys.
absolutely not true. They have not heard everything.
Nathan
Because
could fucking quote us.
Gaslighting.
great, he can quote a part of it, but he has not been there. No one has actually been there for a fight in its entirety.
No, how could they?
No, exactly. So stop using that as some sort of excuse. Like they see, they know, they work for you, or they're your friends. That
Please explain to the jury what you were discussing in that conversation.
Johnny would often use the fact that his, paid employees, his loyal staff would back him up in fights, and that he would constantly threaten to call them in to validate him. They threatened to call them to come into the room to have them back up him and say that it was, that my yelling or that I'm at fault,
No,
that
it's
I'm in the
wild.
wrong, that it's all me. And he would do that in
I was being actively abused as this trial was going on and as I was watching this, right? And I was being gaslit like crazy. I didn't know what gaslighting even was. I just wanted to, I did not know what gaslighting was. Had never heard of it. And that's what was happening to me as I was watching this trial. And it's so crazy because as I'm hearing this testimony, I'm remembering how I felt hearing it at the time live. And it's like, as I was hearing this testimony from her, like the comment I have up here, right? Like she's trying to gaslight the jury from the witness stand. And we're hearing recordings of her gaslighting Johnny, right? And it's like, I didn't know what gaslighting was. But as I was watching this happen in real time or listening to it, all I know, I didn't, at that point, I didn't know, I couldn't wrap my head around what was happening and the dangerous situation I was in. And all I knew was I just kept feeling like I was going to throw up, and I kept feeling fight or flight. And I felt like I might faint or fall over, because actually usually my fight or flight is faint or freeze anyway. And it was because in other words, what was happening was I think my body was processing this as this is what I was going through, but I didn't know what any of it was, right? It's just interesting. In other words, I can speak to the level of gaslighting, yeah, it's gaslighting in real time. Yes. Yep. And you guys are making other wonderful points in the chat as well, guys. Yeah, absolutely. Maisha making a great point here. Yes. Mm-hmm. And that actually matters, right? As to what we were talking about too, with remember, the jury just has to assess the veracity of these statements, right? And that's what the defamation is. Like, was she lying in the statement, right? Yeah. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Almost all of our fights, especially by 2015, that he would call his friends and he'd call his staff in to back him up, so that I knew and would accept that I'm at fault and that I'm wrong. And that was, what I had to agree to over and over again, just even hope that we could have a conversation at some point in a more therapeutic sense so we could move the conversation along. That was his MO, if you will. He'd call people that work for him to back him up.
I'm going to take you to Thanksgiving 2015. Could you please just tell the jury, and we'll go through this one relatively briefly, but tell the jury about Thanksgiving and any altercations you had with Mr. Depp on that occasion.
Thanksgiving 2015, we had friends over. Johnny had Marilyn Manson over, and I had a few of my friends over. We had his son over, and maybe my father. I'm not entirely sure how long he was there. We had dinner together. Johnny was disappearing with Manson, doing coke.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
How do you know he was disappearing with Mr. Manson with coke?
That's what I knew of their relationship at the time. And he was
Objection calls for
disappearing.
I'm just pausing real quick because this is awesome. I love seeing what's happening in the chat. So Fenderr, for anyone who doesn't know Fenderr is our squirrel friend in India, literally the country. And she's also a psychologist. Also, please, if you want to congratulate her, she is now published her, I think it was the thesis, right? Fenderr Thesis was published for psychology, and you can elaborate on that if you want as well. But we had two big moments because Candace finished her half marathon and Fenderr is now published. And I believe you said it was your thesis. But yeah, so yeah, she says, yes, my thesis. Okay, good. So, but Fenderr is saying this is where the mutual abuse thing stops being possible. And then ABC's docket says, will you explain more? Excellent question, because she can and she should, because she's awesome. And so please, and if as you explain, I will be happy to read it out loud. Also, let me say this, Spencer, you can unmute it right now if you want. Because so we can, and what we'll do is when we get back to the recordings, we can let you know. Spencer says, nice. Yeah. So Spencer, since you can listen now. So yeah, we'll let you know. We're taking a little break to learn from our friend Fenderr. And then we'll let you know when we get back. Well, you'll hear me play her testimony, and then I'll let you know too if we need to have you muted again. But yeah, you're in the clear for now. So yes, and I love that you guys are congratulating Fenderr. She deserves it. So yeah, but I'm curious too what Fenderr's going to say about this with the mutual abuse. I found it, just as she's typing, I found it less plausible for, just again, my own personal reasons. Like, you can tell that, from what we can tell from the recordings, we never see Johnny having the power, right? When you look at the power imbalance and the control and all of that, it never sounds like Johnny is the one who is the aggressor or in control. We hear Amber saying those things, kind of, mostly as she's on the stand. But every recording, even the ones she's taking, which are supposed to be her taking these recordings, I guess, for her own benefit, right? You hear her being the aggressor, and it sounds like she's always got the upper hand, right? It's like she might be saying she doesn't have the upper hand, but what you hear is her having the upper hand, if that makes sense. But I'll be curious to see what I just read what Fenderr said, which is really funny because that's what she's abuse inherently comes from a power imbalance. Yep, so that's what I was fucking funny. Yay, so at least I'm not all just speaking from conjecture or whatever. Yeah. Johnny barely gets a word in. Right. One person has so much more power in the relationship and they can do, right. Yes. And that's why the mutual abuse thing is odd to me as she's typing. This is just me speaking about whatever, but I also think it's interesting because I feel like that's got to be a lot less rare because, and I was talking about this last night too, right? With the power imbalance and the way abuse tends to work. The mutual abuse thing is, I just would imagine that it just seems like it's much less rare for that reason. So yeah, the other has not enough. Yes. Yeah. Imagine guys, imagine a country with two Putins, or since it's appropriate here with Amber's outfit, imagine if North Korea had two Kim Jong-uns, right? What would happen, right? Feel free to respond to that in the chat if you guys have ideas of what would happen. But, you know, there's a reason why I feel like the mutual abuse thing is just not quite as common, right? It would end in a nuclear bomb going off or something. Yeah, Fenderr says, and you can hear it in the recording, babe, you're not punched. Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched. And that's her gaslighting him. She's telling him, okay, good night, Angel Baby. Thank you so much for being here. Right, Fenderr. Yeah, not once does she mention being hit. Nope. She tells him he's not punched. And he's like, don't tell me if I'm, what, you know, it's so crazy, right? Because it's so gaslighty. It's like, you shouldn't have to ask someone, please don't tell me what I am or am not, right? Like, that's just so obvious. But she's got him to that point, right? So, okay, I'm going to place this. Well, I'll let you know, Spencer, if we get to more triggering videos or audios.
Speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
So
Please continue with the
he
rest
got
of
up for a longer period of time. Not the normal every 5 minutes to go to the bathroom kind, but like he just disappeared for a longer period of time. And at this stage,
That makes it seem though like she's even just like watching his every move too, right? Spinny wheel.
I was really dependent on recognizing the patterns of what he was. I was reliant on trying to figure out what he was on, what combination he was on, so I knew how to deal with him.
That sounds like you're trying to
It
control
was
him.
incumbent, on me because it affected my safety. Dealing with somebody who's really high, dealing with Johnny high on coke and speed, meaning Adderall or some version of that, is different from the opiate Johnny, which is different from the booze Johnny, or a different combination. And there was talk of Quaaludes at the time, and Johnny was trying to get it from
Objection, Your Honor,
There was
non-responsive.
talk of Quaaludes at the
I'll
time.
sustain the objection. Let me ask.
Right.
So
Please continue.
I wanted to know what I was dealing with. It was important to my safety to know who
Objection, non-responsive.
I think
that's why I followed him
Okay.
to
All right.
Your Honor.
So what did you do next?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What did you do next?
I went upstairs to the apartment, the main apartment, not the apartment that we were celebrating Thanksgiving in, to try to figure out what was going on. And we had an argument that took place downstairs, and I said something to provoke Johnny. I went up the stairs ahead of him to get back to the party. He grabbed me at the top of the stairs, kind of through the stairs actually, by my shirt, kind of flung me a little bit. But I just remember I went into the bedroom, kind of retreated into the bedroom. I had a glass.
The flinging, that's classic, right? I just wanted to say shout out to Iowa Backyard Cam. Y'all, if you haven't checked out Iowa's channel, Iowa has a great channel, 24/7 squirreling, as you can see in the thumbnail. If you love cute woodland creatures, it's 24/7, night and day. It's super chill. And great for watching. Also, I think great if you've got pets, you know, and you want to have the TV on for them. I know there's a lot of people that do that. But yeah, it's very good. And there's also baby bunnies. And so, yes, make sure you check out Iowa's channel. Thanks for being here, Iowa. I love you. Right. I mean, right. Logically there, Blackwater says, who provokes their abuser? Right. Exactly. So yeah.
Of wine in my hand at the time, which spilled everywhere and shattered. And I kind of retreated into the bedroom. Johnny came in after me, and there was this heavy, like vintage style glass decanter. He picked up the decanter and
That's
hurled
cute.
it.
Dude, I love that.
Head, my face. It
That's
missed,
awesome.
thankfully, but smashed into a piece of art behind me in the bedroom wall, above the bed. I got past him. I think there might have been a bit of shoving. I can't really recall and the sequence of when that happened, but I wanted to go back downstairs, and I passed my closet. I had to change my shirt, and I went back downstairs to the party to finish the evening out. And I put on a face, and we finished the evening with the guests, and then more fighting happened afterwards.
Johnny's face, man.
So we talked about December 15, 2015, last Thursday, and also the Bahamas over the holidays.
Okay, I just wanted to say real quick too. Again, Spencer, you're still in the clear at this juncture, but I was going to say, is that to quote, oh no, there's no meanness at all. Yeah. So Spencer is saying, hopefully not cat. No. It's Spencer, you will love it. Please. That is awesome. I would not recommend anybody being mean to, no. I can't, I actually, the only thing that I can't handle more than people being awful to people is people being awful to animals. So anyway, but I was going to say, to quote Joel Waldman, quoting Meave Moen, which is actually Steve Cohen. Some of you guys will know what I'm talking about there. To quote all that from STS, a rising tide lifts all ships, right? So do check out Iowa's channel if you haven't already. Highly recommend. Iowa's been here for a long time friend of the channel, and love what they're doing. And honestly, it's great. It's really incredible, the quality, and even at nighttime, right? Like they've got it figured out, and I don't know how they do the 24/7 streaming. It's amazing. So good night, Blackwater. Oh, that Seagull again, huh? Yeah, Fenderr with the logic. If the person who's dragging me over the broken glass is leaving, I'm going to let them. Yup. So, yes.
I did miss one picture. And Michelle, can you bring up Defendants Exhibit 518? Amber, does that accurately depict the scene portrayed?
I knew she was going to say it.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, I'd like to move the
Right?
admission of Defendants Exhibit 518.
I do love.
All right, 518 defendants and
Are you
evidence.
talking about the dude from
And this is from December 15.
NASA or whatever?
I believe. Could you just please tell the jury what this depicts?
Stupid pictures?
Yes, it's
The Squirrel Olympics.
a picture of my bruised
Love that.
temple, and Johnny had his
We love you,
hand
Blackwater.
on part of my face with my face down.
I mean, I don't.
And I was punching my head. Yeah, I'm repeatedly punching my head. That's what caused that bruise in my temple.
Thank you. Now, we went through the Bahamas before, and you returned from the Bahamas.
I had a bruise worse than that the other day from, what was it? Oh yeah, I was laying down in my bed. I think I'd just woken up. And anyway, I was using my phone, and I was probably watching Trial or something, right? And I had my phone, and I just had my phone over my face, right? I dropped my phone on my face, and I honestly had a worse bruise than that.
Sometime late December, early January, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm
There
going
is
to
no
take you
Bruce,
to January,
right?
February
Right.
of 2016. Can you please describe to the jury what was going on with you
Well,
and
you're smart,
Johnny
then.
in this
Well done.
January timeframe after this December 15 and the Bahamas incidents?
After the Bahamas,
Very interesting.
Johnny's sobriety fell apart. There was just none of it. It was, so he stopped communicating with the medical team that he had hired.
Objection calls for speculation.
How do you know that?
Spencer, you'll love Iowa's channel.
I was there.
Seriously.
They fired him.
Objection
Tried to
calls for
get him.
hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Okay. Without telling what the medical people did, go ahead
What a
and
mess.
tell what was going on with you and Johnny.
Yeah, his mental health, for lack of what it looked like, his mental health was just falling apart. It's what it looked like.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What did you observe that led you to believe that his mental health was falling apart?
He was
Objection, Your Honors. Calls for
Yeah, she
speculation.
can say what she
leading.
observed.
I'll sustain the objection as to leading. Next question.
What, if anything, did you observe about Mr. Depp's state?
He was hallucinating, auditory.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Please tell the jury exactly what he was doing that led you to believe he was hallucinating.
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What, if anything, was Mr. Depp doing that would have led you to believe he was hallucinating?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Holy
Sustained.
mother of
What-
God.
Please describe what Mr. Depp was saying in January of 2016.
Can't you guys? This is so funny.
He was talking to people who weren't there, meaning people who were not in the room. He was communicating with people and sounds and voices that weren't there. I know because I was sometimes in the room and sometimes on the phone with him. And he would tell me I had a conversation with him that I did not have. He would say I said something that I didn't have. He would comment on somebody being in the room behind.
Okay. I will say, here's what I think is going on here. So Johnny, okay, if you're in the room with Johnny and Johnny's talking to people as if they're in the room and they're not in the room, that is different than what she's now describing. It's morphed into her being on the phone with him and him saying she said something she didn't say. What does that sound like, guys? Every argument that couples have, right? Fuck me. Dude. Do you see how she snuck that in? She snuck that in as if it's the same thing. But also what I wanted to say is this too, is that I would say too, also Fenderr. Right, correct. So that's the thing I was going to say too, is that the thing about with Johnny's statements, where did it go? With Johnny's statements, you know what I mean? Like you were talking about, I forget where the comment went, but yeah, you were talking about the statements, like Johnny's words versus her actions, right? I would say that in terms of like my interpretation of it, even if what he's saying seems like even if there's times where he's saying things that are really awful, right? Here, my interpretation of it, I still wouldn't say it even rises to the level of verbal abuse. And here's why, because of the power dynamic. That's just my personal opinion. Like to me, because you can have people, there's some people that kind of say things to each other that other people that don't know them might be like in a different context. They would, how to say this? People have all different kinds of weird relationships. Like where there's some people that just will talk shit to each other, but they understand that to be love or what, you know what I mean? Like there's times where, I'm not articulating this very well. Like, I guess it comes down to the question of when is it abuse or not, right? Because one person's thing that could be abusive might not be to another, right? Of course. Then there's also things, of course, that are going to be obviously abusive no matter what the circumstances. But it just depends, right? Like, for example, if some person really hates being called a pickle, I'm just making things up, by the way, as an example. If someone really hates being called a pickle, and someone's trying to abuse them, and they actually know that it's going to really be harmful to that individual to be called a pickle, and they call them a pickle, right? That could be considered abusive. But in another context with different people, that might not be considered abusive. Is that a good example, maybe, just to make something up? You know, so what's the difference, right? It's the intent. It's the intent, and it's the power dynamic, to me. Like, so that's, I think, one other distinction you can make with where even when Johnny is saying mean things to her or name calling to her, it doesn't rise to abusive because she still got the upper hand. But that's just my personal sort of, 2 cents. All right, and that's another good point. See you next Tuesday. Black Widow just went to bed, but in Ireland, that's like a term of endearment. So, right. She's the one instigating, correct? Yeah. Oh, thank you, Fenderr. Fenderr says the pickle was a good example. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I think it just depends. It just depends, right? Like, you know, only an intimate partner, for example, or maybe a family member, or maybe a really close friend, for example, can really know if there's something that could really harm somebody verbally, because it might be something that's specific to the person, like something that happened in their past, or again, pickle. There's probably somebody on the planet who had a bad experience with a pickle, and being called a pickle would be traumatizing for them, right? So, but there's other people on the planet who probably use that as a term, I'm sure, as a term of endearment. I love you, my pickle, right? Can you guys see what I'm saying? So it's just so context dependent. But you can see how the word isn't the thing. It's what you're doing with the word, right? That's the point. It's not the word. It's what you're doing with the word. It's what your intent is, and it's what the power dynamic is. So that's kind of how I like. So at no point hearing anything we hear in this trial, at no point do I feel like Johnny is being abusive the way I understand it, because she's always got the upper hand. It's the power dynamic and it's the context, right? So hopefully that makes sense to you guys.
Me, that wasn't there. It was terrifying. It was terrifying because, you know, once he smashed a board right next to my face, and it was unclear to me whether he was even mad at me or he was convinced that the guy he said he saw me with was in the room. I didn't know if Johnny felt the man was in the room with us or not at that point.
What man?
But I remember he put his fist through a whiteboard in the
Imagining that
kitchen.
there's a man.
He hallucinated right in front of me. And
Objection calls for speculation.
Don't use the word hallucinate. Just describe what led you to believe
Your
that.
Honor,
I'll
objection.
sustain the objection. She can testify to what she observed.
Yeah.
Please, thank you, Your Honor. Please tell the jury what you
Your Honor,
observed.
may we approach?
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's about time. So, okay. So it is time for another sidebar. It's always sidebar time. And it's sidebar. Okay. So, I ran out of ideas for that song. So I have to stop sharing my screen, as you guys know, so I can reshare it. Do. Lady. Okay, this should. Are we gonna work? Okay, here we go. Cool. All right. So I do have to get to the sidebar. Hold on, let me scroll here. It's crazy because there's transcriptions here of all their recordings and everything. There's your portos. Let's see. Oh, I don't think we've gotten this far because that's another audio recording I don't think we heard yet. Yeah. Okay. No. Nope, I don't think we got here yet. Okay, hold on. No, we didn't get to the. Okay. Where's the sidebar? Why am I not seeing? Let me Control F myself. Hold on, guys. Okay, here we go. All right, so All right, sidebar. All right, cool. So Miss Vasquez, yeah, right? I know, this is horrifying. She's so right. Miss Vasquez, she's coaching the witness and she's testifying. It is so inappropriate. Accurate. Miss Bredoff, she's allowed to do, she described to the court what she observed. She's talking about your questions. Miss Bredoff, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. The court, yeah, just your questions are leading to the answers. I mean, just what she observed, what she saw. Miss Bredoff, that's fine. The court, okay, thank you, Miss Vasquez. Thank you, Your Honor. Back to open court. All right, and back to open court we go. So let me pull this up. Do the things, do the things. Do, 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 do. Okay. And we're going to get to some more audio here. Don't worry, Spencer. We'll let you know when it's bad. And there at sidebar. All right, cool. So let me fast forward this.
I observed.
All right, cool.
Please tell the jury
Night,
what you
yes,
observed.
Ann, we love you.
I observed behavior from him that was erratic, irrational, and didn't seem connected to the reality that we were in.
Now I'm going to take you up to the beginning of February of 2016.
Oh,
February
sorry,
8th,
yes,
February
we can.
9.
We can,
Please tell
Fenderr.
the jury what transpired then with respect to Mr. Depp.
We can.
Please tell.
Room. I didn't know if he was convinced the room that I did not have. He would say sounds and voices that weren't there. I know because I was sometimes in the room and sometimes on the phone with him. And he would tell me I had a conversation with him that I did not have. He would say I said something that I didn't have. He would comment on somebody being in the room behind me that wasn't there. It was terrifying. It was terrifying because, you know, once he smashed a board right next to my face, and it was unclear to me whether he was even mad at me or he was convinced that the guy he said he saw me with was in the room. I didn't know if Johnny felt the man was in the room with us or not at that point. But I remember he put his fist through a whiteboard in the kitchen. He hallucinated right in front of me. And
Objection calls for speculation.
Don't use the word hallucinate.
Yeah, this
Just
is a
describe what led you to believe
Your
that.
Honor,
I'll sustain
objection.
the objection. She can testify to what she observed.
Please, thank you, Your Honor. Please tell the jury what you
Your Honor,
observed.
may we approach?
Okay.
Okay, so that's the approach. Hopefully I went back far enough. But Fenderr has a great idea here that I will do, which is that I can make a banner to put up. This is the audio recording being played and then pull it down when it's done. That's what I'll do. That's a great idea. So did I go back far enough though with those objections? They came fast and furious. Good night to DSN. As also, if he didn't hear me, if he's still here. Before the part.
Please tell the jury what you
Go back.
observed. Describe what Mr. Depp was.
Next question.
What if any,
the medical, Johnny's sobriety fell apart. There was just none of it. It was, so he stopped communicating with the medical team that he had hired.
Objection calls for speculation.
how do you know that?
I was there. They fired him.
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Okay. Without telling what the medical people did, go ahead and tell what was going on with you and Johnny.
Yeah, his mental health, for lack of what it looked like, his mental health was just falling apart. It's what it looked like.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What did you observe that led you to believe that his mental health was falling apart?
He was
Objection, Your Honor, calls for
She
speculation.
can say what she
Leading.
observed.
I'll sustain the objection as to leading. Next question.
What, if anything, did you observe about Mr. Depp's state?
He was hallucinating, auditory.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Please tell the jury exactly what he was doing that led you to believe he was hallucinating.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, was Mr. Depp doing that would have led you to believe he was hallucinating?
Same objection.
Sustained. Sustained.
Please describe what Mr. Depp was saying
This is
in January of 2016.
He was talking to people who weren't there. meaning people who were not in the
Right.
room. He was communicating with people and sounds and voices that weren't there. I know because I was sometimes.
I was confused by that question as well. I figured that was a misspeak, but I don't know what it was supposed to be because none of that made any sense. I wasn't sure what that was, to be honest. I didn't know who was being fired, but doctors can't fire clients. So yeah, right. I know it's a lot. It's fast and furious. So I really don't know what the fuck that's. That was one of those things that made so little sense. I couldn't even guess what it was supposed to be. So I don't know. Okay, I'll go forward to where we were.
In the room and sometimes in the room. And I
Please tell the jury what you observed.
I observed behavior from him that was erratic, irrational, and didn't seem connected to the reality that we were in.
Now, I'm going to take you up to the beginning of February of 2016, February 8, February 9. Please tell the jury what transpired then with respect to Mr. Depp.
Around this time,
Thank you,
Johnny was, again, behaving in a way that was very scary. It was terrifying. And sometimes he didn't know.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think she can describe what she's, what are you describing what you're observing?
Yes.
Please, then please continue.
In these kind of discussions I would have around this time, early February of 2016, sometimes in the argument, he would accuse me of something, some person in the room with me that had just walked out or I was hiding, for instance. And sometimes he would hold on to that,
person that
even when he seemed to have calmed down or come off of whatever bender he was on. And it was almost as if I had to confront what delusion he had or what belief he had or what accusation he made of me in a new fight altogether. You know, sometimes he didn't make it clear to me whether he was mad at me or he knew he was mad at me. It was
she
terrifying.
never sounded scared.
Because I bore the brunt of it. And at around the 8th or 9th,
she's like, don't leave
we were in his Sweetser compound, the West Hollywood collection of homes that he has. And I got some cryptic texts from him in the early morning hours that scared me. I won't say what I said, but I came over to his main house. I believe I'd been across the street. And I slept on the couch. We had some interaction in the morning, which made me fearful. He didn't know whether or not I was fearful he was going to believe that he was angry at me, even though we weren't fighting. I wasn't fighting with him. I had done nothing wrong, but I was really worried that the momentum he was on was going to click into a direction of deciding that he was mad at me and I deserved it. And I was terrified that that was going to happen. So I had an interaction with him and got really worried about that on the morning of the 10th.
All right. Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 638. It's already admitted in evidence, Your Honor. And this is from February 10, 2016. And I'm going to ask you to play it, Michelle.
Oh, hold on, guys. I don't know if this is going to be triggering or not. Let me just in case, I'm going to put a banner thing up. This is the video, the cabinet video. So let me just do this real quick. Create banner. What was Fenderr? So Fenderr said the suggestion was like audio playing. Anyway, I'll put, well, I guess if you're watching it, you would see the video. Okay, let me do this. Video being played. How about that? I don't know if that's helpful or not, but you guys can let me know. Okay, see if that works for you guys. Okay.
Motherfucker. Motherfucker.
What happened? What happened?
It's a cool door. I mean, the key thing here is he's not. The key thing here is
What
he's
happened
not.
this morning? You know that?
She's trying to.
You in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice.
Dude, she's
We're not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
Look at the gas ranges they have over there.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you
Right? I know.
That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're
Have
crazy.
you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going. You got this going.
Dad.
Oh, really? Really? See that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker?
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Oh, bye. Ass.
This video is so fucked up, man. It's fucked up. Okay, I can take this down now.
Why did you videotape this, Amber?
Because I knew he wouldn't remember. that he would
Objection
deny
calls
it.
for speculation.
Bullshit.
Sustained.
Objection bullshit.
Rather than what you knew, you can say what you thought. Just tell us why you.
I was afraid. It's scary. It's scary. Scared. Scared they wouldn't remember.
What?
Objection calls for speculation.
She didn't even
Sustained
say,
objection.
she didn't even say I'm scared. She just said scared.
All right. So I'm going to now take you up to April 21, 2016, your 30th birthday party. Will you please tell the jury what happened that night with respect to, in particular, Mr. Depp?
He at that time we had a fitting that day or the day before, and he missed it, and he was kind of disappearing at that time, like at night, vaguely saying like meetings. He had meetings, but then he'd be gone for sometimes like 2 days, just not coming home and that sort of thing. Coming home after a bender
Calls for speculation
worse.
as to Bender.
I don't think that calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. He's gone for 2 days. Go ahead.
And I had my birthday was coming up, and it was, or on my birthday I said, well, are you gonna make it to my birthday party? We had a dinner planned at our penthouse. I said it would be important for me if you made it.
Objection hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter
Overruled.
asserted. Thank you.
And he told me at some point that day that he had scheduled a business meeting or a money meeting. I think he said maybe 7, which is around the time my birthday was planned for. It might have been planned for 8 p.m. He, of course, once my party was starting, he wasn't there. Texted me at some point to let me know that he was going to make it, but that he was running late. And that continued throughout my party. We finished dinner, and when we were cleaning up and kind of everyone was still leaving because we were waiting to give him an opportunity to show up before everyone left. And he let me know he was there.
Trying to get around hearsay.
I tried to, without saying what I said, I tried to give him the impression that I wasn't going to get on him about drinking or anything. I just wanted him to be there. And we had a toast. We did a celebratory toast. And the guests left. And later that evening, we were in bed, and I had a book, and Johnny effectively said, what's your fucking problem now?
Yeah.
And at the time, we were getting advice from therapists without saying what they said.
Amber, stop doing that. That's
It was
so
important
annoying,
for me
man.
not to
The
make
judge,
him feel attacked.
I think she does get on her case.
So I chose my words carefully. I won't say what I said, but I remember being very careful about how I
No,
worded
that's not
what I
good.
was feeling about my birthday and him having missed it. An argument followed that. I got up out of bed. Johnny's side of the bed was closer to the door than mine. I remember him blocking the door, blocking me to get out, kind of shoving me down, and we had a verbal argument, and then that became a shoving match. I tried to shove him back. I kind of felt myself retreat into the bedroom. At some point, he picked up like a large, I guess it's a Magnum size, not a normal size, a large size bottle of champagne, and hurled it at me. This time it went through a painting, and I loved this painting. I remember it just went like right through the canvas, left a giant hole in it. And I remember thinking we shouldn't have art in our bedroom anymore. And the fight, the argument, the fight continued into the salon area, which is outside of our bedroom at the top of the stairs. Johnny picked up my phone. I don't know why. I don't remember what he was saying when he did it, but he picked up my phone and threw it out of the open window of the salon area, out onto the street, out onto the downtown street that this window overlooked. In that moment, I went, oh, no, you don't. I saw his on the countertop and picked it up and threw his immediately, like 2 seconds later. I didn't want to be stranded this time alone, meaning I didn't want to be the only one stranded without a phone, which had happened to me already several times before this from Johnny. So I picked up his phone, threw it as well. And I said that I wanted to go stay somewhere else for the evening. I left that room, went into the office. We were still screaming names at each other and screaming at each other. And I walk around the side of his desk, and the next thing I know, he has me by the hair and he pulls me down. Kind of, I hit the side of the desk. I remember things flying off of the side of the desk that I hit with my body. I remember trying to fight him off of me. At some point, we're back in my main bedroom, and I believe I was getting my toothbrush out of that bathroom. And when I came out, we had another shoving match, but this one, he kind of like, I remember he chest bumped me in this like bro-y way, chest bumped me and fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he kind of held me down by the shoulders down on the side of the bed, kind of held me, wrestled me down on the bed. I remember I got up once or twice before I ended up on the bed, and he grabbed me, did this thing that he did sometimes when he taunt me, grabbed me by the pubic bone, pubic area. Just as best I can describe it is he kind of just pushed me down, held me down by it, and kind of pulled me into it, and he was asking me, kind of taunting me, asking me if I thought I was so fucking tough. I think you're such a fucking tough guy, huh? Are you so tough now? Look who's so tough. You want to be a man? Tough like a man now? That happened for a bit of time. I'm not quite sure. I think at some point he left. I remember at some point shortly after that, I remember he was still in the apartment when this happened, but I remember kind of collapsing on the floor and being exhausted. It's just, I remember feeling exhausted and crying and kind of throwing in the towel, if you will. I remember saying to him, just, can we not fight like this? They're like, can we start over? Is there anything that we can do? Like, this is really messed up, but can we just not do this, please? Can we stop doing this? Just don't leave. It's my birthday. Let's
And like
let's
another
just
thing
call
too,
it couch. Let's call it truce and not have it end like this. I don't want to have it end like this.
another thing too, like I was saying last night briefly too, was like how I like the way she talks about their fighting. She's like, can we not fight like this? I mean, you know, sounds like what you hear from regular couples for the most part. Like, yeah, like, can we not fight like this? Blah, blah. It's like, just again, to like what I was saying about my interpretation of what rises to abusive or not. It's like, that never happened with my situation when I was in an abusive relationship where like there wasn't fighting. Fighting implies there's equal participation. There's an equal playing field. You don't fight back with an abuser. At least, I mean, I just don't see how that would even be really happening. Right. So anyway, I just wanted to, okay, let me see what you guys are saying here. Yeah, Maisha, you should have watched with us, man. Also, I think she's got some sort of weird fixation with like her breast and her pubic bone, just saying. And her hair for that matter. Fender's like, Fender said to Maisha, where were you during the Karen Reed trial? Yeah. You should have watched with us, man. Especially because if you didn't want, well, I don't know. Some people, I guess, liked the people, you know, being all like toxic or, you know, arguing. Anyway, we didn't have, you know, as you can see, right? Like we've got such a great group here. And so anyway, we were probably, well, from everybody who watched with over here that also had been in other places, just, you know, whatever, like from everything I heard, I think it might've been one of the only places where there was no bullshit, no trolls, no misinformation. I mean, no arguing, no name. I mean, literally, we even made it a tradition. I'm so proud of this too. We made it a tradition to compliment every new witness as they took the witness stand, except for Michael Proctor. But we complimented every witness. And I think that was I don't know, it was great. It was really good. And we didn't do it live every day. I covered it live, especially when I could and when it was like key witnesses. But we're actually not done with the recaps. So if you've missed it, you still have an opportunity because we're about to do week 9. And that was part of like, we took a break to do this weekend. Right. But yeah, so I was doing the recaps and then I did some live coverage as well, but we're not done with the recaps. And then after we finish the recaps, we're going to go back and we're going to do all the pretrial stuff because I came in blind. So for anyone that missed it, you're not, you can still join us. And we're bringing in a different level. I hope people will see we're bringing a different level of intelligence and open-mindedness and maturity and whatever to the discussion from what is elsewhere, from what I understand. So Fenderr, that means the world to me. Fenderr says, it legit felt like a bunch of us were sitting around TV and watching it together. That makes my heart so happy. And that's all I could ask for, man. That's what I want, right? That's what we want to be doing. That's why we're here. That's because that's what we want to be doing. So yeah. So we were able to do some of it live. Like I was there, especially at the end with, all the stuff like the mistrial and anyway, and I'm also keeping an eye too, whenever there's new, court filings. I was going to say, I would be expecting a court filing or rather a response from the defense probably tomorrow. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a response from them. And so I keep an eye out for that. And as soon as I see it and as soon as I'm able, I cover it. So anyway, yeah, but And for anyone who's also following Brian Koberger, I'm covering everything on that too, with all the hearings and court filings. Anywho, okay. So I feel like there was a reason I paused it besides the lolly bird, but anyway, that's okay. She looks so fake sad.
I was just so tired,
She was tired, you guys.
hurt, and I remember crying and feeling ridiculous that after this I
We
would
did
be
try. We did
crying and
try.
saying these
And that's the
things.
thing. That's why it's awesome.
I'm embarrassed saying it now. He responded cruelly. He told me it's what I fucking
try.
deserve, and that I'd wake up alone, and that no one would ever love me because all of this pointing to my face or body, all of this was going to go away. No one would ever love me. My tits sag, no one would ever love me, and I better get used to waking up alone.
And y'all,
And
he also
he
covered these.
said this is all my fault, what I asked for, and he left. I heard him come back in the downstairs. You can hear the door slam. I remember hearing it open and thinking, "Oh God, is this going to happen again? What's going on now?" And then shortly after, I kind of peeked around to the top of the stairs where you can kind of peer into the lower level. And I just see him briefly, momentarily, and he just screams at me, "Happy fucking birthday."
Oh, thank you. Right. Yes, Fenderr.
And stormed out.
Oh, that's right. We did have that one.
At some point, I walked downstairs and saw that he had also left me a note to that
I
effect.
forgot about that. That was funny.
How did he leave a note for you?
I was written on a piece of paper as best I can recall, but I'm not sure.
What? Okay.
And so then the next day, what did you do?
I texted, well, I can't say what I texted. I woke up that morning, the morning of my 30th birthday. And I woke up to my best friend crawling in bed with me and putting her arms around me. And I remember wondering how she walked in because there's a lot of glass on the floor. There's lots of glass. And she put her arms around me and showed me a birthday video that all of my friends, my childhood friends, all of my loved ones made. She really wants to be a victim, doesn't she? Of course, stupidly, the first thing I asked her is why Johnny wasn't in the video, because it had been recorded before. It had been recorded sometime before it was clear. And she said that she'd been asking for a few months, and
it's interesting.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
None of her friends are friends with her anymore.
All right, I'll overrule. Go ahead.
And so we got out of my bed and grabbed a few things and got the dogs, left for our plans, which our plans had been to go to Coachella, which is a music festival that happens in California. And that had been the plan for a while, that's how we would go and celebrate my birthday. And I remember, as I am accustomed to doing, just trying to move on, and remember in vain trying to put on a brave face and have a good time, even though it was impossible.
Let me stop you for a few things. What, if any, plans were there for Mr. Depp to join you at Coachella?
He was supposed to drive down, have dinner, stay in the room, maybe do some writing or something like that in the room.
At Coachella?
At Coachella, where we were. Coachella happens in a different part of California than we lived in. We lived in Los Angeles, and this happens about 2 to 3 hours away. So I finally got in my car back, and I drove with my best friends in the car.
And I'm going to stop you again because I just have a couple more questions before we go into that part. You said you brought the dogs. Who were the dogs you brought?
Johnny's dog at the time, Boo. My dog, Pistol. Oh. We shared them. They're Teacup Yorkies, and I believe Raquel, my best friend's dog, which is a mutt.
Okay. What, if any, issues did
A
Boo
month?
have
Who even uses that word
with
anymore?
bathroom problems, if you will?
Objection, leading and relevance.
Overruled all that.
She had
come you
eaten
don't
Johnny's weed when she was a puppy and had bowel control issues for her entire life, among some other issues. She was, we regularly had to take her to the vet to try to figure
I
out,
have to say something.
well, what was wrong with this dog.
I don't know. I can't say for a fact. You know who would know? Again, we have the best squirrel crew. Abby Giss. Shout out to Abby. Maybe I'll put it in the Discord. Or ask her in the Discord rather. But she's a vet. She would know the answer to this. Because I was going to say, I don't know. Okay. If I had to guess, I would say I don't think that eating weed would cause a dog to have bowel issues permanently. I just don't think that would happen. In fact, I know there are some specialty dog things that include weed. Okay. And if the only thing I could imagine is if eating Johnny's weed would cause any type of issue for a dog, it would be temporary. So I just don't believe this. Of course, it would just be another way to blame Johnny, right? But even if it did, you don't have to say that, right? It's she's asking the questions about the dog. Did the dog have any issues, right? The way you answer that is you explain what the dog's issues are. And then if Elaine asks you, well, how did they get the issues? Then you could elaborate. But I mean, of course, none of this matters because Amber's not going to do any of that. And so it's kind of pointless. But I still just have the question for Abby about if eating the weed could cause this. But I don't believe it could, just from my own dog experience.
Never met a dog that was quite like this. So
She's
she
trying to
had
talk
some
shit about
control
her
issues,
also.
hence why she liked to burrow in the bed. She liked to be in the, by the foot
Mutt
of the
is
bed
weird.
underneath
You don't
the
hear that
covers. And
anymore.
it was customary that they
What's
slept
he
in
miss
bed
out?
with us, but Boo, having the issues she
Right.
had, we have to
Right.
leave her in bed so that she wouldn't be encouraged to go to the bathroom, which would happen
know.
almost immediately
I know.
once you put her down on the floor. And sometimes it happened in bed too. But yeah.
So what, if anything, did you notice
Right.
about any bathroom issues in your bed before you left for Coachella?
Well, Raquel and I were both in that bed with the
Blaming
dogs.
Johnny
And I
with the
didn't notice
weed,
anything, but we
blaming
left
the
them in
dog
the
with
bed
the
while we
food.
packed a bag to go to Coachella, so that so that Boo particularly didn't lose control of her didn't go to the bathroom on the floor. So we leave them in bed until you're ready to take them outside to the patio, which is
None of this
their
makes
designated bathroom break area.
And
None
what,
of that
if
makes
any,
any sense. Sorry.
plans were there? How often did you have housekeeping at that time at your house?
The housekeepers were there every morning. Or they came every day, as far as I know.
Now, we'll get you to Coachella, but why did you tell Starling Jenkins that you had been involved in a prank gone wrong?
Objection, hearsay, leading.
I said why, Your Honor. I didn't say what she said.
I'll sustain the objection expression.
Okay. Did you commit any kind of prank?
Here's the thing about the dog. This doesn't make any sense because she's saying the dog would lose control of its bowels, right? Essentially, go to the bathroom. Dogs have accidents, but she's saying this dog has more accidents than your normal dog, basically, right? Poops itself or whatever. But the weird thing is this doesn't make any sense. This just doesn't make any sense. She's saying that the solution for this dog is that to have it sleep in the bed with them. Because it doesn't poop itself if it sleeps in the bed, right? It poops itself once you set it down off the bed. But the way she said that was weird because she was she corrected herself because then she was we take it outside to its designated bathroom spot. But that would mean that the dog has the ability to hold it. If a dog can wait to go to the bathroom until it's in its designated spot, guess what that's called? A dog being potty trained. So it doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
And why would that not be something you would do?
First of all, I don't think that's funny. I don't know grown
Right,
woman
exactly.
does.
Fenderr, yes.
I was not also in a pranking
It
mood.
makes no sense.
My life was
In many ways.
falling apart. I was at a crossroads in my life that was really serious, and I had just been attacked on my 30th birthday by my violent husband, with whom I was
Wow, that's a
desperately
lot.
in love and knew I needed to leave.
And right, that's the
It
other
was
thing.
not really a jovial time,
That poop is tiny.
and I don't think that's funny, period. That's disgusting.
And what, if any, understanding did you have of Mr. Depp coming back to your bedroom that night or the next
Right.
morning?
And that's the biggest thing,
Objection
right?
calls for speculation.
I'm asking what her understanding was.
No, it's
That's
just
the biggest thing. If you've got a dog, I don't care if the dog has health issues, right? Like it can't help itself, but use the bathroom, or if it's not potty trained. Either way, I don't think you're going to let that dog sleep in the bed. But the biggest thing of all is like the idea that the dog poops itself, but the only time it doesn't is when it's in the bed, and then as soon as you set it down, it poops. That's just sorry. It's just.
Okay. Had you had any conversations with Mr. Depp
Right.
about him coming back to the house the next day?
No, Johnny didn't come back to that house. That was my, he owned it, but that was my house when we were having any sort of problem. In fact, that was my house just 90% of the time, because he just didn't come back. That was not a place that Johnny was going to be in, that Johnny was in, and he had stormed out on my birthday. And as per what we did, he would go and stay at his West Hollywood home, and I would stay at the downtown places. He wasn't going to come back to the
Objection
Eastern
calls for
Columbia.
speculation.
Yeah,
I think she explained
no,
her
that's
answer
true.
on that
Okay,
one, what she
I'll sustain
thought.
just the last part. Okay,
Okay,
next
thank
question.
you. All right, so let's take you to Coachella. Who drove?
I drove.
Okay, and who was in your vehicle?
My sister, my friend Savannah, I believe, my best friend Raquel, just my girlfriends. I typically surround myself with my girlfriends. It's my sport.
Was there any
except they all
occasion in which you were riding in the vehicle that Starling Jenkins was driving?
He picked us up from Coachella in the evening when we, as a group, all were ready to leave. That was the day that we went, which was the day that I took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time. Realized very shortly after what a horrible idea that was,
right?
considering the state that my life was in. I highly don't recommend that combination at the time.
This is insane because didn't she just say, like, I mean, you guys were here, the whole diatribe about MDMA. It just is, it's crazy to hear her say this right after that.
So I didn't feel like being in a crowd. I didn't feel like being at Coachella. I had intended to try to have a good time despite what was going on in my personal life. And I realized that was just not going to happen. And so I wanted to go home. Meaning to be in a bed. I wanted to be, I just wanted to be held by my best friend and watch a movie. And that's what we did. I didn't feel well and wanted to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And when you said you rode back with Starling Jenkins, was it just you, or did you have other people in the vehicle with you?
And when we left Coachella, it was my entire group. I wasn't ever alone with Starling. I certainly wasn't anywhere near him. I didn't have a conversation with him.
Right.
I sat in the very back seat with my best friend next to me, and it was a whole group of us.
Thank you. Your Honor, I don't know. This might be a good breaking.
All right, that's fine. Okay, ladies, let's go ahead and take our morning recess to not
Morning
discuss the
break.
case
All
with
right.
anybody and do the outside research. We'll take 15 minutes, okay?
Ugh, gross. Sorry, I just said gross because Amber. Look at her being stupid. Feel sorry for me? Nah, ain't gonna happen, Amber. Not today. Not tomorrow. Trial you want with your stupid outfits.
Of 2016. What, if any, contact did you have with Mr. Depp during the period from April 21 to May 21, 2016?
I had no physical contact with him.
Okay. I'm going to take you to May 2nd, 2016, the Met Gala. Can you please just briefly describe to the jury what a Met Gala is, where it is, and what's involved?
It's arguably the biggest fashion kind of celebrity event,
Yeah,
red carpet
I
event
tend to
of
call
the year. It happens every year in New York City.
And were you invited?
I was invited. Typically, designers will invite people in the public eye to be their, guest, and they will typically dress them, and it's a way for designers or fashion to kind of intersect with a celebrity world, and it's a big event held at the museum every year.
And what, if anything, did you and Mr. Depp do to prepare for that Met Gala?
Well, Johnny and I we were dressed by Ralph Lauren, guests of Ralph Lauren, and Johnny missed the fitting because it was happening around the date of my birthday party in Los Angeles. But we were planning on going together as Ralph Lauren's guests.
Okay. And did you show up?
I did. I didn't have a phone at the time because I couldn't get it reinstated after Johnny threw it out of the window because no one on his team would respond to me. So I had no way to kind of reinstall it.
I have a funny story for you guys.
It's no point in getting a burner phone if you don't know anyone's phone number. So I wasn't sure really what was going on or when he would show up or if he would show up. No one would talk to me on his team. No one would tell me. I didn't know. So I ended up going by myself. Frankly, I wasn't sure if he'd show up and, on the carpet or if he'd show up at the hotel shortly before. I had no way of knowing.
And then did you attend the Met Gala?
I did. I got out of the car and walked the red carpet by myself, escorted by somebody from Ralph Lauren's team. And I sat next to an empty place setting for Johnny that they cleared as soon as we realized that he effectively stood me up on the carpet.
Who did you meet at the Met Gala?
I was standing in line right in front of a gentleman. It was Elon. I didn't recognize him until we started talking. And he had reminded me that we had met once before. He was with his mother.
Okay. And did you strike up a friendship with Mr. Musk after that?
We did. We, as I mentioned, we spoke on the red carpet, kind of in the waiting line of the carpet. He seemed like a real gentleman. He was really nice, and he sat next to me. Well, not next to me. He sat kind of in a nearby table, and we got to speaking that night, and then eventually became friends.
Okay. Michelle, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 46? It's already in evidence. It's Erin Falati's notes. And I'm going to ask you to go to page 30. And I'm going to direct your attention to the entry for 5/11/2016, where it says, if I can see, here we go. Let me see if I can do some reasonable highlighting here. Okay, it says client laughed and also reported using illicit drugs, mushrooms and MDMA on 5/9/2016 at home with a high-profile male acquaintance. Client reported that her husband was not aware of the male visitor nor her illicit drug use. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Who was the high-profile male acquaintance that visited your home on 5/9/2016?
I don't recall even being in LA at that time.
Where were you?
I don't recall. I believe I was in London at the time.
Okay. Did you have a male high-profile client at your home in or around 5/9/2016?
Not around that date. It seems like it's a wrong date.
Okay. And did you use illicit drugs, mushrooms, and MDMA with any high-profile client?
No, I did that at the Coachella Music Festival, and that was the end of that. I learned the hard way that was a terrible idea.
All right. Well, while we are on these same notes, I'm going to refer to the Coachella, which is up above, and it says it states she ingested mushrooms and
His mom
MDMA
is saying yes,
simultaneously
correct.
while also consuming alcohol, and states she vomited and was high for at least 24 hours straight. Were you high for at least 24 hours straight?
No, I was not. I felt awful, but I was at home feeling awful. At home meaning at the hotel with my best friend in bed.
Okay. Well, while I'm still on these notes, let's go. I know while Erin Falati was testifying, we recall the 5/21/2016 isn't on here. You'd sent her pictures, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
Then let's go to 5/26/2016. And it says, client reports having the hardest week of my life. Client states she cannot deal with the negative media publicity she has received.
I mean, it's just, there's nothing in here about abuse. It's wild, isn't it?
And then if we can jump that up, Michelle, to the next page, surrounding the divorce she requested from her husband, JD. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. When did you go in for the DVTRO?
May 27th.
So that was the day after Erin Falati's note saying you just had the toughest week of your life?
That's correct.
Okay. While we are still on this one, let's go up to the first page for the client history. When did you provide a client history to Erin Falati?
Never.
When did you first get assigned Erin Falati?
I believe September of 2014.
Okay. Now it says here that client reports a history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor. When did you have a history of substance abuse, including addiction to cocaine and liquor?
I don't know what this means.
I did not. There's a lot of mistakes in here.
Oh,
Did
the
you ever
umbrella?
use cocaine?
I have. I used cocaine a few times when I was 18, 19 years old, but stopped using any drugs, including cocaine, when I got into a relationship with my ex-partner. She was very against that, and I'm glad for it.
Okay. Then it also says here that I'm going to move up a little. Here we go. Client admits to history of anxiety, eating disorder, attention deficit disorder, bipolar disorder, codependence issues, and occasional insomnia. When have you had an eating disorder?
I've never had an eating disorder.
When have you been diagnosed with bipolar disorder?
I've never been diagnosed with bipolar disorder.
When have you been diagnosed with codependence
Gotcha.
issues?
Thank you.
I have never been diagnosed with codependency issues, although arguably at the time, from where I stand now, I can see that the relationship I was in with Johnny was certainly codependent.
Okay.
But I wouldn't have reported that at the time. I didn't know about that.
All right. And then can we move up a little bit more, Michelle? Thank you. It has, per report from JD, Debbie RN, Dr. Kipper, client AH has reportedly been experiencing increased anxiety and agitation recently and has had several.
You guys, anger and rage. This is, it's insane. This is just wild, right? And looking above it, looking right above it, the paragraph above the pink, he has abstained from all substances since the detoxification period. That's talking about, so that's talking about Amber. So in other words, so Johnny has abstained from all substances since the detoxification period. So that's good about him. And then the rest of this is all the shit that, oh, look, it even says client identifies as bisexual and was married to a female partner. Interesting. Yeah, but anyway, so wow. I mean, all of this is It's wild, right? It's like, it's just clear.
Several outbursts of anger and rage. Were you present for this being reported to Ms. Falati?
Right.
No,
Right.
this
Thank
is
you,
the
Maisha. Yes.
detox.
Exactly.
This is Johnny's.
And it also says your mood has been labile. What, if any, outbursts of anger and
Labile.
rage and labile mood did you exhibit during the detox?
What is labile?
None that she would have seen. None. I was there for Johnny's detox. This is what Johnny was going through. This is not me.
Okay. And at the time of the detox,
It
was
says
Erin
reportedly.
Falati your nurse yet?
No,
That
I
means
didn't
that
know
you
her and
reported
she
it.
wasn't there.
Remember?
Okay. Thank you very much. You can
You're
take this
welcome,
down, Michelle.
Erin.
Now, I'm going to take you to May 21, 2016, and I'd like you to describe for the jury what took place that evening in connection with Mr. Depp.
Johnny and I had not seen each other for the better part of a month, or about a month. I was traveling. I had just shot a campaign in Italy. I spoke to him around that time when I was in Italy. I had gotten a phone. My parents got a hold of me. After I spoke to my parents, I had communicated with Johnny. On that phone call, I didn't know what was going on with him for those weeks. With his sobriety, I didn't know where his state was. I didn't know what state he was in. And when I spoke to him, he was saying what I can only he was going on about scientists and DNA and feces, that he had some scientific analysis done and DNA analysis done, and that, as soon as I heard about this feces, he thought that was a prank, and he was going on about all the scientists that he had conferred about the DNA results with. I just thought he was out of his mind, and thought clearly the drinking and the drugs are not getting better. Clearly the delusions aren't better. So
Objection
kind of-
calls for speculation.
It's not about the truth of the matter. We're talking about what her,
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
please continue.
So I hung up from that phone call, assuming that, and then spoke to him once my parents got a hold of me to tell me about Betty Sue. We made a plan, Johnny and I, for him to come over. He said he really needed his wife. He had lost his mother and he missed his wife. He really needed his wife. He said it over and over again. I felt torn. I felt conflicted. I didn't think, obviously, the situation hadn't gotten better with Johnny mentally, and I was afraid that all the work and progress and distance I had finally got on the relationship for the first time. I had a month of distance on it, I didn't want that to be undone, but I also wanted to be, I was affected by the fact that his mother had passed. So he said he wanted to come over and talk about that, and he said he needed his wife, and we made a plan. We made a plan for him to come over during the day, thinking that might mitigate the amount that he would be drinking. Night is a little bit more dangerous. And in the early evening hours, I get a text from him that he's almost there, or that he's there. I think it was around.
So it's like, I love it when we have new people. Last night we went over 10 hours. Yeah, Spencer's right. It's only been 4 hours. This is not, we're just getting started. Yeah, like when I was doing the Murdoch deep dive, those streams were regularly 7, 8, 9 hours. And then there was at least one that was over 10 hours. But then we almost broke the record yesterday, I think. Because I think that longest one was that Murdoch. I'll have to check and see what the actual record is. But yeah, Spencer's exactly right. It's only been But yeah, I think when you said you would be back or something like that, you had to leave, I was like, I remember thinking like, oh, I bet we'll be here when you come back. So, yuppers.
Around 7:15 or so. And he came over, and we sat on the couch, and at first it was relatively peaceful. I mean, I could tell he was inebriated, but makes sense. In my head, it made sense. He wasn't like incoherent. It was peaceful. And then he starts talking about the feces again and this prank that he said one of my friends.
Yeah, the longest one I have, I think, was 10 hours and 15 minutes, and that was on Murdoch. But last night we went 10 hours and 2 minutes. So we almost beat my record, I think. Not that any of this was even intentional. It's just we go how long we go. You know what I mean?
Had left for him in my bed that he wasn't going to be at. And I tried to point out how that didn't make any sense. I'm not even going to be there. I wasn't there. And my friends wouldn't do that. That's not something a bunch of 30-year-old women think is funny. What is he talking about? And he just kept going on and on about it. So I text my friend that it's
Objection, hearsay.
Don't tell the jury what you texted your friend, but go to the next thing. What did you do next?
I called my friend thinking that it would quell this, what I could only see as a delusion. I thought it was just a delusion he was having. And I thought, oh, I'll hopefully, quell this by calling my friend to if he hears my friend say that didn't happen.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not out for the truth of it. Thank you. Please continue.
So I thought if I could get my friend on the phone to prove that this didn't happen, we could move on and talk about the issues that we should be talking about. We had, our marriage was over and falling apart in front of our eyes. We hadn't seen each other for a month and his mom had just passed. I couldn't believe he wanted to talk about feces. So I call this friend thinking that
What type of song? You mean like a trial song? Like I have lists going. I've had so many, like during Karen Reed, there was like all the small things. I could have done a version of that. There was The Sound of Silence, like Simon and Garfunkel, but instead it was like The Sound of Lolly. I've had so many ideas for trial songs. Or do you mean like a regular, like a real deal song? Or do we want yeah, like I've got so much. You mean like you name it. I have a great point made by Fenderr as well too.
take care of it. The friend doesn't answer. I call another friend who is someone else who claimed. I don't know how both people did this, but he was claiming that this person was responsible. So I called that person. And that person is on speakerphone. And I
Tell
say,
us who that person is.
Io.
Io, tell it right?
Io, tell it right.
Okay. And then you put him on speakerphone with Johnny.
Right in front of Johnny.
Okay. And what happened next?
I allowed for an opportunity for Io to say why this is impossible.
Objection,
It's
hearsay.
not offered to prove the truth of the matter, as asserted, Your Honor. It's explaining the context that leads to the next acts.
Your Honor,
Okay.
it is being offered
We're
to
not
prove that.
here. We're not here about whether Io.
I'll sustain the
okay.
objection. Next question.
Oh, God. I forgot about
All
that
right.
part. Wow.
All right. So Io is talking. You can't tell us what he said. Okay.
Objection,
He's
Your
talking,
Honor.
correct?
May we approach?
Okay.
Wow. Okay. So, sidebar. Wow, I forgot about that part. Elaine just loses her shit there. Maybe it was Elaine that pooped in the bed, huh? Okay, so let me pull up the next set. Oh, speaking of new songs, I did have a request for Star Wars as I pull up the sidebars. So I know there's a bunch of different Star Wars songs. By the way, I've never seen Star Wars, but I do know all the music because, of course, played them a million times in different music settings. So we can do bum 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 ba-dum, right? Bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum. But then there's the classic bum bum ba 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 bum bum ba 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 bum ba 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 bum. Why won't it let me select this? Come on, you can do it. You can do it, computer. Bum bum ba 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 bum ba 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 bum. Okay, there we go. Cool. Excelente. All right. And then bum, ba-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-da. Okay. So what are we looking for? We're looking for a sidebar. There it is. Cool. Excelente. So, right. Objection, Your Honor. May we approach the court? Okay. Sidebar. The court. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Vasquez. Now, Ms. Bredehoft is doing what the court. That was an instruction. I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. Okay. Ms. Vasquez. Thank you, Your Honor. Back to open court. That was it. And let me just see when the next, there's not another one immediately. So, oh God, I forgot some of this shit coming up. Holy fuck. Okay, cool. I don't want to spoil it for you guys. So let me share my other screen. Oh, did I never add that to the stage? I just realized I forgot to add that to the stage. Oh, well, that was a really short sidebar that I just was reading. So I forgot to add it to the stage. Sorry. Okay, let me do this now. It was a oral sidebar. Real quick. Yeah, that's how quick it was. 2 seconds.
It just made Johnny madder.
There you go.
He got more upset.
I
Grabbed the phone and started screaming at Io. He just started screaming at the top of his lungs, said, "You dyke bitch, you don't know what you're talking," just screaming expletives, insulting names, and telling Io that he can have me and, fuck off, and just screaming at him. It's best I can describe it without getting into the details. He tosses the phone, down on the couch and heads upstairs. I pick up the phone.
I hate this.
And
here's what I hate.
And try to,
I hate that now she's using it as a weapon. It's like the hearsay thing. She's like, without getting into the details, she's devolved from being like, well, that's hearsay, so I'm not going to say it, to just, I can't get into the details. As like, now it's just like a blanket excuse. We don't even know if it's hearsay, but it's just an excuse to now not talk about something, right? For whatever reason.
Apologize for the fact that my husband at the time just screamed at my friend on a cold call. I didn't want Io to think that's why I had called Io, to just be screamed at and blamed for something that sounded crazy, for lack of a better explanation. It sounded crazy. Io said something to me on speakerphone, and reminded me I wasn't safe.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It's to show what caused Mr. Depp to be set off and come back. I mean, it's not offered to prove the truth of what he's saying. It's not hearsay.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Please tell us what Io said and what then happened with Mr. Depp.
Io said, "Amber, get out of the house. Get out of the house now. You're not safe. Get out of that house." Io had been there after the cleanup, or for the cleanup, after the December 15th, 2015 incident. And
Objection, Your Honor,
blood out of my
non-responsive.
pillowcases.
I think
No,
she can
I'm sure
provide
she's
the context.
I'll sustain the
No,
objection.
she's
Next
talking
question.
down.
So please continue.
Johnny hears
Elaine
this,
is pissed. Yes.
and he's on the stairs. He made it up one flight of stairs, heard this, turned around, came bolting down the stairs, grabbed the phone from my hand, and really started screaming this time. Lit into Io, called Io every imaginable horrible name that you can say to a LGBTQIA person, for one, and any person, any human being ever. I mean, just screamed at Io some really nasty stuff. And when he was done, he says, you want to have my woman now. You want to have my bitch. You can have, you take her, you can have her. And he, with that, picks up, just pulls his arm back with the phone and throws it at my face. Hit me right in it felt like my eye. I put my head in my hands, immediately start crying. I said, "You hit me with the phone. Johnny, you hit me." And I'm sitting on the couch. I didn't even have time to react, you know? I didn't even have time to put my hands up. I was still sitting cross-legged in my socks on the couch, and I haven't seen him for a month. And last, several times now that I've seen him, he's hit me, and I didn't even have time to react to this. He comes over to me as I'm crying, and he does that taunting thing to me. He says, "Oh yeah, I hit you, huh? I hit you, yeah?" And he just feels like whacks me on top of my head. Just this heavy ringed hand landed on top of my skull, grabs me by the hair, yanks me up off the couch. I'm struggling to stand up. And I don't know if he was intending to hit me in the face or if he was just trying to grab my face, but he was making this gesture around my face to try to expose my face to him. And he was like, "Yeah, let me see how bad I hurt you. Let me see it. Let me see how bad I hurt you this time. What if I pull your hair back? What if I pull your hair back?" And he yanks my hair back. I'm trying to prevent him from landing the blows to my face. I'm trying to prevent my face from being exposed. And I just remember this mocking taunt he was doing with me as he is yanking me around the room. And then I hear my friend come into the room. I hear her. Johnny hears her too. He lets go of me and turns. And
Just tell the jury who your friend is.
Raquel, my best friend at the time, who lived in the neighboring apartment, she came in, and Johnny moved towards her, and she ran towards me. Johnny looked at her, looked at me. I retreated to the only place I had to go, which is the corner room, where the couch was. I retreated kind of to the couch, and Raquel and Johnny both ran up to me. Raquel got in front of Johnny. She kind of managed to get right in front of him, in between he and I. And I'll never forget it. Just very slowly, calm, in just a very slow but very concentrated, very controlled, slow way. Just put both of her arms, her hands up like this, and like I've seen people do with horses. That's what it reminded me of. She just went,
"Leave horses out of this game."
No, Johnny, no. And she just got in front of us, in between us, put both of her palms out. Johnny kind of squared off to her, ran into her arms, and she just repeated herself very slowly, very calmly, very directly. He hit both of her arms off of his chest like that and barreled towards me. I instinctively curl up on the couch, and I just feel her arms come around me, next to me. She was sitting on my left, next to me on the couch. I just feel her arms around me. And I'm just looking down at the carpet, feeling her arms. And that's when Johnny, who I can see partially and hear, is right in front of me, and he's screaming at me to get the fuck up. "Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up." And every single time he said it, he's screaming it louder and louder and louder. I think he screamed it probably about 10 times,
Kind of.
so loudly. The next thing I hear is boss, boss. And I realize
I know,
it's 2 security
it's
guards
a problem,
come into the apartment after Raquel.
Dude, Fenderr, yeah.
I see them,
Monkeys.
and
How do we see them? Are they
or hear them, and Johnny turns to them, and I see Jerry say, "Boss, boss." And I get up off the couch and I say to Jerry,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted at all.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
Next one.
So don't tell us what you said to Jerry, just what happened next.
then they tell him something. And he picks up the bottle that I guess he walked in with. It was a
This is Mr.
Magnum.
Depp or Jerry?
I'm sorry, Johnny.
Okay.
And starts smashing things off the nightstand, the coffee table, starts screaming. And they kind of, I feel them kind of corral him. I'm not making direct eye contact, but I can kind of just sense and feel and sound and hear things smashing as he
Oh my God,
exits
Fenderr, that is so
the
cute.
apartment, kind of knocking things off the countertops and breaking things on the way. I
That is so
realize he's punching something. I assume it was the picture because it broke right after he walked past
Fenderr,
it.
that looks beautiful.
And he leaves that apartment. I hear him in the hallway, still screaming. I hear more doors opening, more.
Amber's just telling another bullshit story. So Fenderr put this picture in the Discord. These monkeys are so freaking cute, you guys. Oh my God, what are they looking at? And it's monsoon season, as she's told us. It looks like it, but other than the rain, because y'all know I can't stand the rain. It looks beautiful though. Holy shit! Wow, very nice. Oh my God, I love those monkeys so much. Can you be their friend?
Racket.
Can I be their friend?
Eventually, Josh, Raquel's husband, comes into
Y'all
the
do look in
room
the Discord,
and brings me to safety, brings Raquel and I to safety in their apartment. And that's where I stayed for the next few hours.
So who called the police?
I believe it was
Objection calls for
Io.
speculation.
Your Honor, this is not, we have to have the context here of somebody called the police, because then the police come. So I think we have to put, it's not offered again to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's just who called the police.
Your Honor, the objection is not hearsay. It's speculation.
Do you know who called the police?
Yes, I do now.
I'll
Okay.
sustain the objection. The
All
next
right.
question.
Oh,
Did
boy.
you have a were you present
Monkeys
when
are
there
so
was a
cute.
discussion about calling 911?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'm asking if she was
I'll
present.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you call 911?
No.
Okay. Did Rocky call 911?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know whether Rocky called 911?
I do know whether she did.
And did
She did not.
Okay. All right. So what happens, when did you learn that the police had been called?
Roughly an hour, at some point shortly after Johnny and his security guards left.
And what did you do as a result of knowing that the police were coming?
I felt panicked. I didn't know what to do because I didn't know what they were going to do when they saw the state of the place. He'd also smashed up the other apartment where I kept all my things. So I didn't know what they were going to do. And I panicked. I called the only lawyer I have, which is my entertainment lawyer. He does like my movie contracts and stuff. And I asked him for advice.
And then without telling what he said, what happened next?
I called a domestic relations attorney after that conversation.
And had you known this domestic relations attorney before then?
No, I did not.
Did you get that name from your entertainment attorney?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you called the domestic relations attorney, without saying what she said, what did you do as a result?
I told the police officers who arrived that I would not
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Again, not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
All right. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
I repeated to the officers, I refused to cooperate at this time at the advice of my attorney.
Okay. Did you call your publicist that night?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to take a look at some pictures, but before I get there, I want to just ask you a couple of questions leading up. What were you doing when the police officers arrived?
when at that time when after I learned that they were coming, my best friend took pictures of me. We took pictures of the house and my face.
Okay. I'm going to, and did your best friend take any pictures while the officers were there?
We took pictures before and while they were there and after.
Okay.
We took pictures throughout.
Okay. So I'm going to take you now, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 706? I think we can do the native on this one. Yes, thank you. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 706.
No objection.
706 in evidence and published.
And would you please describe to the jury what this is a picture of?
This is my face after Johnny threw a phone at it.
Okay. I'm going to now, Michelle, ask you to pull up Defendant's
Need more pictures?
708.
Cool. Awesome.
And does this accurately
I
depict
know.
the
I'm
scene
with you on that.
portrayed in this picture?
Yes, it does.
All right. And I also see that there is a little, what we call metadata item on there.
We're happy that you're here.
How do you
This
get
board's
that
awesome,
on
man.
a picture? How does that happen? Can you just describe briefly?
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation, lack of
If you want to
foundation.
approach.
Yeah. Approaching. Boom, 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 whatever the next part of it is. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okie dokie. Okay, so the metadata. Okay, so Miss Vasquez, lack of foundation, speculation, and hearsay. Miss Bredoff, it's not a lack of foundation. I'm asking her how that gets on. How they put it on there. They put it on there at the time they took the picture. This is, oh my God. The court, she's not here as an expert. She's just here, Miss Bredoff, right, it doesn't require expert testimony. Wrong. This is on the next series of photos, Your Honor. And it's on there because they put it on there as the picture was being taken. You have it on your iPhone. Everybody has it on their iPhone. They can press that button, and that's part of it. Oh my God. It's not an extra feature. Y'all. Miss Vasquez, but that's inaccurate. So the picture is taken, obviously it's taken without that. After the fact, what you can do is you just put on just a little icon just to show when the picture was taken. That can be manipulated, of course, Your Honor. And what I suspect they did was they took a screenshot of a phone or iPad that has the information bar on the top of the picture. Miss Bredoff, she can testify to what she did, and they can have expert witnesses in their case. Miss Vasquez, that's hearsay, Your Honor. Miss Bredoff, this is on the pictures, Your Honor. This is insane, you guys. Miss Vasquez, no. Court, she can testify as to how she put it on the pictures is fine. You can cross-examine on it, but we're not going to get into the metadata, what metadata is or any of that. Miss Bredoff, I wasn't going to. I was just going to explain how it got there. Miss Vasquez, okay, thank you, Your Honor. The court, okay. Back to open court. Was that not sharing again? You've got to be kidding me. Well, it's over anyway now. I forgot to add it to the stage again. Okay, that's all right. Back to the trial. It's so funny how it makes you do it this weird way on here, but yeah.
How this particular, can you please explain how this particular item on here got onto the pictures?
It's a feature that was on iPhotos, where your pictures are stored on your phone. Typically, you just push info.
And
Yeah, or take a
was that
video if they
pushed in
come back,
these
Fenderr.
instances
I
of
pushed
being taken up?
info and that's what came up.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 708.
Any objection to 7?
Your Honor, I would just ask the picture be redacted on hearsay grounds
Your Honor, I
for the
Oh,
metadata,
God.
alleged
First, yeah.
metadata.
Oh, no, they're going to go back to Sidebar. Oh, boy. Oh, they have a bunch back to back. Holy shit. Well, okay, I'm not going to read all these. I'm looking at these sidebars. These are just, okay, there's a bunch back to back where they're just talking about the meta. They're short. It's kind of annoying, right? Because they're like a couple sentences and then back to court and then back to sidebar. And it's just about the metadata and there's nothing really of any substance at all. And then they're just talking about the redaction. Yeah, it's really not even worth it. I didn't even pause it and they're already back to court. Yeah, so let me look and just see and make sure there's not anything of substance.
Yeah, one moment, please. I'm
All
just
right.
trying to figure out how to move this fast.
Oh,
Okay,
boy.
that's fine.
Yeah, this is just a lot of back and forth trying to get the redaction. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move the admission of 708 with the redaction, Your Honor.
Okay,
And
any
they get
objection to
pictures
that?
in-
There still needs to be another redaction at the top, Your Honor.
Okay,
This is where they have to go back again.
we'll get it. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, 708 with the redactions, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would also like the record to reflect that we're publishing this to the jury.
Yes, no objection, correct?
Okay.
Yes, there we go.
Okay. I would like the record to reflect that this was the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. as
Objection, Your
exhibit
Honor.
Yeah, she-
That is,
Your Honor, we
That is
couldn't put him in
inappropriate, Your
because
Honor.
we hadn't identified him. Now the jury should be entitled to know which photo
Your Honor,
was
we ask
shown.
that we
as that
approach.
exhibit.
Okay, we can
This
approach.
is
That's fine.
inappropriate.
I'm looking ahead. They still argue. You're still arguing about this for a long time later on, but in open court. So yeah, okay. Let me just go forward here. It's just another short little sidebar,
Was shown to Officer.
obviously.
So for the record, this particular photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 24 in both of the depositions that were shown earlier where the pictures were not allowed to be shown yet because they hadn't been admitted.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Amber, will you please describe for the jury what is depicted in this
Poor jury.
photo?
Yes, that's a picture of my face taken that evening, shortly before 9:30, after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Now we can take this one down and let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 709. And based on the court's ruling, I'm going to ask if you can redact that, Michelle, please. I'm going to move the admission of 709.
All right, any objection?
Not with redactions.
All right,
Thank you.
709 with redactions and evidence, you can publish.
If it could be published to the jury, Your Honor, thank you.
Yes.
And Your Honor, for the record, this is the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and to Officer Haddon as Exhibit 25 for both of their depositions.
Okay.
Amber, could you please describe for the jury what's depicted here?
That is my
Her
face
eyelashes look nice there. Thank you, guys.
after the phone incident. That's that night.
On them. You know what I mean?
All right, let's bring Defendant 710, please.
What's funny is the coloring is so different than the other pictures she's shown us. Like, I don't know what's going on, man. I guess she said she got a different phone.
And Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Exhibit 710. The redactions have been already placed
All right.
on it.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right,
Thank you.
710 with the redactions, you can publish.
If we could publish, Your Honor.
For sure, Fenderr.
And for the record, This
It does
photo
look-
was shown to
it does
Officer
look like-
Sines and Officer Haddon. It was Exhibit
It does look like
26 for
blush.
both of their
It does look like
depositions.
blush. 100% looks like blush.
And please describe for the jury what's depicted here, Amber.
That is my face in
Not the
yet
right
a
color
different
for a bruise.
light that same evening after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to Defendant's Exhibit 711.
Right. I guess she's just an idiot because she colored them the wrong color. She should have made it look like, I don't know, a bruise. Spencer, by the way, you're in the clear. I was just looking ahead from the Sidebars transcript. They're not going to.
And I'm going to move the admission of 711, Your Honor, with the redactions.
All right, any objection?
No
All
objection.
right, 711 with redactions and evidence, publish.
And for the record, Your Honor, for the jury's purposes, this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 27 to both of their depositions. And could you describe what's depicted here, Amber?
Yes, that is another angle, another lighting of my face.
Actually, it looks like the
after
next
phone.
time there's any audio or video, it's
And
a
when-
mention, I
And
think.
when you say angular lighting, what did Rocky do in taking these pictures?
Objection calls for speculation.
I said, what'd she do?
So overrule.
Thank
Oh
you.
my God.
Raquel took pictures of my face in various places around the penthouse. The apartments have really different lighting, really dark in some places. Anyway, so we just took pictures in different lighting so that we had an accurate portrayal and depiction of what had happened.
No, that's not why. It's like you
And
choose
why
one
did you
wanna
take the
use. That's
pictures?
why.
Raquel did it to protect me because the cops were coming, and we knew we knew that the police. I think at this point that they were already here. They were with us, but we weren't. Maybe this was right before. I'm not quite sure without seeing the timestamp, but we weren't sure what was going to happen, what the police were going to say, what they were going to do. We didn't know what Johnny was going to do, what he was going to say. So she wanted to protect me.
Okay, so let's go ahead and bring up 712. All right, now move the admission of 712, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, 712 with redactions, you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And please describe what's depicted here.
That is another picture of my face
Okay,
taken around the same time.
okay. And then let's go to 713. Move the admission of 713, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 713 with redactions, you can publish.
And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as well as Exhibit 29 to both of their depositions. And just describe briefly to the jury what this is.
This is another picture of my face taken at the exact same time and in the same location as the other one, just with one of the lights turned on, or an additional light turned on in the previous one.
Okay, let's go to 714. Move the admission of 714, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, 714 with redactions, you can publish.
And please tell the jury what this depicts.
This is another angle of my face or another picture of my face taken at a different time. I don't know if this is later or before because I can't see the time on it.
Okay, you take that down. Let's go to 715. I'm going to move the admission of 715, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, 7:15 with redactions in evidence, you can publish.
Thank you. And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 17 for both.
Exact same picture.
Please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
That is a picture of my face. Some point later on in the night, it looks like that was taken in Rocky's apartment, or in the apartment that she
No,
was staying in.
The thing is, the color's not right,
And let's
guys.
go to 716.
Like when I dropped my phone on it, which I mean, I'm super accident prone. I've had all kinds of injuries. That was just something that happened recently, so I could actually describe it. But like when I dropped my phone on it, there wasn't a mark until the bruise showed up later, and the bruise showed up purple and blue. You know, like that what her face looks like. I've never had bruises anywhere on my body that looked red like that. Have you guys? Like it either looks like blush, or like if you've taken an ice pack and put an ice pack on there or something and made it, you know, because ice can do that. But I've never had a bruise look like that. Like usually when you get hits anywhere on your body, there's usually not much of a mark until the bruise shows up, and then it's like purple or blue, right? I don't know, it's odd. Like, I've never had a red bruise. I didn't even know that was a possibility.
Move the admission of 716.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 7:16 evidence as redacted.
And Emma, could you please tell the jury what this picture depicts?
Yes, it's the business card that one of the police officers left for me in case I changed my mind and wanted to comment.
And with the pictures that we have just seen before this, were they taken before the pictures of the police card, the card that was left, after, or do you know?
Objection compound
It's not.
and calls for
Your
speculation.
Honor, compound is only.
Overruled.
Thank you.
We took pictures before, during, and after.
And the question I had for you is the pictures you've seen so far, were those taken before, at the time of this, before this card was presented to you and you took the picture, after, or do you know?
Some of them were, but without seeing all the timestamps, I can't tell exactly.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Okay, and then I'm going to ask you to take this one down and go to 717. And I'm going to ask you, I'm going to move the admission of 717, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No
All
objection.
right, 7:17 is redacted in evidence. Published.
Thank you. And please just briefly describe to the jury what this is.
The two officers that first responded left me that card. This is the front of the business card they left.
Can you tell the jury, just explain what the interaction was that you had with the police officers, just describing what you observed as they came through?
I did not want to speak to them. I asked that Raquel's partner or husband ask them to go away without speaking to me.
And just so the jury understands, who was Raquel's fiance at that time?
His name is Josh Drew, and he and Raquel lived in the apartment at Johnny's invitation across the hall from us. Raquel had keys. We kind of shared keys. They were our neighbors, but had keys to our house.
Okay. So why didn't you want to cooperate with the police?
Because I wanted to protect Johnny. I didn't want him to be arrested. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want the world to know. I didn't want this to come out. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want this to be, I wanted to protect Johnny.
Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1374. That's 1374. One moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Get it together, Umbridge.
All right, move the admission of 1374A, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
1374 in evidence, 1374A in evidence, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Amber, what is this?
It's another picture of my face after Johnny threw the phone at it.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493T.
Yeah, it just does not, that does not look like a bruise, man.
And move the admission of 1493T.
No objection.
All right, 1493T. in
Yeah,
evidence.
Amber, I'm with you on that.
And
Oh my
what does
God,
this
Amber.
depict?
Maisha, I'm with you on that, but it was Amber's
This
fault.
is a picture of my eye, my face
I was
after that
gonna
incident.
say-
Perhaps by the lighting, it looks like it might have been taken the
that- I
next
think-
day, but
I was
can't be
wondering
tell.
if
I
you
mean, I
had
can't tell for
Right,
sure.
do you know what I mean? Because
Okay.
sometimes that
And then
happens.
let's go to
But
1493S.
either way, that would still make it Amber's fault, so.
And move the admission of 1493S.
No objection.
All right, 1493S in evidence. You can publish.
And what does this depict?
And this is another picture of my eye and side of my face.
Now, were there also pictures taken of the property that you described, Mr. Depp, destroying or damaging?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 700? And based on Your Honor's rulings, we will take off the metadata.
Fenderr, can we read your thesis, that the one that got published? Can you like put a link or maybe like link to it in the Discord?
Move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 700.
No objection with redaction.
700 with redactions. You can publish.
Can you please describe for the jury what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, my friend was preparing for a bead show and had displays
says she's
to
on
show
injury.
these
Hold on, let me back
bead
you up.
necklaces she made. And my friend had,
Redaction.
Well,
Right
yes,
here, you
there
mean?
were.
okay. Michelle, can you
Oh,
bring
by
up
the
Defendant's
eyebrow a little
Exhibit
bit. Yeah, that
700?
does kind of look like a
And-
bruise.
Based
How
on
are
Your
you-
Honor's rulings, we will take off the metadata.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, awesome. Fender's going to share the link to her thesis in the Discord. Awesome,
Move the
Fenderr.
admission of Defendant's Exhibit 700.
No objection with redaction.
700 with redactions.
It's in English, right?
Can you please describe for the
Otherwise we're in
jury
trouble.
what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, my friend was preparing for a bead show and had displays to show these
That's silly,
bead
right?
necklaces she made. And she needed some counter space in order to kind of set up the displays that she was going to use the next day. So she asked me earlier in the day if she could use the free counter space in that penthouse 5, to kind of set up those display racks. They were set up in that room when Johnny went in there to destroy things, as he does.
And this depicts some of that damage?
Yeah, security let him in, even though I had asked
Objection,
security
Your Honor.
not to.
Speculation
I don't think that was speculation.
and lack of foundation.
Oh, you also see it as a foundation. if
Oh my
you
God,
want.
Elaine
Okay.
goes, oh, I don't think that was speculation.
So
Fucking hell.
what's depicted in, what's the damage that was done?
The thing is, Elaine, no
Well,
one
because
does think.
Johnny would always smash up my things and destroy my property when he was mad at me. I had asked that they not let him in so that he could do that. I mean, the only purpose for him to be let into penthouse 5 in that state. He doesn't have property in there. The only reason for him to go in there would be to destroy it. And they, of course, let him into Penthouse 5
Objection, Your
so
Honor.
that he could go.
Yes, ma'am.
Lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Just tell the jury what he did here that's depicted in this.
This is just a one corner of the room that shows the destruction. He just went in there with this bottle swinging and smashed a bunch of things.
Objection, Your Honor. This is speculation. She
All right.
hasn't established that she was there.
I'll sustain if you want to lay a foundation. It's fine.
Okay. Did anybody else, to your knowledge, go in there and do this?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for
I'm
speculation.
trying to lay the foundation here.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Well,
question.
let's do this.
I got
Never
you.
mind. We'll
I-
let somebody
got-
else
yeah,
tell
yeah.
who did it.
That makes
Okay.
Sure.
Just all I'm asking here is what is the damage? What has been
Absolutely.
done that's depicted here?
This is just one of Raquel's bead racks that he,
I'm just going to pause that real quick. Yeah, no, absolutely. As to yeah, absolutely. There's a lot, like just like with the solo cups too, right? Like there's a lot of shit that they let in because everything that the Commonwealth entered into evidence and all of the testimony worked. I mean, proved, in my opinion, was good for the defense. So yeah, 100%. That inverted lolliport video. Well, by the way, for those of you who weren't watching with us, we call the Sallyport the lolliport. That video was nuts, wasn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
I'll sustain the
All right,
objection.
let's go to 701.
That's also another DSNism, the lolliport. That was his idea.
Move the admission of 701.
With redaction, no objection.
All right, 701 with redactions and evidence.
Thank you. Amber, can you please describe what's depicted here?
Yeah, it is our bedroom in Penthouse 3, the main penthouse. Looks like he was just throwing things.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll
Calls for
sustain
speculation.
the objection.
So just describe what you see here as opposed to what you say he did.
I see a bunch of art tossed on the bed.
Okay, where was that art before Mr. Depp was at your house on May
So,
21,
you guys, you can believe
2016?
y'all.
Hanging on the wall.
Art tossed on the bed. It went from the wall to the bed. You're joking. Why? What the fuck, man?
It belongs.
Okay.
Honestly, it could even be people.
Let's go to, Michelle, can you bring up defendant 702, please?
I mean, just not only is that not anything bad, but like people could take art off the wall to go if they're rearranging it, right? Anyway, whatever. I know Morrissey. I hope that. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Maisha says it's haunted. That's fucking hilarious.
Oh, Your Honor, and I
That'd be
forgot on the last two. For defendants exhibit
Yeah, nothing's
700,
broken.
that was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon. It was exhibit 39 to both of theirs. And exhibit 701 was shown to Haddon only, and that was exhibit 30 in his deposition. I move the admission of 702, please.
All right, any objection?
That's why it was so
No
refreshing,
objection.
All
though.
right,
With
702 with
Red
redactions.
Summer in the Baldwin
Thank you, Your
trial
Honor.
being
And let the record reflect this was also
Reasonable.
shown to Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit number 40. And can you please describe for the jury what's depicted here?
being moved on their own.
Yes,
That's fucking hilarious.
As broken glass from one of the broken pictures that were hanging on the wall.
And
They
where
weren't
is
broken.
this physically?
Ah.
This is in Penthouse 5 on the stairwell.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up defendant 703, please? Move the admission of defendant 703.
No objection.
All right, 703 with redactions. You can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer
Other
Haddon
thing-
as exhibit 41 for both of their depositions. And
The other thing that's really funny, guys, too, is like, is it the odds though, right, of Morrissey? Because like two different Morrisseys and both of them being like really shady, to say the least, is kind of crazy, right?
Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph of this stairwell. in the same apartment, penthouse 5, which is the apartment where I kept my things.
Okay. And is that glass on the stairway?
Yes, from one of the broken picture frames on the wall.
Are we
had
sure
a
it's not
lot of
plastic from a
picture-
tail light?
I had a lot of picture frames on the walls, and many, if not most of them, were smashed.
Okay. Let's take this one down and go to 704, please, defendants. Michelle, thank you. Move the admission of defendant 704.
No objection.
All right, 704 with redactions, publish.
Thank you, and let the record reflect that this was shown to both Officer Sines and Haddon as Exhibit 34 to both their depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Just another piece of glass. It looks like the base of a wine glass. That is in penthouse 3, the main apartment.
Okay. And when you say wine glass, did you see this particular glass?
There were glasses in the kitchen, and always. And when Johnny was walking out, I saw him myself swinging the magnum-sized bottle, and I could hear glass breaking
Very scary.
and
I agree.
things falling.
Okay.
By the way, if that's
Thank
the
you.
bottom of a wine
Michelle,
glass,
can you
that rug is
Bring up
tiny
705, please.
by comparison. It's just weird. Teeny rug. Baby rug. Baby rug.
Move the admission of 705.
No redaction. No, excuse me, no objection.
All right,
And let the
705 in evidence. with
Thank you,
redactions.
Erin.
Thank you, go ahead.
And let the record
I know,
reflect this
right?
was shown to Officer Haddon and Exhibit
If I
36
lived
of
in any
his
of those states,
deposition.
I would be moving.
Amber, can you please describe for the jury what's portrayed here?
Things knocked over on the kitchen countertop, and I see pieces of broken glass on the countertop as well.
Okay. Let's go to 707.
ABC's docket. Remind us what state you're in, or I don't know if you've even said, but if you, I'm just trying to remember because
Move the
I
admission of 707.
mapped the squirrels
Any
of the
objection?
world.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 707 with redactions and evidence.
We
Thank
learned
you.
last
Let
night
the record
that
show
Spencer-
that both
Spencer
Officer
and Candace
Sines and
are pretty
Officer
close to
Haddon
each
were
other.
shown this picture. It was Exhibit 18 in both their depositions. Amber, could you please describe
Oh,
to the jury
Kansas,
what's
okay.
depicted here?
100%.
This is the hallway
He goes
leading
for the best ghosts, I will say.
leading up to the apartments. So
Shout out
this
to
is the
Kansas.
hallway that connects all of the apartments. It's kind of an indoor-outdoor sort of hallway, meaning it's covered, but it's exposed on the far ends of both to the elements. So this is not carpet. It's like a plasticky. I don't know how to describe the material. It's like a plasticky kind of netting, not netting. It's difficult to describe, but it's a kind of an outdoor sort of carpet.
All right, and what's depicted there?
Wine on the floor and a little on the wall, it seems.
Okay. Let's go to 718, please. Move the admission of 718.
No objection.
All right, 718 with redactions and evidence.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon in deposition Exhibit 31 for both of them. Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph on the floor, not the wall. This one appears to be remarkably unbroken.
Okay. Let's go to 719, please.
Remarkably unbroken. Ah.
Move the admission of defendant 719.
No objection.
All right, 719 with redactions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, Exhibit 35 to both. And Amber, please just describe for the jury what's depicted here.
At one corner of the kitchen in penthouse 3, looks like one of the things that was knocked off of the kitchen island when Johnny left.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 720, please. Thank you, Michelle. Move the admission of defendant 720
No
All
objection.
right, 720 with redactions.
and let the
evidence.
record reflect, Your Honor, this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon, deposition exhibit 43 to both. Amber, could you please describe to the jury what's depicted here?
That's my office. It's a corner of my office. And that is a box of like sentimental things from my childhood or things that are important to me. Keepsake box that has been dumped out, it looks like.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 721. Move the admission of defendant 721.
No objection, Your Honor.
721 with redactions. Publish.
Thank you, Your Honor, and let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in deposition exhibit 44 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what this depicts.
It's again my office, different, same thing, different angle.
Okay, let's go to 722. Move the admission of defendants exhibit 722
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 722 with redactions and evidence. Thank you.
and let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit 42 to both. Amber, please describe to the jury what's depicted here.
That's a picture of my friends and I when we were at that London house that Johnny punched.
Okay, you saw him punch this.
I heard it.
Okay. All right, let's go to 723, please.
I didn't see anything looking broken.
Move the admission of defendant 723.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 723 redacted and evidence.
Let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, exhibit 38 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury
Yep,
what's
definitely.
reflected.
One of the
It's a
looks like
wine
a
bottle.
magnum
This is
bottle
supposed
of
to be
wine
It's a bottle of wine.
that is empty or spilled on the floor.
Can you tell where that is located?
It looks like it would be penthouse 5.
Okay. Let's go to 724. Move the admission of defendant 724.
No objection.
All right, 724 with redactions. Thank you.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as their deposition exhibits 33. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
This is more wine that Johnny was spilling as he was using the bottle he was holding as a bat of sorts.
Let's go to 725. We're almost done, just 2 more. Promise. Move the admission of defendant 725.
No
All
objection.
right, 725 with redactions.
Let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as deposition exhibit 37 to their depositions. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. This looks like penthouse 5.
Okay. And the last but not least, Michelle, please, defendants 726. move the admission of?
No objection.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe the jury needs a tissue.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We will get a tissue. Yes. Thank you, Halisa. All right, no objection, 726 with redactions. Thank you.
All right, and let the record reflect that this one was shown to Officer Hines and Haddon as Deposition 32 exhibit to their depositions. And Amber, please just describe to the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. Penthouse 3 appears.
Okay, thank you. Now, when the police officers were there, did either of them take you aside by yourself and talk with you?
Yes.
Which one, or both?
The male officer I did not have much interaction with. The female officer said she needed to speak to me by myself, pulled me aside. We went into penthouse 3, the main penthouse, to speak there because I had been in penthouse 1, Raquel and Josh's apartment up until that moment.
Okay, and then what, if anything, did she ask you?
She asked me if I would make a statement, if I would cooperate. She kind of indicated to me, I don't remember if it was what word she said, but she kind of gestured to my face and.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can, if she gesturing to her face is not hearsay,
I'll
it's not a statement.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay,
question.
and it's also not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll sustain.
Oh, for
Okay.
fuck's sake, Blaine.
So what happened next? Let's do this. How long were you with the officer when she took you aside?
A few minutes, if that.
Okay. And as a result
Long
of
for
that,
the
did you
states to
cooperate?
give the letters?
No, I did not, but it was my understanding that I couldn't stop them from walking through the apartment, which is what they indicated to me.
Okay. And were you with them when they walked through the apartment?
No, Josh, I was with them at the beginning of penthouse 3. Josh, Raquel's partner, took over from there and showed them around the house up through penthouse 3, which connects on the top floor to the neighboring apartment, penthouse 4, and then on to penthouse 5. They all connect on the top level. So Josh walked the officers through the house.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you say about the identity of Mr. Depp?
Nothing.
Were you asked,
Yes.
but you refused to tell them?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. Why did you refuse to tell the police officers Mr. Depp's identity?
Because I did not want them to arrest Johnny. I did not want this to happen. I did not want any of this
I did
to
not.
happen.
What is it? I
I
did not.
didn't want to get him in trouble.
I did not something.
So I
green
said,
and
well, I just refused to cooperate.
Now, approximately how long were the police officers there?
I don't recall exactly, maybe I'd say less than half an hour. I really don't know exactly, but they weren't there very long at all.
Okay. Now, after the police officers left, what did you do?
We cleaned up a bit because there was broken glass and we had dogs. So we tried to clean up the mess, and especially the glass. And Josh, Rocky, Liz, and I, we kind of just cleaned up and eventually sat on the couch, and they just tried to comfort me.
What, if any, knowledge did you have that there was going to be a second set of officers coming later that night?
I didn't know about that. That surprised me.
When did you learn that a second set of officers were coming to the penthouse that night?
I think I learned about it when they were there, when they arrived.
Okay. And we've seen the body worn video on that. Is there anything that you recall outside of what was reflected on Officer Gaitlin's body worn video?
I couldn't see much of what was on that video. I just, I remember being surprised that they were there, not really knowing why they were there. I assumed it was because I was encouraged to make a statement by the first set of officers.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right,
Just
I'll
keep
stay
going
with objection.
forward. Okay.
And I was sitting on the couch. It was sometime hours, maybe between an hour, 2 hours, maybe more. I don't really recall, but we had cleaned up and we were resting and they were comforting me when they came. And they didn't seem to, they didn't do what the first set of officers did. They just kind of came into the apartment, confirmed that that I was okay or that we were okay. They didn't really seem to be that concerned. And they didn't demand to do a walkthrough like the first set of officers had. And they left.
Okay. And what, if any, cooperation did you give them?
What if it?
Well, I didn't need to. I didn't really cooperate with them. I didn't talk to them. I didn't even get up off the
Didn't
couch.
need to.
I was speaking to them from a quite a bit of a distance, like between you and I, and maybe more. And I didn't really say anything. I just kind of acknowledged that they entered and that was it.
Did you provide them with Mr. Depp's name?
No way.
Did they ask?
No.
All right. I'm going to take you to the next day, May 22. And I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 772? What, if any, efforts did Mr. Depp make to reach out to you the day after this happened?
Well, he made several efforts. Immediately, he kind of reached out and lashed out. Again, kind of going on what seems to be slightly delusional thinking that just because he saw all my friends' beads out on the countertop that it had become a workshop or a studio for her. So he seemed angry about, this perception that this bead display that my friend had set up was evidence of her running some sort of workshop. And he also accused us of having invited someone else to live there who wasn't living there.
That doesn't make any
who
sense.
was just in the apartment.
He invited
and
everybody to
Johnny
live.
stormed in. So he just kind of lashed out, and then the tone changed in the days that followed.
And let me stop you there. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 772. And is this a text message from Mr. Depp to you?
Yes, it is.
And it's on 5/22 at 12:23 a.m. So it's early morning hours after 5/21. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant 772.
No objection.
All right, 772 and evidence with the identifiers redacted and published. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and I know you started to talk about this, Amber, but it says, I'm an idiot, PH5 is Rocky's studio. You are shameless. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, was that what you were talking about with him thinking that you're,
Yes.
okay. And then obviously we can read that he says, I tried to make it work. You just turned more and more into a spoiled brat. All you wanted was to make me fucking miserable. Well, I'm finally there. I'll never be able to understand how I fell in love with you. You're not her. I loved you more than anything. I did everything that I could, but you never fucking loved me. I was merely convenient for you. I hope our divorce goes as quickly as possible and that it is as painless as possible. So sorry you were as unhappy with me as you were. Obviously, the purity of whatever was has been gone for a long time. I will miss the moments of beauty and truth. Goodbye, Amber. What the fuck was I thinking? I wish you all you merit. The former him. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about divorce that night?
We did not have a discussion about that that evening. We didn't have time. He was obsessed with dog poop.
Okay.
That's what he wanted to talk about.
All right, let's take this down and let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 773.
Weird, because I didn't say anything about dog poop.
Now, this is a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. It starts with Mr. Depp on 5/21 at 6:58 p.m. just saying here. Does that refresh your recollection of when he arrived at your penthouse on May 21?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next series are on 5/22. They start at 5:13. And you're discussing talking. You said, sorry, I'm just leaving Amanda's birthday now. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then he responds to that, correct?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 773.
Your Honor, if we could just have a minute to review this
Sure.
exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it just this page?
No, there's
3 pages.
3 pages.
I'm just reading Michelle's hands.
I'm going to just skip forward a smidgen here while they review the things.
And if we could, okay, we've got it published to the jury. So let's go to the top, Michelle. And so it starts out with him, this is the 5/21, 6:58 p.m. saying he's there, correct?
Yeah, but I think he came in later than that. Took him some time.
Okay. And then if we move up, the next one is you at 5:22 at 5:13 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And then you say, thank you, and then can we still speak in a min? What do you recall of why you sent those texts?
I believe we had spoken on the phone, or I can't control this, correct? The screen. I don't know.
We
what
can give you control, yes. Maybe we should do that and clear out my purples.
Oh my God.
I just don't know what was said.
You're on my
before
book.
this.
Go ahead. Your Honor, can
Well,
we
she can't scroll. She's asking to scroll.
Okay, Michelle, let's have you scroll if you can. Just go ahead and scroll through just slowly so she can read the whole thing.
Okay, makes sense.
Speaking of text messages, for anyone who is interested, not all of the text messages between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed came in at trial. I did read the entire document, the entire exhibit with all of the complete text messages.
All right, does that help refresh your recollection?
We have a video.
Yes, I believe that I believe he had apologized to me after the phone incident. I had commitments that I had to attend the following day on the 22nd. So the beach show I referenced, I mentioned to you, I had to go to. I also had to bring a cake to a friend's birthday party. So I had things I unfortunately had to do that day. And I remember there was communication with Johnny, both by phone and by text, where he was telling me that he was clean, that he was sober, he was clear mind, it wasn't the monster, and that he was so sorry. But I had already committed to filing for divorce.
That's weird.
And
You'd already
eventually
what?
I have to let him
Weird.
know that it's not just saying it in the anger, in the fights that like we had done, both he and I did that.
That's weird. Okay.
At
She said, I already committed to filing for divorce. That sounds like she didn't actually start the process. She just she's committed to it. But even if she had, you can change your mind. Like, it's not like they're going to force you to continue to get divorced. Good night, ABC. We'll hope to see you tomorrow. I'm not sure yet if I'll be doing a Karen Reed recap or if we'll do more Depp Be Heard. I'll have to see kind of what people want to do. Yeah, it is a good freeze frame. But yeah, that's it. Committed. I had already committed to filing for divorce. Like, it's not like it's all of a sudden too late. You can change your mind. That's totally up to the moving party, right? So anyway.
times in some of our fights, especially towards the end of our relationship. And so I let him know that I was serious about filing this time and that I had had enough after the phone.
Objection, Your Honor,
I had
hearsay.
enough.
Okay.
Overruled, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom of the page, Defendant's Exhibit 773, and this is at 5:22, so this is 6:19 p.m. Do you see that? 5:22? And he says, just let me know when you have a minute, and I'll give you a call. Nothing I have to say. You should elicit anything but a sense of ease. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, all my love and profound apologies.
Oh my God.
What was he apologizing for?
Objection,
You know?
calls for speculation.
What was your understanding of what he was apologizing for?
Speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. In his phone call with you, did he tell you what he was apologizing for?
Yes.
What did he say?
He was sorry that he reacted the way he did. He said he didn't mean to hurt me. He didn't mean to hurt me. If he really hurt me that bad, he's sorry. That he didn't mean to.
Okay. Michelle, if we can go to the next page,
He didn't even say physically hurt her. That could mean literally anything.
up to the green, please. And he says here, I'm sad, I'm scared, and I'm broken, my sweet Slim. And then he says, I want you happy. I have zero harsh feelings. I am clear and I am me. What did you understand him to mean by I am clear and I am me?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Do you
I
have
know
an
what he
understanding?
meant.
None of this.
Your Honor,
Did he
there's
use
a lot.
that phrase with you?
Hold on, I'll
Okay. Couple like none of this sound like, dude, this is just a lot of couples, even if there's not abuse and a relationship with animosity, and it's like this is the opposite of that. It's just insane. Fenderr says she just realized when Judge A sustains, Elaine continues, right. And then when she overrules Elena, right. Yeah. And it is such a horrible, another great point, right? It's just so stupid. Same.
sustain that objection.
I'm
You
trying
know,
to get to the
I know,
next one.
then you can ask your next question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Did he use those phrases with you during your marriage?
Yes, he did.
What did Mr. Depp mean when he says, I am clear and I am me?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I think I established the foundation.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you.
She did, kind of.
That he had sobered up. That he had sobered up and he was not the monster again, that he was him. That he was a good guy I loved. The one that I trusted.
God, she's a terrible actress.
All right. Now I'm going to ask Michelle if you can take that one down and bring in 771, which has already been admitted. Now those text exchanges were in the 6 o'clock to almost 7 o'clock range. And here it's 5:22. It's now 8 o'clock, correct?
Yes.
And he's telling you, sorry if a bit, please know that my hurt towards you is over. My apologies are eternal and belong to you. Solid. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your understanding he was apologizing again?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there anything else he would have been apologizing for that he had done?
Objection calls for
I'll
speculation.
sustain the objection.
That's it. Okay. So tell the jury how you felt in that week, May 22 through May 27, and what you decided to do.
At the time, it felt like the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I had worked so hard to try to make this relationship work. I went to therapy, I went to Al-Anon, I got help, I read books, I did everything I could possibly do, and it didn't work. And I was conflicted. To answer your question, I was conflicted. I knew after he threw the phone at my face that after all that month of not seeing each other, not getting better, not getting clean and sober, there wasn't even, I didn't, you know, it was falling apart. I knew I had to leave him. I knew I wouldn't survive it if I didn't. So I made the decision to file for divorce. It was hard because, you know, I loved Johnny so much. I loved him so much.
And why did you file for divorce?
Because I knew if I didn't, I'd likely not literally survive.
Ridiculous.
I'm so scared that it was going to end really badly.
Putting out audition forms for all. Yeah, that's funny.
And I really didn't want to leave him. I loved him so much. I wouldn't have done anything, but I couldn't do that one thing. I couldn't stay. The promise and the hope that I had become less and less regular and more rare. The monster had been this thing that was now the normal and not the exception. The violence was now normal and not the exception. And it was so hard. It was so hard, but I knew I had to do it. I believe he would have taken it too far. I wouldn't be here.
Why did you ask for a domestic violence temporary restraining order?
I wanted to change my locks. I wanted a good night's sleep. Security would always let him into the house no matter what I asked them, no matter when I begged them to let me know when he was coming over, no matter how much I begged them not to let him in when he was mad or drunk or high. And I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic.
Look, y'all, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think anybody can change their locks anytime. I don't think you need a restraining order to have your locks changed, right?
I was losing hair. I was losing weight.
That's interesting, right?
I got really sick.
She was losing
I had
hair.
shingles.
She was losing hair. So, like the hair we saw earlier on the floor, was that not from him pulling on
I
it?
couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic attack. I had panic attacks all the time. I was falling apart. I was scared and very conflicted because the person I was scared of is also the person I was in love with. Really, really tricky. And I was thinking one step at a time. You know, I was thinking very myopically. I wanted just to get a good night rest, a good night's sleep. I just wanted to change my locks.
You don't need
I thought it'd be healthier if I got some sleep and I could think about what to do or how to handle this. If I just could sleep. And
I don't think you need a restraining.
when I did, I realized that that wasn't enough, that he could get in any way, that the building wasn't going to stop him from getting a locksmith and coming in. I knew that he would do what he wanted.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
It's
Overruled.
not up for- Thank you.
All right, next.
Okay. So did Mr. Depp show up for the hearing on the DVTRO?
No, he didn't.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
And why did you show up?
Because I had to provide testimony for why I needed a restraining order.
What, if any, warning did you give Mr. Depp about obtaining the DVTRO?
We gave him warning. My counsel and his counsel were in communication, and we let them know. We had to. It was mandatory. It's my understanding of it. I'm not a lawyer.
Was there any confusion surrounding whether Mr. Depp was going to file suit as well?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation,
I'm asking
lack of
for-
All
foundation.
right, I'll sustain as the foundation.
Draws from a legal.
Did you have any confusion as to whether Mr. Depp was going to file as well?
So I filed for divorce on the 23rd, I believe. And I thought that when I went in that Tuesday, when we filed for it, remarkably, it managed to stay under the radar. You know, these filings are not private. You can't make them private in California. And remarkably, it had flown under the radar. No one picked up on the fact that I had filed. And as limited as it sounds now, I just wanted as much privacy as we could have. You know, one day at a time, I wanted as much privacy as we could possibly get. And the filing had been missed by TMZ and, you know, these paparazzi outlets and stuff. But between the communications between our counsel, I realized that Johnny was going to file in
Objection,
retaliation.
hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
I'm trying to think how to ask this. So without saying what the counsel said, what was your understanding and what was your concern?
Objection,
concern-
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, let's move on. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 800, please? Move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 800.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 800 in evidence, publish.
Amber, can you describe for the jury what this picture is?
It's a picture of my face while I'm sitting at the courthouse.
And were you wearing any makeup?
I was wearing nothing, not a stitch of makeup.
Michelle, can you bring up 801, please? Move the admission of 801.
No objection.
801 in evidence, publish.
And Amber, if you can tell the jury what this is.
That's me while I was obtaining my restraining order. It's me in the courthouse.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do while you were at the courthouse? Did you testify?
Oh, I provided testimony and sat there and cried.
And did you obtain a domestic violence restraining order? Temporary
I
restraining?
did. The court granted me a restraining order at that time.
When you left the courthouse, what did you experience?
I walked into the courthouse. It was quiet. First thing in the morning. No one knew about my divorce, so I thought it was going to stay that way. And I walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras, photographers. It was to that point at that point in my life had never seen so many photographers, and they just surrounded me as I walked out of that courthouse. And screamed at me, screamed horrible things at me.
I'm going to take you just for a moment to makeup, and then that would put
Okay,
after
good
that.
break point. Okay, great.
That'll be
All right,
a
thank
good
you.
breaking point after the makeup. You
Right,
said
yes.
that you didn't testify, you didn't wear any makeup that day. We've heard all kinds of things about makeup in this case. Could you please tell the jury what your regular routine was with respect to makeup?
Yes, I get up and wash my face like most of us, and I put on right away a moisturizer that has tinted foundation in it. And then I put another foundation on because it has sunblock in it. I have a skin condition that my skin reacts to the sun in a bad way. So I have to wear sunscreen or sunblock every day. Anyway, so I put on both of those. I put on concealer, and I do that before I leave my bathroom in the morning. Okay. That's obviously if I don't have a bruise.
Now, when you had bruises or cuts of any nature, what would you do about those? Would you try to cover them up? Would you try to just leave them showing? What would you do?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled on that.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Well, I'm typically photographed in LA when I leave the house, paparazzi type of photograph. So I'm somewhat aware of that anyway. And no woman wants to walk around with a bruise on her face. So if I do have a bruise on my face or someplace visible, the main thing, you have to ice right away to reduce swelling because no amount of makeup can fix swelling, but it's very manageable if you ice it really soon. Arnica is also a great remedy, arnica cream. And then if you want to cover up a bruise, you obviously put foundation first, concealer, and then on top of that, I used a bruise kit. Not a bruise kit, it's a theater makeup kit, a color correction kit, but I called it my bruise kit.
And let me, I use this, I think, in opening statement, and it's Defendant's Exhibit 155.
If you could, by the microphone, please,
Oh.
just we can hear you.
Laying
There you go.
May I approach the witness to? let
That's
this
what you
show?
could show counsel.
Yeah.
This is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact one I used to carry, but I used to carry it with me all the time. Sometimes this pink is sometimes a little bit more purple of a hue, and sometimes the kits are 3 colors. You can get them in 3 or 4 colors. Sometimes they have even more. But the idea is that you want to counteract whatever color you're working with on the bruise. So the first day of bruising,
You guys, right?
well, the immediate is red. Red is what shows up.
This is so insane because we know this. There's a lot of problems with this thing, but just for first right off the bat, it's not a bruise kit. You can buy that at any pharmacy, drugstore, anywhere. Like it's not oh my God, it's not a bruise kit. That's just a regular makeup thing that didn't exist until 2017, right? But you can use it for all kinds of shit, right? I don't really know. I mean, we use a lot of makeup, so I don't really know. But I just know that they sell those everywhere. It's not just for bruises, right?
Up right away. So you want to go with the opposite on the color wheel by dabbing on a bit of the green or something to counteract the red. After a day or two, you get more purple in a bruise. So you'd obviously have to go with more of the red
You get more
tones,
purple?
the orange tones here. Day 2 for me was always the trickiest because
Oh my God, this is
day 2 I feel like, well, day 1 and day 2 are hardest for me because that's when you get the most blues and purples and you have to deal with the sensitivity. Bruises don't like to be touched. That's the whole point. So that's the trickiest part. But after a few days, that becomes more of that blue becomes more of a brown, yellowish browns, like 5-7 days in becomes more of a yellow green, and then fades into a brown and then into your skin. And whatever color you're working with in the bruise, you want to go opposite color on the color wheel.
So stupid.
The opposite. I mean, so in the first couple of days when you have more of the typical bruise color, the blues and the purples,
Oh, you heard here
you
first.
want to go more of the
Typical bruise
orange
color,
on the color
blue,
wheel as
like I
opposed to
said.
the greens that you start with. And then it progresses from there. I also noticed that bruising on your face tends to heal a lot faster than,
No.
at least for me, it
No.
was faster healing than bruises on my body, or at least it seemed like that to me. And a nose is pretty much unrecognizable after a day or two, depending on how much you ice it. Lips are the hardest because they crack and bleed, of
This
course.
is the objection
But
on-
it's easy to hide with lipstick if you're a woman, or if you wear lipstick, I suppose.
We heard some testimony of people in the week of May 21st to 27th saying that you didn't wear a stitch of makeup. Oh, was that true?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
They just don't know what they're talking about. I always wear makeup.
You always wear makeup?
I mean, it's part of my bathroom routine in the morning. Wash my face. I put on moisturizer. My moisturizer has tinted foundation in it, and I'm certainly not going to walk around LA with bruises on my face.
Okay. I think.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. Again, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. And we'll see you in an hour, okay? Thank you.
Okay, lunchtime. Let's go.
Court is still in session, so please be quiet in the gallery. Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge A. And we're done with lunch. What do you guys think she had for lunch?
Question?
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 155.
Okay.
That's the makeup palette.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right,
That's so
155.
stupid. What the fuck?
Evidence, do we have it?
We're gonna put
I
it in
think it's
evidence.
there. We had pictures for.
All right, thank you. All right, 155 in evidence.
What is the jury supposed to do with that?
155, got it. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit number 357B as in boy, plaintiff's exhibit? And it is a tape recording from June 2016. The timestamps are 4:47 to 7:52.
All right, is that in evidence yet?
I'm going to move the admission of it.
Okay,
Thank you.
so was that going to be for the whole 357 or is that 357A or is that?
That's just B. I have that as B as in boy. I think there was a portion that
Okay,
was.
357B. Any objection to 357B?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 357B in evidence. Thank you.
I can just tell you the basic facts is like it was private for days after I filed. You did not have to file. That's not a move that the other party has to make.
Okay.
It's just not.
Okay.
And you did.
Okay.
Well, your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes, it was in T&Z. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and that's why it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that, and if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it. And if you say you have proof, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me that any fucking
Yeah, it just makes sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't,
Yeah.
it doesn't shock me. But I'm telling you now, if they file the fucking papers tomorrow, which means the shit I gotta file before we go to court on Friday. If they file those papers, it's first of all, it's very bad.
Interesting that
It's
she's
both of us.
looking down.
Okay.
Well, your team's not gonna file anything that they can get bad for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're.
Gwenin, happy to see you again. Gwenin says she forgot how much she disliked her. Don't worry, we are here to remind you. Let no one forget. Never forget. Isn't that a slogan for something?
You're saying you got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me being.
No, not me, I have to respond. Legally, meaning I'll have to go and pursue I have to pursue the whole course of action, because here's what you don't understand. If we do this, and no, because I called my lawyers and I said, why aren't we negotiating more? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything is in their court.
They won't settle. Your agents won't, your lawyers won't settle, baby, I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have we even found mediators and everything. Like, that was all worked out. So the thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order. And that's the problem, that she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay,
Why?
I'll tell you what, Amber, let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now. And I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just, but I'll get on it right now.
I just want you to know, I've not done anything and have not been doing any moves. Let's look it up, timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything has been a defensive move, because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit. And I am not after a dime of your money. And
Do you remember when you had this discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes,
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016. So after the divorce, while we still had the restraining order.
And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking her. I haven't.
All right, overruled.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign. That he had
Objection, Your
launched.
Honor. Hearsay. Lack of foundation.
What, if any, discussion did you have with him about a smear campaign?
Johnny told me that he would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me, meaning professionally, no one would ever work with me again, that I'd never work again, that I'd be selling Depends, is what he said, and that he'd ruined my career, and he refused to not engage with, up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by leaking.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
How is that speculation?
This is what he's telling her, correct?
Right.
Okay, all right, I'll overrule the objection.
And up until that point, I was trying to, get him to call the dogs off, call it off, because it was forcing me into a position where he was calling me a liar, and he was forcing me to prove it. And I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well-paid, very sophisticated PR machine.
Objection, Your
going
Honor.
overtime.
Calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on. Let's go to Depp exhibit. That's plaintiff's exhibit 357C. That's 12:30 to 16:30. I'm going to move the admission.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 357C in evidence.
All right. Michelle, if you complain.
I'm not, it's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you into the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it. And it would be
Tons of
for
it.
years.
Oh, I need my
And
thing.
it would be
Tons of it.
unbelievable to imagine that either I'm in a secret fake club, or B, I've had
A secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for for 3 years, and while taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. Like, no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club or I've been going through hair and makeup, going through makeup through all these years where I have cooperating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamps, validated photos of I would either cooperation between people hearing us or cooperation of next day, Whitney sending text message to Kevin, him responding, or, the kind of stuff like between me and people in your life. It is insanely cross-collaborated, then. It is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout years and just sit on it for years. While having this imaginary life run parallel to it, you understand that the pictures I have match with text messages to my mom back and forth about it, and text messages between, say, Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip, I may have a busted nose and 2 black eyes tomorrow because what? I don't know how that will be until the morning every day. But I don't know how I'm icing it, I'll let you know in the morning, and things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing there. Nothing. And all of that won't be me throwing you in the bus. That will be evidence in this case, which it will be criminal as well, because I cannot go on Friday and file without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't filed that police statement is used against me, by the way, every day. And the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And the third party prosecutor come and a criminal lawyer come, and they went the problem is hearing from you, your biggest struggle is that this is just it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen. And if you give this over to them, or this is insane. Part of it, they will prosecute him. And I felt like I'm not, I would never want that for you. It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call myself, so in my head, it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
Can you please explain what the context of this was?
I was begging Johnny to not make me prove what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about.
Yeah, we understand why. Because
I was begging not to do this.
I know, right?
And have to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want to be there then.
Are you serious?
And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. Good.
Thank you.
I was trying to point out how absurd it would be for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries on the dates where we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, pictures from 2012. So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate, well-orchestrated, year-long campaign for what? Or that What? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him. Pictures from 2012. So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate, well-orchestrated, year-long campaign.
Yeah.
For what?
I'm just looking this up. That's, you guys, that's wild. I did not know that, but yeah, that's true. Yup. Holy shit. Wow.
Or that,
It's crazy. That
what? It just seemed crazy.
Calamity Jane.
And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him. I loved him so much.
No, Fenderr, this is the thing about she was living in Spain. So this is, I don't know. This is wild. Yeah, Amber Heard is living in Spain, going by this name, Martha Jane Cannary. That's the name of the real name of Calamity Jane. I just looked it up for realsies.
That's why I'm explaining to him why I didn't file. Well,
it's a name of a real person who was a famous Wild West like sharpshooter lady in the 1800s. So she's using that name, which shouldn't be allowed anyway. But yeah, so it's a real person's name, a person who died a long time ago, who was famous, and that's what she's doing, living in Spain apparently.
Criminal charges. I didn't file a police report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't want this to go to a prosecutor. I didn't want this to hurt Johnny.
Thank you for letting us know, Gwennon.
I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
Oh wait, I can take this.
Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357D as in David? And that is 17:25
Google
to
it.
17:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
All right, any
No
objection?
objection.
All right,
God, she's so.
in evidence, 357D.
I've
Baby.
been called a liar,
Baby,
and I've been called a
baby,
gold digger.
baby,
Everyone is
baby. Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
I'm going to go on now to, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 357E? And this is 21.
Fenderr, I can't put links in, like YouTube Live won't let you put links. I can put, I mean, there's tons of articles you can see. I can put an article in Discord though, but this is the one I saw it from. It's like a Spanish website. Hold on. Oh wait, now they want me to do a paywall. That's stupid. Hold on. Actually, there's a people.com article. That's wild. Here, I'll share this and put it in the Discord. Okay. Okay. I can't put a link. I don't think so. I don't think it'll let me do a link, but I just posted it in the Discord.
1:47 to 22:37.
Do you live in the
I'm going to
US?
move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
357E.
Did I ask you this before? I can't remember.
and you're stronger. And so when I say that I thought you could kill me, that doesn't mean you counter with you also that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of why I said call 911. Because you had your hands on me. I've been on the phone in my face, and I just got crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I get hurt.
Oh my God.
And I never think about myself.
My
that
oracle
way.
is
I never defend myself that way. I never see myself as a victim.
All right.
It's your fault, you know?
All right, yeah.
And I when they came, I did not cooperate with them. It has been used against me, not by the media, by your side.
And what are you referring to there?
That I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him. I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar. Just don't say this isn't real. Because I'm the walking proof of it.
I'm going to ask to bring up plaintiff's exhibit, Dep exhibit 357F as in Frank, 24:04 to 24:48, and move the admission.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 357F.
I have said only this from the very beginning. I only have my integrity. And the unfortunate thing is
What about mine?
taking it a step further.
What about mine?
They keep taking, that's what it keeps, I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth, this is what I'm trying to say to you. Every step of the way, I have said to them, the thing is, they're hurting Johnny by this, because every time that they call me a liar, or they say this is not true, or Stevie, this is text message is not actually happened, or that your security guard, which by the way was a follow-up to your security guard saying they never saw abuse happening. The same security guard who, by the way, have said to me multiple times that I was going to get killed.
And what are you talking about there, Amber?
That even though Johnny told me that his guards would say whatever he needed them to say, that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my
Objection,
life
Your
this
Honor.
way.
Hearsay.
All right, sustained objection.
It came in through the tape, so that's all right. We're fine.
Oh my God,
Your Honor.
If we could approach.
Holy
please.
fuck. I'll say. So did that link work? I tried to put a link for the Worldle. So the other thing is like, I know people do drop links like Runkle and Rob, but I don't know if they do that through Nightbot, because I know I can do it through Nightbot, but that's with a command. Anyway, I don't know if that link worked. It's going to look different on my end on StreamYard anyway. So I can't tell if it even pops up as a link, but I was trying to put a link in there for the Worldle. Anyhow, but they're going to Sidebar, so let me pull that up really quick. The link isn't working. Okay, maybe I should try a different link. After I do this Sidebar. Oh, let me take the spanner down. Okay, so where are we here? Okay, here we go. Yeah, that was really stupid. It came in through the tape, so that's all right. That's fine. Yeah, right. All right, the court. You cannot keep commenting on the evidence, Elaine. I'm sorry, the court. Please do not do that again. It comes in when it comes in. Do not talk to the jury about that. Okay, Ms. Vasquez. Thank you, Your Honor. And back to open court we go. Meanwhile, Amber is, as you guys will see here in a sec, blowing her nose again. Is she doing another possible cocaine situation? Let us find out. Yep, looks like it. Holy shit, guys. Again? Fuck. She's done that a lot. Wow. I need to timestamp it. Okay, and let me try another link.
Michelle, can you bring up Dep Exhibit 357G, plaintiff's 357G, and it's 26:00 to 26:28.
Wait, that's not my website. Hold on. What is my website? Hold on. It's Chelsea Violin. Sorry. I have to remember the names of websites in order to put things in the chat for the link to try. Okay, try that.
Oh, move the admission. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Obviously, they're going to have to say they didn't see it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're gonna have to do this under oath too, you know.
It's an unfortunate part is, I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Emma? Do you believe all this?
Yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
In May and December in April.
What were you referring to with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times in which he beat me up and that he knew about.
So I'm going to take you now fast forward into the July 2016 timeframe. There was a mediation that came about during that time. What, if any, intent did you have to reconcile with Mr. Depp at the time of the mediation?
I wanted there to be no animosity. I wanted to minimize animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe what transpired during that?
Yeah, Fenderr, I think it's because, see, the way it appears for me on StreamYard is I'm just a person. I'm not a moderator, right? I don't have like a thing. So I think only the moderators can put links in the chat. And so, so I would have to do it through Nightbot. So I'd have to make a command for a link, I think is how it is.
The July mediation?
Even though I had a TRO and I wanted to move on with my life, the campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear campaign, the article after article, the pounding me, the, leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Yeah, I should.
All right, I sustain the objection.
Yeah, I know. It's weird because I feel like I am a mod, but I guess I'm not. I don't know.
What I was meeting with him about is because he had, put these things out in the media. It seemed like every day
Objection,
there
Your
was a new
Honor.
attack.
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
All right.
Did Mr. Depp discuss with you that he was putting these out in the media?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Okay, please explain.
He told me he would tell his team to back off and to back off effectively if I agreed to do certain things. One of which, he wanted me to drop charges. He wanted, or some version of that. He wanted me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do certain things that I thought were impossible and that would definitely go against all of everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine, the press machine, because I was feeling like I couldn't live my life. I was being dropped from commercial opportunities. People were turning on me. A campaign I shot dropped me. I mean, it was just, I had never been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family were, and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me got bombarded. And the media
Objection.
campaign
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
I'll stay in just the last part of that. All right. Okay. Next question.
Okay. We heard Christian Carino testify earlier. Can you describe to the jury what your relationship is and was with Christian Carino?
He was my commercial agent, meaning he handled things like campaigns for a short amount of time, and then became Johnny's agent around the time of the divorce. He was a kind of mutual friend at the time between Johnny and I, and so he helped us kind of negotiate or mediate a time where we could meet. And my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. That's right.
What, if any, desire did you have to return to Mr. Depp after the divorce?
None.
Okay. Now, you heard Mr. White testify that he engaged in negotiations with you during the settlement process of the divorce. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've never spoken to him.
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not.
What was important to you in the divorce negotiations?
the statement. That was it. The statement. I wanted a mutual statement, and I wanted him to call get the press out of this. Just make a statement, and in that statement, clear my name. I wanted to clear my name. It's all I have. I said this to him too, and he knew this. All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Oh yeah, but you don't have any integrity. So kind of.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
Yeah.
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number, that it could be overturned. That this would never it would never get completed, it would never settle.
Objection,
and then it would be
hearsay.
overturned.
Right.
What
All
was
right,
your
Sustained, go ahead.
What was your understanding?
That if I didn't agree to a number, it would be overturned. So I took
Right.
far less than what they
Right.
were offering and what I was entitled to.
And why did you donate it to charity?
I promised the entirety of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money. And in the divorce, I just wanted my safety. I wanted to move on from my life. I wanted my future. And then he started compromising that, calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on by doing so. So then I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying that since 2016.
So why did you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
This is so gross that she.
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I'd been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit is how I got affiliated with them. And I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it. And
What about the ACLU?
and then ACLU because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work they were doing. I believed that they were doing good work for people who deserved it.
Why did you make the donations over a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time. Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit of paying overtime. It's my understanding that's how you pay these large sums. You pay it over time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
Okay. Approximately how much?
I allowed for the first installment, which is $100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up with $350,000 that year, 2016. 2018, I did another. Oh, and I also donated to $250,000 to Art of Elysium, which is the affiliate I was just speaking about, that does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too. And then I did another donation to each in 2018. And then Johnny sued me, 2019.
Before we get to that, did anyone make donations to the Children's Hospital or ACLU on your behalf during that time period?
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. He made $500,000 to both in my honor, in my name, in 2017, I believe.
And have you completely fulfilled your donations to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet.
Okay.
And why not?
Because Johnny sued me for $50 million in March of 2019. And I have spent over $6 million.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a motion in limine.
That part was supposed to come in.
All right, once you-
Elaine?
Let's take a look.
Okay, they're approaching. All right, it is time for a sidebar. Okay, let's just see. Let me see where this is at. Do, do, do. Okay, yeah, this is a good one. Okay, so let me share this to you guys. Oh, thank you, Maisha. Maisha said she posted about Calamity Jane on Discord. Awesome. Thank you. There you go, Fenderr. So let me share this. Yeah, Maisha is Disney lover. Okay, so here we are for a sidebar. Miss Bredehoft. That particular part was supposed to come in and nothing else. That was the ruling, Miss Vasquez. We moved it. It's filed from me, the court. I don't have it with me. Sorry, we had the investiture here. Okay, Miss Bredehoft. Your Honor, it's on page 9, the court of the order. Miss Bredehoft, of the order. The court. Okay, you've got the order. Good, Miss Bredehoft. Yeah. The court. Page 9 now, the order, Miss Vasquez. Page 9, Miss Bredehoft. This is it. There's 2 different orders, the court. This is the one I signed, right? Miss Bredehoft. Right, this is signed by you on April 10th, the court. All right, on page 9. Miss Bredehoft. Yeah, it says, quote, if Miss Heard opens the door as to who's paying her attorney's fees, Mr. Depp must first seek permission from the court outside of the jury. We're raising the issue on this, and Mr. Musk may be asked about his payment, if any, of attorney's fees, and the court may give appropriate instructions. What we said specifically at the hearing is what we're going to say, and she spent $6 million in attorney's fees, the court. We're not going to be able to, Ms. Bredehoft. Your Honor, I can't hear you, the court. I'm sorry. Ms. Bredehoft. What we said at the hearing is we're going to say she spent $6 million on attorney's fees, and this is the rest. All of the rest of this is allowed. And the court, if you're going to say $6 million, then everything is allowed. So that would mean opening the door. Ms. Bredehoft. Well, the court, you've got to go by the hearing. That's not in the order. Ms. Bredehoft. Right, but I think then it says they open up the door so they can ask her who's paying. Ms. Vasquez, we haven't even cross-examined her, Your Honor. So she's saying there's no way we could have opened the door because we haven't had the chance. The court, they haven't opened the door. Yeah. Ms. Bredehoft, but my understanding, yeah, she says, but my understanding is if that's helpful. What she's failing to recognize is the problem is her understanding or lack thereof. But my understanding was that no. The question is whether we open the door on the attorney's fees and then they can ask certain questions. There's all kinds of tiers in here, guys. Your Honor, there's the insurance company, there's reference to the attorneys, etc. There's all these other things, but we specifically said that we would be asking her that. I'll get the hearing transcript. Oh my God. Ms. Vasquez, I did not hear that question, the court. And now they can ask her, they don't have to approach me now, they can ask her about all the attorney's fees. Ms. Bredehoft, that's fine. They can ask who's paying the court, who's paying insurance, everything. In other words, the door is wide open. Ms. Vasquez, insurance and Elon Musk. The court. I mean, if you ask the question, that opens the door for them to ask her who's paying her all her attorney's fees. Ms. Bredehoft, okay. We're okay. Ms. Bredehoft, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Vasquez, thank you, Your Honor. The court, okay. And back to open court. All right, Lane. Do. Oh, that's so cool that there's the Disney lover thing in common. That's neat. Cool. I love that. Let me just zoom. We're trying to zoom. We're making every attempt. YouTube will cooperate.
Well, come on. Oh, spinny wheel. Oh, spinny wheel. Oh, spinny wheel. What happens if I move it further around? Will that change anything? Okay, maybe I should refresh it. Let's try that. Unless it's the court feed messing up, because it's done that. There was that one time it did that. All right, here we go.
In Children's Hospital.
Yay, cool. All right, that worked. Oh, no. No. I know, right? Plur. This is the, by the way, it's not the, that's not the feed. Y'all don't freak out. It's YouTube. It's like my window is doing that on YouTube. Like YouTube is struggling hardcore right now. It's just struggling. It's just struggling. I don't know why it's struggling. But yeah, it's not the feed. The feed's fine. It's just YouTube. Interesting. I don't know. Very weird. Oh my God. Okay, let me refresh it again, I guess. I don't even know. See, it's working here, but then once I go, it just doesn't really like that sidebar apparently.
In Children's Hospital.
Okay, are we going to work now?
No.
Please. Blaming Amber is always a good option. I mean, maybe we just can't. Jesus Christ, maybe we just can't watch this part. Maybe there's something wrong with it. It's funny. I do remember EDB having trouble at certain times with when it was happening live, and it was like a court feed. And I wonder if this is just like it is what it is type thing, you know? Like maybe it's just we can't see all of it. See, but now what the heck?
Financial gain.
Okay.
In Children's Hospital.
All right, now it's working.
No.
Like Jesus Christ.
What, if any, intention
Right?
do you have to fulfill your pledges and donations to these organizations?
I still fully intend to honor all of my pledges. I would love for him to stop suing me so I can.
Shut up, Amber.
What, if any, deadlines are there on your pledges and donations to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
There are none. They understand.
Now, let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is
I
already
mean, they could have objected
admitted.
to speculation on that, probably. I know, right?
Now, I'm going to just direct your attention to paragraph 27, where it says, neither party has made false accusations for
100%.
financial gain.
I have no
There was
doubt.
never any intent of physical or
I know.
emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance did that have to you?
That was everything to me. That was the most important thing in the separation agreement between us, is that he acknowledged that I hadn't made a single false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it, he'd honor it. I mean,
Very true.
he signed his name to it, and I thought it would mean something.
All
He acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it for financial gain. And that's what I was being called at the time, a gold digger and a liar.
Thank you. We can take this down, Michelle, and I'm going to now take you to post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how your career evolved after the divorce, which I think was final in February 2017.
I had to fight really hard
How they're gonna
to keep my
attempt to
career.
accomplish the end.
after I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I'd shot. I was told I was going to be dropped from.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained objection.
I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman. But I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
Can you tell the jury what Justice League was and what your role was in that?
It is a superhero franchise, DC action film. And it introduced my character and it provided the base for the Aquaman spinoff that followed it. But that was not a reality at the time of shooting Justice League.
All right. And then you were able to be in Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes, I kind of showed up to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it.
That trust if you show up months early.
And managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill I was able to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs and eventually made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was very successful. I think it was the most successful DC film by its release. And I was getting my career back, even though it was, it took a major hit.
Amber, don't be humble. Doesn't your expert come in later and say it was the most successful movie of all time? Oh God. Y'all. I mean, it's so crazy, right? It's so crazy. Lane did have a lot more what if any's yesterday, but it's nothing compared to Lolly. It's insane. I remember the first day of the trial, I was like, is this a joke? Is he just trying to be funny because of Elaine? So, oh my God, I know. That was another good one. Yep. Which one, Fenderr? There's so many, I can't. Oh, you mean the one where it's the what if any is not the cure-all? Is that in redirect?
When I got my restraining order against Johnny.
So let's talk about Aquaman for a moment. I think you said it was the highest grossing film of DC films. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did that come out?
Right. Yeah. Accurate.
December of 2018.
Okay. And what was your role in Aquaman?
I play Mira.
Oh boy, you guys, my favorite thing.
And was that a lead role?
Coming up in just
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
Okay, so you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. I was.
Oh my God. Okay, hold on. We have to listen to that again.
Love interest, the female.
You guys.
Female, you could say that.
So you
guys.
Roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
Okay, so you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. I was his love interest, the female. I was a female lead. Of the movie.
You were
It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
okay, so you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. I was his
Like a National Geographic documentary or something.
love interest,
Amazing.
the female.
Amazing.
I was a female lead of the movie.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
So in December of 2018, as Aquaman's coming out, why did you agree to participate in the op-ed?
Well, because I
Fenderr has a
believed in some of the causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot of attention and energy around gender-based issues, gender-based
So yeah, there was a lot of tension and energy, and she's like, I want some of that, yo.
violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador for the ACLU. I was proud of that ambassadorship, and I was looking forward to the opportunity to lend my voice to what I thought was a great cause,
He's like
which is
this
just
bullshit.
a conversation around women's issues and gendered issues that I think the whole country was having at that time, you know, quite a political conversation and cultural conversation at the time. And I was happy to lend my voice if I could.
Who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
The ACLU.
Did you initially want to?
I love it. I love learning. I love it. I love it. I love it. So this looks like this is probably DC. Are you able to find the highest grossing or whatever movies like of all time, like of any category? Because that's what her expert says later on in the trial, is her expert comes in and says it's the highest grossing movie of all time. Dude, oh my God.
Include Mr. Depp by name or reference?
No.
What were you trying to accomplish by the op-ed?
I was trying to raise awareness around some of the issues that I just mentioned. There was some legislative reform, Title IX being one of them, and there was just a greater cultural conversation being had around gender issues, and I was happy to weigh in on what I saw as a
really? That's
unique.
Really? Wow.
Phenomena that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful, when they speak up about gender-based violence. And I thought I could lend my voice to that conversation.
And you thought
I had something to say about that.
There you go.
Were you trying to boost your sales for Aquaman since it was coming out in that same time frame?
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed, a major motion picture or major franchise like that is not aided by the publication of an op-ed in the Washington Post. I'll put it that way. But the other way around can be said. You know, I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to potentially advance the causes within the op-ed.
Because of your success as Mira with Aquaman?
Yeah, just the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to the issues that the op-ed aimed to address.
What did you do once the ACLU had your agreement to be the spokesperson for the op-ed, to put your name to it?
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why did you do that?
She mentions her attorney
because
and her therapist.
You know, I didn't want to get into any sort of legal issue. I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems.
Well, you thought wrong.
For talking about what happens to women or people when they come forward and speak about these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And that backlash, the retaliation that people face when they come forward is exactly what I was writing about. And I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me.
Yeah.
And quite literally prove my point.
And
well, then you shouldn't have done it.
And so who was the counsel that you hired to review the op-ed?
Adult squirrel.
His name was Eric George.
Where is he located?
Los Angeles, California.
How did you know Eric George?
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of Eric George's experience and skills to be able to review that
Eric George? I would be suing her for defamation.
Objection, speculation.
Asking her.
I wonder if that ever happened. Did Eric George sue her for defamation? Like, that'd be fucking hilarious.
Understand?
I'll sustain the objection.
For Eric George.
Next question.
Did you have knowledge of Eric George's abilities at that time?
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
Okay. And what, if any, experience? What was your experience with him in representing you earlier?
I thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart, and I trusted him.
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he
Well, you
suggested. I
should
took all of
your
his
advice,
advice.
Attorneys.
And what, if any, of Eric
Oh my
George's
gosh.
advice did you
You did a
ignore?
back-to-backer.
None. I mean, he's my lawyer. I listened to him.
Okay. I'm going to ask you if we can pull up, Michelle, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.
Yeah, Michelle.
Now, this is the online version of the op-ed, and it has this title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. What, if any, role did you play in this title?
None.
What, if any, role to your knowledge did the ACLU play in this title?
None to my knowledge.
Okay.
Isn't it quoting her?
Are these exact words anywhere in the article?
No. No, they're not.
When did you first become aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed?
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized that.
Okay. I'm going to now ask, Michelle, can you bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2? This has also already been admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the paper version, if you will, of the Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to the second page, this one has a title,
I want to read, what is that? A Russian spy's dream. I'm more interested in that story.
Transformative Moment for Women. What, if any, role did you play in that title?
I didn't.
Okay.
None.
Now, do you recall seeing this version, the newspaper version, at the time?
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
I did. I had the newspaper framed.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you to turn to, and Michelle, can we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3?
Right?
And do you
Wait, what?
recognize this document?
Hang on. Wait, what? Is this, I'm reading, so Gwennon, is this happening? Camille Vasquez is squaring off against Amber Heard's ex-lawyer. Did you Google Eric George? You're awesome. And Danny Elfman's public denial. Who, Danny Elfman? Is this for real? Are you serious? Hold on. If this is for real, we're going to have to see if we can follow this. Holy shit. That's a headline? Okay, hold on. Oh my God, I see it. 3 days ago. Well done. 1,000,000 squirrel points for you, Gwennon. Wow. Holy shit. So, wow. Who is Danny Elfman? Hold on. Right. I was like, why does that name ring a bell? He wrote the music for all the movies. Yeah, I was like, why does that name ring a bell? That's fucking weird. He worked with Tim Burton a lot. Fuck, that's odd, isn't it? He did the music for Edward Scissorhands. This is weird. Why does this feel like incestuous or something? Batman, Spider-Man, Good Will Hunting, Men in Black, 50 Shades of Grey, Desperate Housewives, The Simpsons. Wow. Holy shit. And he's old too. Anyway. So he's got a, holy shit. You are good at Google. Holy crap. So he, So I haven't, let me go back to the headline because there's the defamation that he's denying sexual misconduct. Hold on. Let me see if this has. When is this? Oh, that's from 20. That's not it. Let me see. Dude, wow. Wow. So, I'm going to see if I can find the court documents for this, guys. And if I can, we will cover it. And if there's a trial, we'll cover it. Holy shit. Interesting. Yeah, I'm going to look into it, guys. Dude, well done, Gwennon, on finding that for sure. We'll see if we can do more.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit plaintiff's exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 3 in evidence.
If we could publish it to the jury. Thank you. Now, is it fair to say this is a tweet?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury what a tweet is for those who are not as social media oriented?
Oh my God.
A tweet is a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
Okay. Now, did you send this tweet?
I think so. I must have.
Okay. And what, if any,
Oh my God.
control did you have over whether the title given to the op-ed online was included in the tweet?
You don't have control when you're retweeting something. It's my experience that you don't control a title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize someone else's title.
Okay. And at the time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do not. I don't think I even realized it.
Have you ever typed the words from that title?
No, I have not.
Now, I'm going to ask you, let's go back to number 2, plaintiff's 2. And I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, in this op-ed was incorrect?
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically, and if we can blow this up just a touch, and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can, so we get to then 2 years
Any
ago.
court documents.
Then 2 years ago, I
Brand
became
new.
a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
It's true.
What, if any,
Debatable.
thing did you do about speaking up about domestic abuse 2 years earlier?
Well, I went and got a restraining order against my then husband and walked out to a sea of media and endured to that point 2 years of vitriol from the media and from Johnny Depp supporters in retaliation for having done so.
And I guess you're really answering my next question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to for that next?
Yes, because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. I obviously now, from where I sit today, no, it gets a lot worse.
And then, Michelle, if we can move this up a little
I'm rolling
bit
my eyes
further.
as I stand here.
Well, actually, that's perfect, Michelle. Then I don't have to use my purple again.
Oh, that's great. We don't want
Then you
that.
said, I had the rare vantage
Purple.
point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Is this true or false?
True.
Okay, and explain to me what you meant by that and how that was true for you.
I got a restraining order. I had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures. I had proof, and yet everyone, the media, the studios that both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection,
They
Your
attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if anything, did you witness with respect to institutions?
Meaning the people that we work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis.
Right.
Death
So-
threats.
I know you guys probably are very well aware, but for anyone who's watching this in the future ever and is like, what's this? What's she going on about here? The point of this part is to prove the damages. And by saying, like in the examples I gave earlier at the beginning of the stream about compensatory damages, right? Like the example I gave with the car accident where you have hospital bills. Well, here, compensatory damages would be loss of work due to the defamation, allegedly. So here she's attempting to prove through her testimony, and then later on we'll hear from some experts, that, this is how she lost out on work, right? And then the experts will testify kind of to what they would have expected her to have made had she not lost out on the work. Of course, that's all with the premise that she lost the work due to the defamation, which we know the jury did not believe. So,
And just the fact that wasn't, there was no parody. The studio and these decision makers and such were so ready to support him and eager to throw
Objection,
blame
Your
in.
Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
yeah.
So what, if any, ill will or bad intentions did you have or intend against Mr. Depp by assisting in writing, giving your name to this op-ed, and in publishing it?
None. It's not about Johnny. The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny.
Okay, Amber.
It's about me. It's about what happened to me after Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It was about me and my life and what I endured once I moved on and got a TRO and moved on with my life. It was about what happened to me after. The only one who made it about him, ironically, is Johnny.
I'm going to, we can take that down, Michelle. I'm going to turn to something about electronics and transparency. You've testified about, and we've seen photographs and audio recordings and text messages, emails, etc. What, if anything, have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
All right, sidebar. So we're getting to the end though of direct. Thank God. All right, let's share the screen. Yeah, she does live on planet Amber. I agree, Maisha. All right. So sidebar. The court. Okay, 245. It's in evidence as. Wait, sorry. That's a second one. It's this one here. Sorry. All right. Objection, Your Honor. May we approach? Okay. Ms. Bretta, I thought you were objecting because I couldn't say authentication. Well, she did struggle to get that word out. Fair. Ms. Vasquez, I don't know where the court. What's the relevance of this at this time, Ms. Bretta? Just to show that she had the devices. The court also seeing the objection. It's just a relevance at this time. It might come up later. Ms. Bretta, okay. and they go back to open court, but then they have a sidebar after 2 seconds. So we're going to go ahead and read that now. So the court, 245, it's in evidence as redacted. Elaine, yes, but the one that's in evidence doesn't have the full redactions. It has a title still in there, and quickly, what I'm suggesting is replacing it. The court, okay, Ms. Bredoff, and it's so that it has, because it had a title in it, and this has the full redactions. I have a copy of it, the court. So what's the difference between this one and the one we have in evidence, Ms. Bredoff? So the one that's in evidence is not redacted on the title. The court, well, I mean, I can make this A. What's in evidence is in evidence. It doesn't change, but if you want 1246A, Ms. Bredoff, then I'll just, to move it along, the court, you don't have any objection, Ms. Vasquez? No, the court. So 1246A, Ms. Bredoff, 1246, 1245, the court, is 1245 already in evidence? Ms. Bredoff, this is redacted. The court, okay, so 1246, Ms. Bredoff, this is 1245. Oh boy, look at this, guys. The court, this is 1246, they're both 1246. Holy mother of God. Ms. Vasquez, and I have 1247. Ms. Bredoff, 1245. What a fucking mess. Ms. Vasquez, I have two 1247s. Ms. Bredoff, well, that explains. The court, maybe that one, maybe Mr. Murray gave it to you. So this is going to be 1246A, okay? Can I write A on here, Ms. Bredoff? Yes, the court. All right, 1246A, Ms. Vasquez. May I have a copy of 1246, Ms. Bredoff? Yes. The court, 1245 and 1247, Ms. Vasquez. Thank you, Ms. Bredoff. And then we have 1247. You both have that, right? The court, yes, I have. Ms. Vasquez, I just don't have 1245. The court, yeah, but she wants to get this under 1246, so it's 1246A. No, we're going to get those back and 1247, and then we will do 1246. Ms. Vasquez, do you have also, is this the last one? Do you have the one that's stapled last? Yeah. The court, okay, Ms. Vasquez, thank you. The court, all right, I have all the numbers. Ms. Bredoff, okay. The court, are there any objections to any of these? No objections, so you can move them in. Ms. Bredoff, okay, thank you. Ms. Vasquez, okay. Oh, back to open court they go, and so do we, as it turns out. There's stupid water thing.
All right, I'm going to turn to your counterclaim. You have made a counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And it's based on 3 statements that Mr. Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you can pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245. But, Your Honor, I'm going to ask, do we have?
It's already in evidence.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay,
just real
sure.
quickly, because I think we can move this along faster if we do this ahead of time.
And so that's the one we just read where they got all confused about the numbers crazily. I love that you guys see, y'all both know the Disney movies and non-Disney movies also. Like, I haven't seen any of those movies that you guys are mentioning, but I love that you guys have seen them and that you were fans. I've seen very few of his movies, Johnny Depp. All right.
Okay, we're going to start by bringing up Defendant's 1245.
All right, and moving that into evidence, no objection, 1245 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is an article that was in the Daily Mail on 8 April 2020. You see that? And then, Michelle, if you can move that to the next page, and perfect. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is this a true or a false statement?
False.
And why is it false?
Well, you have to use to use what I've lived through and
and what I've survived, calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this. This is what I've lived through. And to say that it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things. I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage. I had been protective of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever. Adam Waldman was the one who put that out in the world. As remarkable as that is, I had protected that. I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality.
I just want to remind you guys what the question was. The question was, why is this statement false? The statement was that about her friends, using as a sword and shield in the hoax. And the question was, why is the statement false? And she's not even said that it's false at all. There were actually many things already that I was going to pause it for, and now I can't even remember them all. Let me back it up just a little bit, because this is actually, I know one of the other things I was going to say is that this actually goes to what we were talking about at the beginning of the stream with when DSN was here and answering his question, because this really gets to the heart of the issue for a defamation case, right? Because we were talking about how it's really all about the statement and not about like the actual acts of, in this case, right, the actual acts of the abuse, right? It's about the falsity or of the statements. So, but isn't it so interesting, guys, how like the easy way to answer this question and the right way to answer it, if she says, well, why is it false? The answer would be, well, because that's not what happened, right? I mean, it's just, that's not what happened. Like, the over-explaining is just unhinged.
Some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer, not only uses that against me, but says it's a hoax.
Oh, and the other thing I was going to say, so I remembered all my points. The other thing I was going to say is you can tell her response, instead of just answering it like, well, yeah, it's just not true, is to just get offended. She's like offended. It's crazy.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask if we can bring up, and it's going to be 1246A.
They sorted that out.
And I think I'm moving this into.
All right.
I want to know
Evidence
what's
as
going on
well.
with
No
Fenderr
objections
and
to
the
1246A is an
realtor.
evidence.
Fenderr, what's going on with the realtor? Are you buying
And
it?
this is an article that
Don't move,
was
because then we will
published
see the
on
monkeys.
the 28th of April, 2020. And Michelle, if we can, thank you.
We love the monkeys.
And this one says, Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told dailymail.com.
Lame.
And let's keep going. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that true or false?
Couldn't be more false.
And why is that?
Every part of it is false. I didn't call 911. I didn't call the police. I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny. I protected Johnny. I didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I didn't rough up the place. I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the second cops were coming. If I wanted to get something from him, I wanted to hoax Johnny, why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police? Wouldn't I do more damage to the house and than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it online when there's no fact checking, there's no authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't fight this and use these sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are
I mean, you can't
intent on helping Johnny through
Better,
a
you can send
sophisticated
tweet, lady.
PR machine. to
Objection,
echo
Your
this
Honor.
abuse at me over and
Hearsay,
over again.
speculation.
You can send a
I'll
tweet.
sustain the
You
objection.
get on
Next
social
question.
media.
All right, and so what in fact did you do that night?
I cleaned up. I protected Johnny. I refused to cooperate with the police, like so many other people do. I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him.
History.
And did the opposite. And I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist.
Wait, I thought you talked to.
I called
That's
my
weird.
contract attorney to get me
Now you're
another
calling
lawyer
your
who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny.
Weird.
Every bit of this was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had fought really hard to keep for nearly 5 years,
Dude, I can't with
which
it.
was that behind closed doors,
In front of other people,
things were not what it looked like.
although not what you wanted them to
Okay.
see.
Michelle, can you take this one down and go to defendants 1247,
I know she can't hear
please?
me, guys.
And then I'll move the admission.
All right. I know there's no objection, 1247 in evidence.
And Amber, this is another a Mail Online, and this is published on 24 June, updated on 25 June 2020. And then if we can go further. And this one says, Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, "We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." Is this true or false?
False.
And why is it false?
Because unfortunately, all of this is real. And what I mentioned earlier about how preposterous it would have to be for this to be this elaborate hoax, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take, albeit online, where he could get away with it for some
Objection,
time.
calls for
Right.
speculation.
Sustain the objection.
And why is this so absurd?
Because Johnny and I lived this. We lived through this. I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it. But I survived it.
Offensive to me. I'm going to say that.
And, I have
He does not even know. Dude,
mountains.
Tasha Smith, we haven't seen you in so long. I'm so happy you're here. Woo! We're so happy to see you. Awesome timing. I know. It is very messed up and it's very offensive. But I narrowly survived it is just another level, even for her. Yeah.
of evidence, mountains of proof, and yet
Wait, hold
it
on.
wasn't. It
Hang on,
won't
here.
be.
We have a command for that.
I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it, but I survived it. And I have mountains of evidence, mountains of proof, and yet it
Didn't see
it wasn't. It won't be good enough for people who are seeking
Well,
to make
not
money
good
off
enough
of Johnny's
for us.
success.
Objection, Your Honor.
Not good enough
Calls for
for me.
speculation.
No, sustain the
That's
objection.
Okay, so I'm going to take you now to the damages that you've suffered as a result of these statements
What, the
by Mr.
mountains
Waldman
thing?
on Mr. Depp's behalf.
Or the
Please tell the jury
sorry,
how
you mean you haven't caught the mountains thing, or you hadn't caught the part about that she narrowly survived it?
you were doing reputation.
Objection, that's a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I'm
We
sorry.
move to strike
Ooh,
counsel's testimony.
spicy. Elaine's like, what? Is that a sidebar? I bet that's a sidebar. Sounds like a sidebar. It has got to be a sidebar. It's just a mountain of lies. Accurate. All right. Well, let me pop on over here to the sidebar. So, okay, hold on. Doodly-dee. Sasha, did you see the latest news about Amber? We learned something new tonight, that she's living in Spain under a fake name.
Well, it's a real name, but it's not her name. Do you know the scoop on that one? We've learned a lot these past couple days. So do they do another back-to-back? They do several back-to-backs. Okay, let's go through this real quick. So share my screen. Fenderr, what's happening with your realtor? Because like, I don't know if you heard me say this, but if you're moving, you have to take the monkeys with you, okay? That's the deal. Are you buying a house? Are you selling a house? We don't know. But the monkeys are the most important thing of all. So, all right, so sidebar, here we are. So the court, for the record, do you want to give me your full question, Ms. Brough? My question is going to be, please tell the jury how your reputation was doing prior to these statements were. Okay, Ms. Vasquez, it's the first part of it where she said that the court, that wasn't your question. That question's okay. Ms. Vasquez, the second question is fine. The first one. Ms. Brough, I'm sorry, I'll ask the court. All right. I remember this, you guys. I'll ask that it be stricken. I'll strike that. Thank you. I remember this. Okay. So then she comes back and then she says, what was your understanding of whose behalf Mr. Waldman was making those three statements? And she says, objection, lack of foundation calls for speculation, and they go back to the sidebar. The court, I sustain the objection on that. That's a legal conclusion. That's facts, Ms. Brough. But there wouldn't be. That's the court just understanding of who did it. I'll understand the objection all day long, every day. She said all day, every day. Ms. Brough, that's fine. I have other people that can testify. I swear to God. The court, okay. And then back to open court. All right. So now let's hear that all play out in real life with the real people, as it were. Share the screen to you guys. Okay, cool. Oh, cool. Well, we're glad, Sasha. I'm just seeing your chat that you've been here. I'm glad that you're in the chat, though. That's awesome. It's hard to know who's lurking when we don't hear from them. The new apartment has a new pet. Why are you moving, Fenderr? Is it because of your new job? Oh, she says, I'm renting a new place. Okay. Gotcha. Renting a new place. Okay. Is it going to do this again for real, though? No way. No way. Really? Wow. I just don't see how.
If you want to approach again, that's not what we just said.
All right, cool. Not nearly as bad as before. Cool. All right.
From the record, we'll disregard that question. All right, your next question.
I liked your place, Fenderr.
What was your understanding of on whose behalf Mr. Waldman was making those three statements?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
And if you want to approach again, that's not what we just said here. I just want to.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Question here. How were you, please tell the jury, how were you doing reputationally before these three statements were made?
That's a good word.
Beginning
Reputationally.
April 2020. April 8th was the first of them.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on lack of foundation.
She can talk about her reputation.
Overruled all that.
It took hard work. It took a lot of hard work on my part, but I was able to work, get my life back on track. I was taking care of myself emotionally. My career, I was working really hard. I was able to star in a major success. I worked on a TV series that I had been attached to for a very long time.
Do y'all know what that
I
is?
became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on, I was awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was awaiting to start doing publicity for it to promote it. And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So things were, the trajectory was positive.
So how did things change after
I just
these
never
statements were
heard
made?
one except for this.
I remember around the time, unfortunately, I lost my mother on the 1st of April. And I remember it was when I was grieving her that I got a call that I should be expecting a script for my role in Aquaman 2.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So I was waiting a schedule and a script for that. Feeling concerned that, I wouldn't have enough time to grieve before having to get back into work. I had a press schedule to promote the TV series I was doing, and I was shooting things for this beauty brand. And then I remember at that time the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because they were getting bombarded.
Objection, Your Honor, this is hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, all right.
They said no. I mean, they suspended what I had shot.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, they're not
She can
Amber.
testify to that, Your Honor. She has been able to testify.
I'll sustain the objection.
No.
Were you actively involved in campaigns for L'Oreal before these articles?
I was.
Were you actively involved in campaigns with L'Oreal after these articles?
No.
Were you with the Stand? You were talking about the TV series. That was the Stand, correct?
Yes, the TV series that I had already completed.
What is that?
And were you actively involved in publicity for the Stand prior to these articles?
Yes, I
Were
was.
Were you actively involved in the publicity after these articles?
No, shoots were canceled. Things were
Okay.
canceled.
With respect to Aquaman 1, Aquaman 2, you'd already starred in Aquaman 1, right? Just so and they called it Aquaman at that time, but now there's an Aquaman 2, just right for.
That's correct.
Okay. So were you actively scheduling timing for filming and scripts for Aquaman 2 before these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively scheduling after these articles?
No, the communications stopped at that point.
All right. I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1258? I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1258. It's dated September 21, 2015. Do you recognize this document?
Yes,
Okay, what is it?
it is the Justice League Aquaman contract.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1258.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, may we
Oh,
approach?
sure. Yes, ma'am.
All right, they're approaching. All right, sidebar. All right, so yeah, what is the Stand? Do you guys know what that's about? I have not heard of it. All right, let's take a look. Oh my God, yeah, this is a good one. Okay, so yeah, has anyone seen that show, or does anyone know what it is about? Okay, so let me add this to the stage. Cool. The court. I'm just getting the copy that the court has here. Okay, what's the objection first? Ms. Vasquez, objection is hearsay and relevance. The court. Okay. Ms. Vasquez, I don't know why her contract. The court. Why the contract? Ms. Bredoff, Your Honor, I have a brief on this. Oh God, it's not hearsay. Contracts are not hearsay in Virginia. Virginia laws is if you have a binding contract, these are legal. Then these are legal obligations. The court. I would really appreciate these briefs prior to testimony. Oh, Ms. Bredoff, Your Honor, I didn't know if she was going to object. The court. You can just assume there's going to be objections. Ms. Bredoff, excellent point by you. So with legal contracts that have legal consequences, the court, there's legal effect, no relevance to the legal effect here. Ms. Bredoff, true. Oh God. The court. but there's no, oh, sorry, the court, but there's no, Ms. Pradov, these are her documents. It shows how much she was getting paid. It shows that she had options for the Aquaman and the Aquaman 2. The court, but that's not a contract dispute case where it would have legal effect. Ms. Pradov, correct, Your Honor. But it's for evidence of the damages. The court, well, she can testify to how much she made, but you can't get the contract in. It's hearsay. There's no relevance to its legal effect. Ms. Pradov, well, I would assert, Your Honor, that case law says otherwise, but the court, under contract, the law of contracts, you're right. If it was a contract case, I'd be right there with you. That's just not where we are. Ms. Pradov, so I can ask her questions on each of these? Court, you can ask her. Ms. Pradov, I'm going to go through them now. I am the court. You can discuss how much she made. I'm assuming there's no objection to how much she made for L'Oreal. Ms. Vasquez, no. The court, you can ask how much she made, just can't get the contracts in. Ms. Vasquez, thank you. And back to open court. Y'all, there we go. Oh, interesting. So it's like horror, I guess, would you say? Is that the right genre? Stephen King? Interesting. The Stand makes me think of The Witness Stand, but I doubt it's about a witness stand if it's Stephen King. YouTube.
Amber, can you explain to me how?
Well, let's just... Oh, thank you, Gwennon. The plot? Interesting. Huh. Wow.
So, Amber, can you explain to me how that
I'm sure she was
contract
terrible in it.
structure was for Justice League and options? Just explain to the jury, please.
It's structured like a 3-picture option. I signed on to do Justice League, where my character was introduced. The fee is, small relative to what it will become if and when you do the other options or movies in that under that umbrella. So it was the contract for Justice League, which could then become Justice League 2, or it could be Aquaman, or it could be some other movie within the DC universe. And the second picture ended up being Aquaman. And then the third picture, Aquaman 2. Each time the fee goes up, but...
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled out loud.
As far as the contract is concerned, that's what the contract says.
All right. And if we go to page 6, so what was your fee going to be for Aquaman? And what was it for Aquaman?
1 million.
Okay. Then was there also box office bonuses?
Maisha, so this has happened once before, and we know like what happened. Okay, it's possible there's comments that get skipped somehow on YouTube or whatever, and we never know about it. But to my knowledge, this has happened one other time with DSN, where there was a comment that he made that it didn't go in the chat at all. Like nobody saw it. It wasn't just that I didn't see it. Nobody saw it. So I don't know. What was your comment? 'Cause I did not see one. So, and I'm wondering if I didn't see it, if no one else saw it either. So I'm curious because I didn't see anything. The last comment I have from you says The Stand was the series from like 7 minutes ago. So it's not in the chat. Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's not. Do y'all in the chat, do you see her comment? I'm wondering if it's doing that same thing it did with DSN, where it just doesn't show it at all. But yeah, I don't know why. Because if nobody's seeing it, then it's something with YouTube. But if I'm just not seeing it and everyone else is, it's something with StreamYard. That would be my low tech guess on it. So, oh, you don't see it either. Interesting. Okay, yeah. So that's, well, you know what? And YouTube, as y'all saw, has been fucking up. So maybe it has something to do with that. Well, yeah, I'm glad you pointed it out. And awesome too, like, it's a great time to mention that for anybody who recognizes that it looks like there's a comment that they put in the chat that's missing, now you guys can just hopefully can bring it up so that we can have the comment again. Amber Heard had a 2023 film called In the Fire. It has a 2.9. Oh my God. And now I feel like I might have to watch that. That's amazing. Y'all can share it. How about that? Do y'all want to split the credit? Half and half? 50 million squirrel points apiece. 2.9. That's actually really impressive. Actually, so I might have to see if I can find that one. Gwynnon says Maisha answered first. Wait, do you see it then? That's interesting. Gwennon doesn't, or wait, Maisha didn't see it, but do you see it, Gwennon? Her comment? .9 on IMDb. That might even be lower than The Room. Wild.
Opportunities.
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, there are box
Yeah,
office bonuses. If it makes a certain amount in the box office.
Okay, let me just finish my thought. That was a good heads up, though, is to just put it on the record that if you guys feel like maybe your comment is missing, it probably is.
Office, you get a bonus.
Okay. And it says picture number 2. At the time you entered into the contract and with on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. So ultimately, what was picture number 2?
Aquaman.
All right. And then what was it for picture number 3?
Aquaman 2.
Okay. And what was the fee under the option agreement at that time?
$2 million.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury what was involved with L'Oreal? You talked about being involved in campaigns and then not. Just explain that to them if you can.
As a spokesperson, I'm just involved with the brand as a representative, and a certain amount of commitment you have to do throughout the year on social media and on red carpets, promoting various products or causes they're advancing. Generally, it's just like a brand ambassadorship.
Okay. And did you, let's pull up 1262. And this is dated as of April 25, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Was that your first contract with L'Oreal?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was that for a term, a specific term?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was it for 2 years?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that
Okay.
sounds right.
All right. And then I'm going to ask you to turn to 1264. And that's April 20, 2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do with regard to extending your contract then?
They extended it. They chose to extend it with the option to kind of.
All right. And did they extend it just an additional 3 months? If you look at paragraph 1.
Let's see. Yes, they did.
Okay. And what, if any, work did you do for L'Oreal after these 3 statements were made?
I have only been able to participate in, I believe, one live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and
I'll
hearsay.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Now let's go to 1265. And this is, as of November 15, 2021, this is another extension with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option term under paragraph 1, it's an extension of 20 months, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, if any, work have you been able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
As I stated, I believe I've only done one in-person event with them and they couldn't use the material.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the stand for a minute. Let's pull up 1263. And this is dated July 3, 2019. And I believe you indicated that you had already filmed it by the time these statements were made in April and June of 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what, if any, marketing opportunities were you participating in prior to those articles?
We had appearances, talk show, press, the normal kind of group cast press junket, promotional material, photo shoot. And I had various publicity engagements lined up, like a magazine cover, that sort of thing to promote the film. To promote the series.
And what, if anything, were you able to do with marketing opportunities after the 3 articles were published?
None.
What, if any, covers were you on after that for the stand?
They pulled the offer for that, so none.
Okay. And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page, how much were you paid for the stand? It's at 6C. $200,000.
$200,000 an episode.
Okay. Now let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1266. Have you been able to get any work since that time?
I have done one small independent film.
Okay, and tell the jury what that is.
I shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent, meaning it doesn't have distribution or, it doesn't have distribution or anything. It's a lower budget film that I had been attached to for many years called Into the Fire.
Okay. And 1266 has as of January 13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
Oh my God.
March. I believe it was March of this year.
Okay. And do you recall what your compensation was for that?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm
If you
sorry.
can look at ALH 17628, it's paragraph 6A.
Oh, 65,000.
That's annoying, Gwennon.
And have you participated in Aquaman 2?
I have.
And tell us about that.
I had to fight I fought really hard to stay in the movie.
Fight for your right to
didn't want to
party.
include me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you ultimately able to get to film in Aquaman 2?
A very pared down version of that role, yes.
Okay. What, if anything, changed in the script?
They took away a lot of.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she can.
Lack of foundation.
Holy shut up.
Overruled as the script.
There were 6. What if any?
Go ahead.
I was given a script and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that the
That's
that had action in it, that depicted
Hold on. That
my
is wild. I don't know. Does that mean your place is haunted? Are they clean ghosts?
character and another character, without giving any spoilers away. You know, they're two characters fighting with one another, and they basically took a bunch out of my role. They just removed a bunch out.
And what, if any, leverage did you have to negotiate a higher salary beyond the $2 million?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, effort did you make to negotiate a higher salary for your participation?
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
And why not?
Objection, this calls for hearsay and speculation.
Do you know why?
Still the same objections, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah. All right. Amber, I'm going to ask you to describe to this jury the emotional impact on you of these three statements that we have talked about, these three counterclaim statements. Please describe how this has impacted you.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to reverberate, re-echo, and re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not responsive, lack of foundation.
It's
And hearsay.
responsive, yeah. She gets to give her consent for it.
Well, the question was your emotional impact of these statements.
Okay.
The impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day. I am set back. I have to relive it. I have to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived at times, embarrassing, intimate details that I never wanted to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those claims. Over and over again, the most intimate, embarrassing, deeply humiliating and personal things that I've survived are used against me every day, over and over again. It's torture. I'm in so much pain emotionally. I just wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life. And he won't let me. By making statements like this, he won't let me. I have to be here today. I have to be reliving it every single time. He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again, makes me have to speak to the most horrifying things I have lived through. It's torture. It's torturous. I want you to have to do that. I want to move on with my life. I have a baby. I want to move on. I want to move on. I want Johnny to move on too. I want him to leave me alone.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's probably a good time to go ahead and take our afternoon recess based on that. So go ahead and do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Please, court is still in session. I need it to be quiet in the gallery. Thank you.
That's fun. I hope it's a friendly ghost. Okay. Let's get ahead. Here we are. She's back in bed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Heard.
Wait,
Good afternoon.
hold on. Hold on. Did we miss? Oh my God, we're on to cross, y'all. That's it. We're on to cross. Let's hear that good afternoon again, because that's epic. You guys, we did it. We're on to cross. I can't even believe we did it. We did it. You guys, we did it. We're on to cross. Holy shit.
Good afternoon, Ms. Heard.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes. Mm-hmm.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229. For the record, it's at 1101 through 1209. I'm going to ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 1229?
Yes.
Lean your mic.
All right, 1229, you want to enter it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1229 entered in its entirety. Go ahead and play your section.
I'm gonna tell you. I don't understand. Is this what you want?
No. Oh, no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we
I
just
just wanted to touch you.
Really? After all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you a
all this
hug.
shit you fucking accused me of? You
Yes,
want to touch me?
please stop.
Fucking
Please stop.
fucking nuts.
Please, I just wanted to hug you. Please say bye. I didn't want to get any back.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough.
No, hold on.
No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm. Calm.
What? You're not my shrink.
Your head's hard. Please just fall.
No, you're in fucking hard. No, we'll never see each other again. You on your neck. Don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again.
There it is.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes.
I know,
I
right?
got my TRO.
And he tells you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
Lane.
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Ms. Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Right, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp.
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what
Right?
I know we
know.
lived through.
Yeah, I
Or,
agree. I agree.
as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he's a man who beat me up for 5 years.
No.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
No, ma'am.
And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
Let's look at some of that. Mr. Depp wears rings on every finger, doesn't he, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience, yes.
And they're not delicate rings, are they?
Interesting.
No, they are not.
That's interesting. What next to what comment? I wonder what's going on with YouTube, man. Next to your own comment or I'm not seeing it on my end, but I'm on StreamYard, so oh, you mean the recording when it got you as a juror? Yeah, let me know. Let me know if you're seeing anything else weird. Because again, it's not going to always pop up on StreamYard, but I'm wondering what he does have very cool rings. I agree.
Every one of his fingers is adorned, your words, big, chunky rings. Isn't that right?
That's my experience of him.
And Mr. Depp is always wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience of him.
And you've never known him not to wear these rings.
And that's my experience, is he normally wore rings, yes.
So Mr. Depp is wearing these big, chunky rings on every finger.
She just doesn't even
every incident of abuse you've described to this jury, right?
I can't say for certain it was in every single incident.
But you've never known him not to wear rings, right?
In general, my experience with Johnny is that he wears rings almost all the time.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony in a deposition in this matter in January of this year?
I do.
Can we please play from your deposition, day 2, 512, page 512, lines 11 through 15?
You said he hit you and he was wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, "You don't know how many times he hit you in the face."
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
I'm sorry, just so I understand better, there were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty
in
much
March
always,
of 2013.
right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times,
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention other than my therapist.
You testified to another incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
Yes, I remember that.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one. I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you, Ms.
I don't
Wright?
know if I took one or if it's included. I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident that your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
That picture doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013, yes.
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
That's the only picture you've shown to this jury from March 2013, correct?
I believe so.
You testified about an incident in Russia on or about June 26, 2013. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that Mr. Depp, quote, whacked you in the face.
That's correct.
And you went to the bathroom after that, right?
I did.
And then, according to your testimony, when you came out of the bathroom, Jerry Judge, Mr. Depp's security guard, who's passed away, pointed out that your nose was bleeding, right?
He did that in the hallway.
And you said you hadn't known that your nose was bleeding until Jerry Judge pointed it out to you?
Yes, that's correct. I was unaware until he brought it up to me. I didn't see it when I was in the bathroom, but I wasn't looking.
So it's your testimony that you went into the bathroom and didn't look in the mirror, which I assume was in the bathroom, to notice that your nose is bleeding?
That's not why I went into the bathroom. I went into the bathroom crying. I don't even know if I paid attention to the mirror. I certainly didn't enough to notice any blood.
And you didn't take any pictures of your bloody nose either, did you?
I did not.
But pictures were taken of you in Russia, though. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had a press or a dinner.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1248. Ms. Hurd, this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp in Russia, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit.
All right, no objection. 1248 in evidence. You can publish.
And this is you and Mr. Depp in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, correct?
It was a dinner function, I believe, in promotion of the movie. Wasn't the premiere, if I recall.
Oh my God.
You don't have any visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
That's what visible means.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1249.
Oh, weird. Huh.
This is a picture of you, isn't it right?
That's
Very
correct.
weird. I don't know what's going on with
We
the
move to admit
comments or the chat.
Exhibit 1249.
All right, 1249 in evidence.
This is also a picture from when you were in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, right?
That is correct.
And you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
Even though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled
He did.
while wearing chunky big rings, right?
That's correct.
You know, it's funny because it's funny. I mean, I thought about that too. Like, it's funny because it doesn't feel like it's slow. Like there were times with Lolly where even on 1.25 or even sometimes on 1.5, it just felt like it was just taking for fucking ever. But this seems to fly by at normal speed, which is just really funny, right?
The other thing that's funny is there's more sidebars in this trial as well. But I guess it also helps that we get to read them. But yeah, anyway, I don't know. It is funny. It's funny. The pacing just feels like okay at normal speed on this one. Do y'all agree? Oh, interesting. Very weird. I don't think I saw that comment at all though come through. Let me see. No, this did not come through on my end at all. Nope. Nope. Weird. I don't know, man. What's weird to me is that you're seeing different things on different devices. That's fucking weird. I have no idea, y'all. Oh, wow. Wild. Yay, YouTube. YouTube. Yoo-hoo, YouTube. What are you doing with people's comments in the chat? That's very odd. You know, there was a comment that I typed in earlier, y'all. It was something completely benign. It was like, hang on or something like that. This was hours ago. And of course I'm on StreamYard, right? So it's a little bit different, but it said YouTube has flagged your comment and it's not sending it through. And all it said was hang on or something like that. So I don't know if I have no idea. Weird. And the emoji thing that you mentioned too was an odd one. Are you seeing anything weird on your end, Fenderr, or things that are missing?
You also testify that Mr. Depp, again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014, right?
That is correct.
You testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
That's correct.
You said your nose was, quote, swollen, discolored, red.
That is correct. I took a picture of that.
You testified you took a picture of your face after this.
I did.
But you didn't show that picture to the jury, did you?
I would like to.
But you didn't show it, did you?
That's not up to me.
You understand you were under an obligation to produce all photographs after any alleged incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
You didn't produce any photographs after the Met Gala.
I produced everything.
You also understand that you're under an obligation to produce all medical records reflecting any injuries you allegedly sustained from Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers, everything. I've turned over literally everything that I have.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose after the Met Gala?
Not after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention, no.
You also attended an event after the Met Gala in May of 2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you went to the All-Star Comedy Tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
That was the next night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken at this event.
Yes.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1252. This is a picture of you, Ms. Heard,
Yes, it is.
at that event,
Yes, it is.
the night after the Met Gala,
Yes, it is.
the night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose.
I'm not sure if it was broken, for the record, but yeah, you should see what it looked like underneath the makeup.
He whacked you so hard in the face that you thought you had broken your nose.
Exactly.
Right. Permission to admit this photograph.
All right, 1252 in evidence.
This is a picture of you, Mr. Depp, and Don Rickles, right?
That is correct.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1253. This is another picture from that evening, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it is.
Permission to admit Exhibit 1253 and publish it.
All right, so moved. 1, 2, 5, 3 in evidence.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp at the event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he had broken your nose.
He did whack me in the face, and I did think it broke my nose.
And this is you the night after.
Yes, it is.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254. This is also a picture of you at the same event, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
All right, 1, 2, 5, 4 in evidence. You can publish. Thank you.
And just to confirm now that the jury can see it, this is a picture of you at the same event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he broke your nose.
This is a picture of me after he did whack me in the face.
The night after, right?
Yes, it is. I believe it was the night after, yes.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
I'm wearing makeup.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Coming up here, guys.
And makeup covers up
Fine.
swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Oh, this.
Ice will cover.
Oh my God, this is so good. I'm gonna rewind. So the record was 10:15. I looked this up at the beginning. It was 10:15, and then last night we were at 10:02. So we were only 13 minutes away from breaking the record. But right now we're at 8 hours, so we still need over 2 hours and 15 minutes for the break the record. You know, you might be right about the top messages instead of all message. You might be right about that, Fenderr. That's a good point. Everyone, make sure you're on. I mean, having said that, on my end, I don't have any way to change that, and there's messages I'm not seeing. But yeah, make sure you're in live chat, not top chat. I don't know. Let's see how much more do we have left of. We don't have actually that much left of today. So we'll probably do a little bit more cross and then, well, I don't know. Maybe we'll start tomorrow with the end of cross because we watched it last night. I say end of cross for this day because A, we watched it last night, and B, it's so good. And there's going to be other people too that will probably want to see it. So maybe we'll do that. Yeah, but I don't know what's going on with the messages though.
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Right. And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Ice will cover up swelling?
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might imagine.
Right,
and for
exactly.
me,
right?
It wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
I have a
Yeah,
picture of
me
it
too,
underneath
time
the
to catch up.
makeup.
Yeah.
That's how I know how to reference it.
I'm with you on that.
A picture you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
not my job.
Same. Y'all, if y'all pay attention to my thumbnails that I have for Karen Reed, there's actually a packet of Crystal Light on the snow.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Oh, approach. It's time to approach for a sidebar. It's a sidebar. All right, you guys ready for the first sidebar of cross-examination? Let me do the thing so we can do the other things. Maybe tomorrow we'll break the record. All right. Your Honor, may we approach? That's fine. Okay. Ms. Vasquez, Your Honor, she's characterizing that she's producing photographs that haven't been. The court, is this your photograph, Ms. Vasquez? There are photographs that haven't been produced to the court. She said there's a photo. Ms. Vasquez, it wasn't listed in any direct examination. Ms. Bredehoff, oh my God, look at how long she's going to be talking for. Fucking hell. All right. Ms. Bredehoff, first of all, we have a motion in limine, court ordered, that we don't bring up discovery issues without first checking with the court. Second of all, Your Honor,
I don't know whether we have a lot of pictures that came in through the investigation, you know, going in all, oh, this is this sidebar. I remember this. Going in all the devices, and Your Honor has ruled we can't put any of them in. I don't know if it's one of those or not. We certainly have been diligent in producing everything we have, but there certainly are injuries that we didn't find earlier that came in through the last device. Did Amber rehome any of her devices? So I don't know how to answer that, and these prohibited me from introducing art. The court, no, I'm asking this question. Is there a picture of her that she just testified that she said there's a picture that she gave you guys that has the nose? Yeah, this is a big fucking deal right here. This is a big deal. I kind of forgot what a big deal this is. Ms. Brough, I don't know, Your Honor. I don't know. There are a lot of pictures. It's your job to know, Elaine. The court, I know, but if there's no picture, I have issue with that. Yeah, Ms. Brough. The answer is I don't know whether she does or not. There are so many pictures. There's no way for me to know that. Ms. Vasquez, not for you, but she should be able to know that. Yep. The court. Okay, the court. The court. Okay, I just don't know. Ms. Brough, there's nothing I can do about it. She can testify. Ms. Vasquez, I think she should be prohibited from testifying. I agree. Ms. Brough, I don't think she can be prohibited. She's asking her questions, court, right? Ms. Brough, I don't know the answer to those. She's answering whatever she is. I can't be responsible for knowing thousands of pictures. We're talking the court. Here's the problem. If you're saying that you don't think it exists or you don't know if it exists and it doesn't go to the jury, Ms. Brough, I can go back tonight and look, Your Honor. I don't know that. But I don't know the answer to the court. I understand that. That's not the problem. She keeps, Ms. Brough cuts her off and says, there are thousands of documents. Oh, I think we have a command for that. Let me see if this is it. It might be dog. I'm not sure. I don't remember. I think there's a command for this, though. Okay. Ms. Brough says, there are thousands of documents. The court, she keeps commenting on the evidence or lack of evidence. I understand she asked the question. There wasn't anything, but the answer is there isn't. But she keeps saying there are pictures. Ms. Brough, I understand. She's asking if there are pictures, which is actually a violation of the court order in the motion, on the motion, eliminate the court. That's not a violation of the court order, Ms. Brough. It is. I don't think Your Honor can prohibit her from testifying that she has them, Ms. Vasquez. That's not what she's saying, the court. She's saying they exist. Ms. Brough, I understand that, and I'm telling you under oath. As an officer of this court, I don't know. There are more than 100,000 pictures that came out of that, and we had a bunch of them we put into evidence after they went through that process, and Your Honor ruled they can't come in, so there may well be. So now she's trying to blame Judge A. Court. All right, Ms. Brough, maybe the ones we're not allowed to get in. Wow, really, Elaine? Really? Ms. Vasquez, I would like some type of instruction, Your Honor. She's not to comment on pictures. She's testifying that there are pictures that exist, the court. But you asked the question, Ms. Brough. She opened up the door. The court, no, she didn't open up the door. Ms. Vasquez, no, they haven't been produced, Your Honor, and that's the problem here. They weren't produced to the court on time. Ms. Vasquez, they weren't produced on time in the discovery period. The court, right, Ms. Vasquez. So I don't think she should be allowed to comment on whether the pictures exist and whether she turned them over and they're part of this trial. Ms. Brough, she's asked whether they exist, and she now knows they exist because they came through that. She can answer that honestly. You can't prohibit her from responding under oath to a question posed to her. We can't prohibit that. The court, this is what we'll do. Going forward, we'll ask the question. If she says they exist, that kind of opens the door to talking about discovery issues. Ms. Vasquez, right. The court, you didn't turn them over in time. Ms. Vasquez, correct. The court, she can go into that if you want to. You don't even know if those pictures exist. Ms. Vasquez, the other problem I have, Your Honor, is the only picture that Ms. Brough in direct examination tried to bring into evidence was one photograph from 2012. Nothing about, so she's commenting on pictures that Ms. Brough, I intended to put in a lot more, but when Your Honor ruled I couldn't, the court, I understand. I think we're going in circles now, I'll say. You're kind of stuck with her answers now, but you can go further into discovery issues if you want to. I don't know what her response will be. If you need a jury instruction later on, we'll instruct that at jury instructions, okay? Ms. Vasquez, thank you very much. Ms. Brough, thank you. The court, okay, and back to open court. It is that we will go. Okay.
Kind of a long sidebar. Oh, y'all are talking about time zones again? Awesome. Well, there's that command I was looking for. She's drinking her pink shit that she's got. Wait, what time is it where you're at, Gwen? I don't know. Yeah. Time zones are wild, aren't they? Like, look at this. British summertime. Like, have no idea. But I would like to know. I'm curious, though, what time it is where you're at. Yeah, so the thing that's crazy is that India, for those who aren't here, India does the 5.5. They do half an hour. So it's really funny. Whenever and I wonder if there's any other countries in the world that do that, or if it's just India. Very interesting. Well, we'll get through this sidebar eventually here. For a sidebar. Summertime, my guess, if I had to guess, right, it's like daylight savings. Yeah. Daylight savings is so funny. I don't know how I feel about it. Oh, wow. So Afghanistan also an hour thing.
Ms. Heard, you testified that in January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's Mordecai, the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that they couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or I misunderstood. It was on the way back from it. Was after I was concerned. After, concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
And you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
Oh, interesting.
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
I assume you have it?
I do. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256.
That was smart, Amber. You figured it out. She has the picture.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
Part 1256 in evidence.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture?
No, not that I could see.
I'll show you one other photo. If we could please have Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257. This is a front angle picture of you and Mr. Depp at that premiere, correct?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257.
All right, 1257 in evidence.
I'll show you one more picture. Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258. And again, Ms. Heard, this is you and Mr. Depp at the Mordecai premiere.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258.
All right, 1258 in evidence, published.
And that's the backless dress, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
You also told this jury about an incident in Australia in March of 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
And you testified that you were also raped with a liquor bottle in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You testified you bled from your vagina as a result of that sexual assault.
Yes.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
Not for the cuts?
No.
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
You also told the jury about an incident on December 15, 2015, right?
Where? I'm sorry.
December 15th, 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You told this jury that after this incident, you had a broken nose.
It certainly felt like it.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony on day 16th in this trial? You were
Yes,
under
I do.
oath, right?
Yes.
We can have a transcript for the jury. Or, excuse me, for the witness.
Okay, all right, we'll get it. I will do. Thank you, Judy.
Hey, Judy. Hey, Judy. Sri Lanka. Wow. Oh, that is
May I
fucking
approach the witness, Your
bizarre.
Honor?
All right, yes, ma'am.
And
That is
would you like a
bizarre.
copy?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you, Fenderr. That is wild, but that is insane. 12. Oh, wow. Nepal also. Wow.
If I can please direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to page of day 16, 4593 of the jury trials transcript. Lines 8 through 13,
On which page? I'm sorry.
4593.
Yes.
Starting on line 8. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly thought excuse me, start that, let's start over. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly that I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over the pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor, all over the place actually. So lines 9, that I had a broken nose. Do you recall giving that testimony, Ms. Heard?
Yes, exactly.
So you had a broken nose, right?
That's absolutely what I thought.
You had 2 black eyes after this incident, right?
I did have 2 black eyes after that incident.
And you testified that you also had a busted lip from when Mr. Depp punched you.
That is correct. From December, yes, that's correct.
You testified that the lip wound kept reopening when you moved your mouth.
That's correct.
You also testified that you had bruising on your temple
That's correct.
and bruising on your chin.
Correct.
You also testified that your head was bleeding from where Mr. Depp ripped chunks of your hair out.
I remember, yes.
And that you had, quote, gross, pussy, and, quote, bruising around your temple.
In my scalp, yeah.
Now, for this incident, you did take pictures.
That's correct.
And we will look at some of those in a minute. But I first want to talk to you about your appearance on the James Corden show.
Sure. Can I close this?
Sure. You appeared on the James Corden show the day after this alleged incident, right?
I did.
And that was December 16th, 2015?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please pull up a clip of your appearance from that evening. If we could, Plaintiff's Exhibit 35. And for the record, we will only be playing a portion of this, so we will call it Plaintiff's Exhibit 35A.
All right, any objection? 35A in evidence.
I grew up, in Texas riding horses and,
Oh, really?
Not
Not a big ballet community out there in Texas.
No, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there was some.
Oh, thank you. That's a good idea, Fenderr. Lightning? Like in the courtroom? Thank you, Fenderr. That's good thinking. Okay, I'll skip over that. Thank you. Yeah, you're probably right with CBS. Yeah. Okay. Back up. Thank you for that, Fenderr.
That was you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
That was.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Fenderr, you didn't rabbit hole, you squirrel hole appropriately.
These are pictures of you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
They look like freeze frames, like screen grabs. Stills. They're not like a, it's not like a photo shoot.
I wonder if you can get the copyright thing with stills. I doubt it. Oh, you're saying rewind it to see the lightning? Okay.
Not a big ballet community out there.
Reopening from when Mr. Depp had 2 black eyes, right?
That's absolutely what I thought.
Had 2 black eyes after this incident, right?
Wait, is that?
I did have 2
I don't
black
know
eyes.
if the
after
lightning
that
is when
incident.
the thing.
That's
Hold on.
absolutely. Yes, exactly.
So you had a broken nose, right?
That's absolutely what I thought.
Had 2 black eyes after this
Is that
incident,
the
right?
lightning?
I did have 2 black eyes after that incident.
And you testified that you also had a busted lip from when Mr. Depp punched you.
That is correct. From December, yes, that's correct.
You testified that the lip wound kept reopening when you moved your mouth.
That's correct.
You also testified that you had bruising on your temple.
Yeah, I'm sure I played the clip before.
That's correct.
And
Okay.
bruising on your chin.
Correct.
You also testified that
Oh my
your
God.
head was.
Look at her stupid mouth.
That's a photo. Admit.
Stills. They're not like a,
No.
it's not like a photo shoot. It doesn't seem.
Yeah, it must have been.
But on the James Corden show, correct?
From that appearance, yes.
Move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Any objection? All right. And Ms. Bernhoff, you could move the microphone and turn it on for you. So Judy and I are having trouble hearing you.
Sorry about that.
All right. Thank you. All right. 98 in evidence. Thank you.
What else is new? You're lame. God, what a mouth.
That's a photo of you opening your mouth on the right, right?
That's correct.
And again, in a larger view, the same photo on the bottom
That's correct.
with a split lip.
You've seen pictures of it without makeup. Yes,
So you had a split lip when you
I
were
sure
moving
did.
your mouth that way
I sure did.
in those photographs.
Absolutely.
Okay. You did take pictures of your alleged injuries after December 15th, correct? And you showed those to the jury?
I sure did, yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 516, which is already in evidence. You testified that this is a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015, right?
It was.
And if we could also please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 517, which is also in evidence.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is also a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015.
That's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409, which is already in evidence. These pictures ended up in People magazine in June of 2016. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You gave these pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I didn't personally know.
This was you protecting Mr. Depp after you got the restraining order against him, isn't it?
No, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it, as I mentioned to you earlier.
So you did give these pictures to People magazine?
No, I gave these pictures actually to my lawyers and my representatives at the time.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
I certainly did not personally give it, no.
You also have a medical record from after the December 15th, 2015 incident, don't you?
A partial one, yes.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence? This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
But you
I
went to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right, okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please, if we could. The signature Kipper down below. This is the entirety of the medical record, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that. If we could please go, well, under skin on the second page, it reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor, no signs of, oh, this is going to be hard, cyanosis, mottling, jaundice.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
Yeah, but it doesn't document any physical injuries.
Doesn't seem to be documenting anything.
Probably because there was nothing to document, right, Ms. Hurd?
I disagree with you on that.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I saw an ENT after my relationship ended.
And you saw an ENT, it's your testimony under oath that you saw an ENT for broken noses that you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
No, but the ENT told me I sustained
Objection.
multiple fractures.
No, I'm going to move to strike.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll move it to strike.
Thank you. So again, just to try my question, there's no medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, is there, Ms. Hurd?
I don't know what made it in evidence, but I do know that I documented that visit and that everything was given to my attorneys.
Ms. Hurd, you never went to see any doctor or surgeon to treat a broken nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, yes or no?
I never sought treatment for broken nose while I was with Johnny.
Or after you were with Mr. Depp, as a result of any injuries you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
Afterwards, yes, I did.
And you didn't produce those medical records in this case?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. She did.
I did.
I don't know. All right.
They have not been produced, Your
Yet
Honor.
they've not only
All right,
been
if you would
produced.
come and approach.
Oh, sorry, guys. I had myself, hold on. Okay, let me pull this up here for you guys. Do, 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 do. Okay, this is actually, this sidebar is a quick one. I'm just gonna let it play through it because it's just, they're just asking about, it's just the medical records. It's actually, there's nothing really. It's honestly with StreamYard, if it would just let me toggle back and forth, it'd be so nice, but it's not even worth having to, by the time I like what should we call it, like unshare and reshare my screen and shit like that, like that's the length of the sidebar. So but they're just asking about medical records.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any dental work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or another seeking dental care for any injuries you allegedly sustained?
You asked me about if I had produced records or if I had records. That's a different question.
Bitch,
did you ever see a dentist or an oral surgeon as a result of any injuries you sustained with Mr. Depp?
Not about any injury I had from Johnny, no.
And you don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any reconstructive work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I never required reconstructive work, so there would be no records.
What? Dude?
What you do have, Ms. Hurd, are pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping, though, right? The jury saw a lot of those.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They did.
Ms. Hurd, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1090, which is already in evidence.
Stupid pink stuff that keeps drinking. Ah, the best.
You took this photograph, right, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And you testified that this was taken in Tokyo in July of 2013, correct?
Yes.
So you decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep on the floor?
He was passed out.
That's a
And I
yes.
took a picture of him because he wouldn't remember. He claimed he didn't pass out that way. And sometimes security would carry him like a baby into bed, get him changed, and he would be none the wiser. So I started taking pictures of it so that he knew that it was real, that it had gotten this bad.
Oh, you're just trying to help him.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1091, which is already in evidence.
So nice of her.
You took this picture as well.
Yes,
And this is the picture that was taken in the Bahamas, right?
it's one of them, yes.
And this is a picture of Mr. Depp taking a nap on his tropical island.
I believe he was on the nod, but as he would say.
Sleeping on the nod on his island.
They're very different, in my opinion. And
Okay.
yes, he is on the island.
On vacation.
We were on vacation, yes.
Let's also take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1092, which is also in evidence. You also took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct. I did.
And this is another picture of Mr. Depp asleep in a chair.
No, he was nodding off. Sleep is different. When you're nodding off, you're high on drugs, didn't even feel the cigarette in his hand that had, been burning on his leg. It was cause for alarm for me, naturally, because I cared about him.
It's your testimony under oath that Mr. Depp is holding a cigarette in this picture?
He had been.
Just like all her other pictures. The picture doesn't show
You seem
the
to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
I hated it. I hated it.
Let's look at Defendant's Exhibit 1094, which is also in evidence. You took this picture of Mr. Depp as well, didn't you?
I did.
You decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug use had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you
really.
took a picture of it.
Yes, I wanted him to get help, and Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him. and
Objection,
protect
Your
him.
Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Still responsive here on it.
Oh,
The
Elaine.
question was, did you take this picture?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. This isn't a very flattering picture of Mr. Depp, is it?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
Yes, I think it's a part of getting help is looking at it, seeing it.
But you sent this picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
I don't recall.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 252. We'll only be looking at the portion of this document. So if we could please call it Defendant's Exhibit 252A.
252A.
And for ease, we've gone ahead and redacted it.
Yes, I was asking for support. That's correct.
Oh, shut up.
There's no
you.
question yet, Ms. Heard.
Yeah.
So directing your attention, I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 252A.
Any objection?
Keeps completely
objection, Ms.
all over
Squirrel?
her the whole time. It's awesome.
Could you turn your microphone again?
Oh my God, Elaine. Stop.
Thank you.
I need to see it first because I
Okay.
don't know what to react.
252.
We redacted the identifiers and anything that's not misheard
Up or down on
text
it.
messages,
You know she's being annoying about it.
consistent with hearsay.
Oh my God, Elaine. Take forever.
Here, maybe we approach.
Okay.
Oh my God, they're gonna approach. Y'all, I think I'm gonna pause it right here because I think this is getting close to where we left off last night. And yeah, I think that's a good stopping point before I have to switch screens for another sidebar. For a sidebar. So yeah, I'm gonna call it there. So what we'll do is we'll pick up tomorrow with
the rest of day 16. And then we'll start day 17 and we'll finish Amber on the stand, I would imagine, which will be sweet. And then as DSN gets to some of the other witnesses, I know we all requested like Spiegel and the Morgans. So we'll do that. And we'll probably do closing arguments as well. So, y'all, look at that Starbucks. Y'all are awesome. We have power. We've done a lot of hours this weekend, right? That's Amber on the stand though for you, huh? So, y'all are the best. Squirrel crew for life, yo. Love you guys. And we learned a lot today, as always. Like on so many different topics, man. It's awesome. Y'all are the best. Oh, broke privilege. That means broke privilege as an attorney-client privilege. It's not like broke privilege like white privilege, if that's what you're thinking. It's like they broke privilege, like they like, for example, if like that can happen if the client decides to talk with their attorney with another, like a third party present or whatever, that now any conversations that they've had are no longer privileged because they've broken the attorney-client privilege. They've broken privilege. It's just how that's the colloquial, as it were. I mean, yeah, we totally could. I mean, DSN has already watched JD, so we could always do that, and then we don't have, it would just be something we could do, and it wouldn't be like, it wouldn't be a problem that it's out of order because it's something he's already seen. So I just wouldn't want to jump ahead before he gets there. But yes, so hugs to everybody. Let me do my hugs all around. Y'all are awesome. And Fenderr, you didn't say why you're moving though, I don't think. Or maybe you did, maybe it didn't pop up. That's also possible. Nightbot, you're so cute. I love you. Okay, the new job. That's what I was figuring. So yeah, so we can totally go back. Like I said, anything that we've already seen that's already happened in trial chronologically, we can always go back and watch. But y'all are the best. So I will see you guys tomorrow and in the Discord, of course, as always. And thanks for being here. Thanks for being a squirrel. Shout out to all the lurkers as well. Love you guys. Feel free to pop in the chat tomorrow if you're back. Hopefully you will be. And I'll go ahead and roll the outro. See y'all tomorrow.